Okay, I hope we are back. YouTube was not cooperating there for a moment. Okay, we'll just wait for people to wander in. And, man, maybe I'll have a moment to eat some of my pizza here. So, let's go here. And it's time to check these webcams. Alright, let's make a 12-hour time lapse. Alright, here we go. Let's see how this went. Come on now. Alright, if you're just wandering in, welcome back. I'm creating some of these time lapses. And if it's too quiet here today, we will also check out the northern fires. Oh my goodness, this is how it burned throughout the night. This always seems so unreal. I'm really not understanding why they haven't taken down the dead trees. Just... Okay, thanks, helicopter pilot, thanks. Thanks for that random noise. Okay, I still continue to listen to... their chatter, those pilots down there by the Bobcat fire. What an intense situation this is. So glad to see the observatory standing. Man. So it looks like it's at a smoldering stage, the ring that they put around the Mount Wilson. And look at that air quality. Goodness gracious. Yep, some of these dead trees burned all the way to the top. I'm kind of bewildered why they didn't just cut those down right around the, before they lit the backfires here. Because some of them burned and now they're going to be super dangerous to fell. Well. Yeah, area is still steamy. Hey, Sherlock. YouTube doesn't like me confirmed. Welcome back. I hit the button for streaming and it was like, connect your stream, connect your stream. Yeah. So nice to see the building standing. Oh dear, 2% uploaded. Man, you're a hero though. You're a hero. Right. So we lost pretty much everybody most people didn't come back. But, I think they'll be able to come back. Maybe they just can't hit the button. We'll wait there. So that is time lapse for last 12 hours, number 1. And I'm going to hit the next one, ski slope here. I think that is Mount Baldy. We can also look here too at some of these. Yeah, that's from the other day. Or is that right now? Yeah, this is from one of them at night. Save. Okay, so let's refresh it. Yep, What a lovely air quality for today, huh? Alright, we are making a time lapse of the other one. We will continue to check these cams. Alright. So, let's look at our next time lapse that we just got. Whoop. Refresh. Yep. Alright, let's go. 12 hours, please. Hey, Nick. Welcome back. I hate having to do this. I really wretchedly hate that. You never do get some people back. And I feel like I'm yanking the rug out for them. Hi. Bye. I definitely have some criticisms for YouTube. I don't understand what they're about. They want the creators to come here and be creative, and so the longer and harder we work, the more likely they are to throw it away. And then they say, "Oh yeah, well, we have all of your footage. We'll decide to throw it away if it goes on an especially long time." I don't understand. So let's take a look at this time lapse. This is the one from the ski slope, actually. So this is the last 12 hours, and we are still looking at the same fire by Mount Wilson, part of the Bobcat fire. And I think it's so cool to see the stars move like that. Yeah, it's funny, you can't really see much in the way of stars anywhere in the LA area, but you can on the webcams. Is there anything uglier than a fire? I like the shadow movement, though. Yeah, if that's the only thing you got, yeah, just put up everything you can. That's all right. But yeah, whatever you've got, I'm grateful for. So it's just a widespread haze. It's just nasty looking. But this is the last 12 hours from I think this is the Mount Baldy ski slope. That's what the local was saying. Hope he comes back here. Let's go to the next webcam. So this is from, oh wow, look at the birds. That's cool. Alright, 12 hours. Let's, wow, there's the moonrise. It's compiling a bunch of webcams here. I'm going to mute myself just for a second so I can take a few slices of pizza. What we're doing is we're going through the webcams. We're catching up on the last 12 hours. Wow, that sunrise. I think that was some birds. But gosh, this one's my favorite so far. That sunrise. I'm gonna play it again. That is just so cool. You know, if I was this webcam operator, I think what I would do is put for sunrises like that, and the fact that it's usually really bright and sunny for California, I would put a neutral density filter that's graduated, so that just the top horizon has a major, it's like sunglasses for just the top of the image. So when the sun rose like that, it wouldn't be all glaring. It would just look like this amazing molten ball of gold. Yeah, that was really sweet. So, yeah, there's birds all over the tower. A huge flock of birds lands on that tower and then flies around. They're blackbirds. I'm not sure what they are. Let's take a look. So if you just joined us, we are reviewing the last 12 hours. Yeah. We're reviewing the last 12 hours of the webcams, which is showing how the fire progressed through the night. And then I'm going to get an update. We'll have to read a little bit about the news, and we know the global supertanker has been working the northern fires today. But watch this again. This is the coolest of all of the time lapses so far. Check it out. Oh, and there's the birds. The sunrise. The sunrise here is just cool. Here we see the stars. We need some dramatic music for that. Imagine if this was like a 4K, super camera with some setup lenses. Wow, wow, wow. This looks like a 720p at the most. All that can change, though. I mean, these have had to be low resolution just because of the fact that they're taking a picture every minute or every 5 minutes. And back in the day, it was probably like dial-up internet type, edge, not even 3G ways of getting the information. But when we have 5G, imagine in the near future we can have 8K webcam setups. Instead of taking a minute, frame per minute, it could be every 3 seconds. And those replays are going to be incredible. Okay, just one more time we go to the next one. Watch this sunrise. Hey, Morris. Hey. Yep, dramatic music needed. So dang cool. And that's the great ball of hope right there. No matter how bad it's getting, that thing's always going to rise. The sun will always rise. Alright. So, we're going to pause that. And let's see about the other webcams. We saw this one. Let me push the other one back up there. Let's give us a moment. There. Is this the one we already saw? Oh, it is. Okay. So, let's check out the other webcams here. Which ones were the ones that saw the fire? Oh, dear. At night it was quite easy to see. Let's see down here. We still monitor the pilots as well. Let's listen.
Airtech 07 has transitioned with Airtech 52. He's assumed Bobcat Airtech Wildfire for Santa Maria, CA 1645.
Sweet. They're gonna make a new tanker drop. So around 4:45, they're gonna make a new tanker drop. That's pretty cool. So I'm continuing to watch the airplanes. AirTech 52 is out there. This is a time lapse of the last 12 hours. So I'm checking out some of the aircraft. Oops. But that's cool. They're going to hit Mount Emma with airplanes. I wonder if there's any Mount Emma webcams. So good to see this standing. So wonderful. Yay, yay, yay. Go firefighters. It's just not out of the woods yet, as you can see those smoke columns there. So if you just joined us, welcome back. Angie, hi, Morris, hey. Why does the wildfire smoke make it like I have the flu? Because our lungs are struggling. They're absolutely struggling with this. The fine particles that we can't actually see are so thick. They are so thick they can enter the bloodstream. And some people, there's some studies that are starting to say that that could possibly enter the blood-brain barrier. So we're just getting huge doses of toxic stuff. It's just like people struggling inside of a building who are coming out of a building on fire. You know, they're struggling for their lives. Here, well, the only difference really, well, the major difference is those people can't get enough oxygen, as well as the pollutants, and we can. However, we got the pollutants, and so it affects every bit of you, especially the cardiovascular and pulmonary system. It's just, I'm not a doctor, I can't explain it, but I believe the doctors when they say this is so dang bad for us. There's been a major link between pollution like this and dementia. Like, it's just not good. There's only so much that our organs can do to process this and try to eliminate the waste. So, yeah, poison oak smoke, you know, there's just all kinds of bad stuff in it. Especially these particular fires, the amounts of burned up homes and the vinyl siding. This is the kind of stuff that gives firefighters cancer. The dioxins, burning plastic can create dioxins like vinyl. That's their number one hazard. You know, the number one cause of death for firefighters is cancer. They wash it off of themselves. It's in the smoke, and everywhere it settles, it gets on you. They shower many times per day if they've been in and out of fires. And as soon as they come out of a fire, no matter, even if they were not in the building, because the smoke is always raining the particles on them, they hose themselves off after every fire, but they still can't get rid of all of it. The amount of vehicles, the amount of homes, man-made structures, the insulation burning off the power poles, everything is just really bad. Much worse than, like, just say a normal wildfire. They race to clean up. They absolutely race to clean up the homes, you know, and the vehicles especially that have burned before rains come and wash all that stuff into the waterways, because it just the pollution's immense. So that's another big reason we have to stop these fires from hitting structures. You know, the legacy of this just goes on and on and on. Instead of trying to put them out after they're monsters, we just gotta keep them small. The most of the breast milk of the mothers of California has detectable levels of flame retardant. Most of the wells were vast. Well, I don't know. Actually, I don't want to say that word. Most. A huge amount of the wells of California are polluted with flame retardant. So it's one of those things where you have to use it because the wildfire is worse, but letting it go unchecked is worse than not using it. But we need to, oh God, that they just made a horrible sound in my ears, but we need to prevent the need to use it. That's just the best course of action. Yeah, so any bad smoke can carry stuff in your system, absolutely. So once stuff's in your bloodstream, it affects every cell in your body because every cell in your body has a blood supply. There is a blood-brain barrier, but they're thinking the tiniest particles go right through. So this has been our last webcam here. So we were doing the 12-hour time lapses. So this is the the one that gave us the dramatic image last night that was beautiful enough to be the thumbnail. So these are the actual Mount Wilson cams. So we do see that the ring that they made around the observatory is still smoking. And that's a pretty shot right there. I'm going to save that one. So let's take the time. It's 4:13. We're going to see a drop on Mount Wilson. So 4:13, 9:22 Wilson, saving that one. So I continue to watch also this image. So we are going to be looking at a drop here at 4:45, and I think they're going to be hitting Mount Emma. I'm still listening to that in the chat, the pilot chatter. It's just so crackly right now that I'm just not wanting to make you guys listen to it. So I'm looking at progression here last night. Looks like it did move quite a bit. Okay, let's listen. Oscar, Oscar.
Somebody had peeked over the edge down there and asked for some. July is clear now. Just using the airship for drops, and we're gonna walk down towards that, walk down the road and kind of get better eyes on it now. See exactly what it's doing for us.
Still not sure where that is.
Yeah, it came in really scratchy and unreadable. Bobcat communications, go for Mike training. Training, Bobcat communications. We have a report of smoke in your division from LA. Let me know when you're ready to copy. Go ahead. The RP's reporting smoke. East Avenue Y as in Yankee. Cross of 165th Street East. That's 165 Street East. A quarter mile up the mountain. Airtech 07 is up with Los Padres. We'll discontinue. Thank you.
Okay, I do think I know where that generally is. This has taken us to the wrong spot. Or maybe it hasn't. So I did just write that down.
Yeah, North, did you copy my last 07's up with LP?
Give me a moment here. Yeah, that's up there by Valeyrmo, north of it, so, it's east of Palmdale, up by Llano.
Mike training, Mike on command.
It's talking about, though, being it up the mountain. Whoops.
Yeah, just take a look at the map there. That report sounds like it might be over in Quebec. Yeah, that's what I was looking at myself. I didn't know why I went all the way over there, but 165th is definitely over there. Yeah, I didn't pick up the whole transmission, but can you get a hold of Quebec and pass it on to him? You got it, break. Quebec. Mike training on command.
think
Go ahead,
it's...
Mike. Quebec. There's a communications as a report of a smoke at East Y and 165th. I believe that puts it in your division. Okay, copy that. 165th and what was the Y street? East Y. It's a quarter mile up the road from there. Okay, I copy that.
Yeah, East Y and 165th Street East.
Hey, go ahead. Hey, we have units in the area that reported smoke. We'll go investigate. Yeah, could also be seeing smoke coming off of, looks like the top of Beacon Ridge in Tango Tango. Hey, thanks, and then I got a download from 76 in the field off the west. I'll meet up with you. If you handle that investigation, I appreciate it. Yeah, will do. Quebec, this is 69 on.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah, it's Soup 9. That smoke is probably most positively off of Pinion Ridge. We got dozers and coppers addressing that, and yeah, we got it handled on this side.
Nice. Nice to hear. So somebody called in a smoke trail that's over here by East Y Avenue and 165th, so Holcomb Ridge. Looks like they saved the post office. Yay.
Yeah, nothing's coming out of the west yet. Still, 3 to 5 miles southwest, or southwest wind.
Welcome everybody here. Welcome. We are continuing to monitor the Bobcat fire. So I'm going to turn down those transmissions so that the crazy clicking and such doesn't drive everyone nuts. But we are looking here, Valeyrmo, sorry, excuse me. There was a report of smoke, and I'm just going to...
A lot of smoke for the most part.
I do see a helicopter is coming. So let me show you the helicopter. They said they had it. They said it had it under control. The new report of smoke there. So here it is. The smoke was reported right here, and here's a helicopter, kind of going by the area. So that's one of the. It says a VERTOL. They kind of look like a Chinook helicopter. Hello, Sherlock. I think it's just got trimmed. It's down to 12 hours. Really? Did it actually come back? Huh. Yeah, I will take a look at it. Cool. So, yeah, everybody who has come here, just, welcome. We just saw a new report of smoke, and this is terrible to see that the fire may have actually swallowed up a lot of Valeyrmo. They seem to have perhaps saved the post office, but I don't know how much they've been able to save here. I've just woken up from a horrible afternoon headache, kind of a lay down session, so bear with me. I'm continuing to eat my little bit slice of breakfast here, and I can switch back and forth between seeing the progress here on the fires, and I'm so happy to report, as we were looking here, these are the time lapses. I'll show them to you guys again. These are the last 12 hours, and I'm so happy to report that the observatory is still there, and I need to go and check the news now and see if the idiots with the drone were caught. Man, oh man. So if you'll give me a minute, maybe 5 minutes here to eat. I'm going to go through all of these webcams and replay them for you one by one. And we continue to listen to the pilot chatter. If it's quiet, it's just because they're not talking at the moment. So let me stuff my face and go ahead and see these webcams. Put any questions in chat and we will go to those fires first. Any of the western fires, I'll be happy to look at them and read the status update. You know what? There's an amazing one coming up next. The sunrise here. Just check this one out. This is looking at the Mount Wilson Observatory, but just from different angles. Watch this. Wait, where's my sunrise? I think it started in the middle of it, so let me rewind. You can see the birds that eventually land on the tower. This huge flock of blackbirds. Maybe it's crows. I don't know. Alright, I promise this time. The sunrise. Watch. Glory. Cue the dramatic music. Just beautiful. It looks like they got some air, some cooling air from perhaps the coast that at least blew some of the smoke away. So we are waiting for the airdrop. One is scheduled for Mount Emma at 4:45. So that'll be cool to listen to and watch. So as I continue to eat here, I'm going through the webcams, and then I'm going to go ahead and read the updates, and we'll follow that airdrop. We continue to try to figure out if the global supertanker will take off again. It looks like it did 3 runs today. Well, I was hoping the pilots would say something I could eat, but it just goes to dead silence because they're just not talking about anything. Or occasionally they're making a clicking sound. So, dang it. Guys, I need to eat. Can you pilots just say something? Alright. So this is a real-time image. This is what it's looking at right now at the ring, the protective ring they put around Mount Wilson. Has,
Get a hold of engine 311.
yay, I can eat. Let's just listen. Whoops. Alright. Since they're not talking, I'm going to go back to the amazing sunrise.
Hey, Victor, there was someone trying to get a hold of engine 311, but there was some distraction.
Safety 10, branch 5 safety on command. Action blue. Safety 10, branch 5 safety on command. Safety 10. Safety 10, go. Location, I'm by DP 97. Longview and Fort Home. Yeah, copy. Let me get a better location there. Landline. Copy.
So at the end of all of these time lapses, we are at the now. So this is just the last 12 hours, and I'm running through these cameras. And then we are waiting for the approximately 15 minutes from now, there will be an airdrop on Mount Emma. So they continue to work the Little Rock Reservoir. They're up there by Paradise Springs. In fact, we have to figure out how much of that is left. I know they were very concerned about it spreading last night. And they continue to work the area west of Mount Wilson. And I'm trying to get a handle on it here. So, and play catch up. Because I had such amount of time in bed today with a killer headache. So I'm back with you, but I'm still kind of reeling from it. I'm going to show a couple more of these time lapses, and then we'll watch that airdrop. If you have any questions right now about the fires, go ahead and put them in chat, and we'll look at the exact area that you are the most interested in. But I've got to take a few more minutes to finish up my meal here. Alright, this is a different cam here. This one is looking up toward the Valeyrmo area. This one is a 12-hour time lapse as the fire progressed through the night. And it's still chugging away. I just hit the button to make it go, and I'll play it as soon as it's ready. I'm so happy to hear that they can do airdrops again today.
Safety 10, hold up for a second. Safety 10.
So this one wasn't the most enlightening, but it does kind of show the general area we haven't seen before. This is from the east. So we don't have that many webcams. Some of them are facing completely the wrong way. But it just shows how big this fire is. This one is more than 10 miles away, and it's still seeing it, you know, as the crow flies. So let's see if we can find another image. Different cam. Let's see here. I'm trying to find all camera targets. Whoa. Huh. Alright. Maybe one over here. Oh, here's Emma. And this is what we would want to see. They're going to make some sort of a drop, I believe, by Mount Emma in just about 10 minutes. They're going to do some sort of an airdrop. So I don't know if the camera's just facing the wrong way right now, but let's see about...
Tango trainee, branch 5. Go ahead. Just looking for some status. Chief, the crews went direct on that last piece, that last finger. They're trying to cut that out. And winds have died down up here, but still not completely favorable. The upslopes are supposed to stop around 5, so hopefully conditions will change and then we can get started with that plan. So besides finger 1, how many fingers have you guys cut out? Just that last piece, they took it from where it came up out of Big Rock down and around that last finger.
So when they're...
Okay, so what have you guys cut out today? They got that last finger done, and then the first finger's tied in also.
Okay, by finger...
5 done? Yeah, it's a firm. They started on that last piece after we were no joy with the firing up. Alright, copy that.
I love that. I love the way they talk. So a finger, if you're wondering, is just as Torin explained to us the other day. The finger is when the fire kind of creeps. It's these things, you know. And that's kind of the way that fire behaves sometimes. Is it'll go through one ravine if the wind is blowing one way, and not really spread out too much over the sides. So you get these fingers where they race up hills, and so they make a line between them like this, like a line here, so that the line is a big straight, you know. and then they let the pocket burn in between it.
Tom, you available to meet at CP 110 in about 30 minutes?
We're waiting for them to do an airdrop in
I
about...
don't have a 110. Are you thinking same place as yesterday? Affirmative. Yep, I'll head that way with Mike. We'll be there in 15. Not up for Big Tonga, so it'll be probably closer to 30 for me. I'll see you there. Sounds good, we'll be there. Chavez, buzz me a text.
Okay. No problem, Sherlock. No problem. Thanks for monitoring stuff. So they have called in some sort of an air tanker attack, and that'll be occurring in approximately, actually just more like 5 minutes. They said it was going to be at 4:45-ish. So we can see that up here by the, they've been having some issues by the Juniper Hills west of there, the Little Rock Reservoir. So I do see that they are flying around it right now. These Air Attack 52 and the B-350, those are scout planes and lead planes. It's a Rockwell 690B and a King Air 350. So those guys you hear particularly a lot on the chatter, and so they have been asking for the tanker support. We just heard that there was some no joy in the firing attempt that they made to quote connect some fingers or in that area. So they went to direct attack and seem to have made some progress. I just can't understand exactly where. But when they talk about connecting fingers, it's much easier to make one solid fire line. You know, they're not ever going to get in between the fire and make a line like in a V. So what they do is where the fingers are, they make a connecting line, like one solid fire break, and then they let the pocket burn inside, which is okay as long as the fire is contained. So I'm not sure exactly where that work was progressing, but they didn't have much luck with doing firing, and I'm not sure when they did it. But we can see right here that this big yellow block by Little Rock Reservoir is a new hotspot detected somewhere within here within the last 1 to 6 hours. And then here, this big red one is 1 to 12 hours. So I'd imagine right about here they might do the airdrop, but we'll see if I'm right. Oh, hi Angie. Hey Malcolm. Welcome. Great. Malcolm says, great work. Good example of how independent YouTubers excel compared to networks. Oh my gosh, thank you for the high praise. You know, last night that was quite depressing. I just tried to get status. What kills me the most is the aftermath videos, and that's, you know, after losing one family friend to wildfire and almost losing 2 of my brothers, you know, who got out very, very skin of their teeth, you know, emergency kind of escape. The aftermath videos trigger me the most with kind of emotions, and so I tried to watch those yesterday, and I was just puzzled about how they could get the story so wrong. I really wonder about the laziness of mainstream journalism. They made it all political, and they just showed politicians arguing, and just talked about how this was a climate change event, when in reality the Santa Ana winds have been happening for like 500 years. As far as recorded history goes, you know, it just kind of makes people, you know, climate change is a long-term goal, and it's of course part of this, you know, but this is not what explains, you know, the ignition, the down power lines, you know, the liability, the criminal negligence of a lot of the power companies here, and also the fact that you know, there was a lightning storm that started the majority of these, and they just weren't out by the time this crazy once-in-a-lifetime wind event happened. I wanted to know questions, like I had questions such as what caused the once-in-a-lifetime wind event, because this was not your typical Santa Ana thing. Are they going to get this fire out before the Santa Ana winds come? Because if they don't, Pasadena could just be absolutely, you know, crushed by this fire. Can you imagine them evacuating parts of LA? you know, and they're not talking about it. They're just talking about, like, the mainstream media seems to be unaware that the due any moment now are the Santa Ana winds.
36 in service radio 33.
And, I mean, are they going to get this out? This is like a ticking time bomb. Are they going to... This is a race against time to me. And they just show politicians arguing. So, I mean, there's plenty of great examples of how global warming is real and how we need to get a handle on this long-term project. You know, the melting glaciers. But it's like, guys, we also have a lot of things we can do here to protect our towns, such as make permanent fire lines and such, and get these out, because these are causing these are causing huge gas emissions, you know. So I just they go arguing about factory emissions and vehicles and stuff, and I'm like, what? How about we actually focus on preventing these fires from getting very big, and then that's a big emission drop. You know, like, I just kind of pull my hair out. I don't understand the mainstream media. They're not talking about how most of the towns of the population centers of Oregon were almost wiped off the map. It's just the wind changed. As soon as that happened, like, they got distracted and they went on to random news. You know, the headlines are like, gold coins found in the Middle East, you know. Okay, meanwhile, millions of us are on pins and needles wondering if our homes are going to be erased, you know? Like, I don't understand. I just keep the facts here. There's two separate issues to me. The long term, you know, let's reduce fire season. And then the short term, let's prevent these fires. Okay. So if anybody here is tuned in, please let me know which fire you want to know about. We are about to witness an airdrop, I believe. So I'm going to switch. They're reading right now. I muted it for you guys. It's a forecast, but it's such crackly audio right now. You would not want it. You would not want me to turn that on. So I'm going to look now and see if I could see any of the tankers, because they called in one for the Mount Emma area, or the Little Rock Reservoir, I believe. So we've got the little helicopters here. Whew. Thank gosh that crackly radio stopped. I will turn that on, of course. So I'm trying to figure out which one is the tanker. That's a Cessna Citation. They usually... Oop, maybe that's it. Nope.
Generally in the 10 to 20 miles per hour range. However, minimum humidity will remain low for the interior mountains and deserts in the 8 to 20% range. A wind trough moving across northern California on Thursday will bring slight cooling to the region through Friday, along with increasing northerly gradients. Expect to see northerly winds over the Santa Barbara County south coast developing by Wednesday evening, then continue Thursday evening, but mainly below advisory levels. At this time, expect to see some northwest to north winds through the Interstate 5 corridor, but minimal impact over the San Gabriel. Another warm-up is expected next weekend into early next week as a strong upper ridge builds into the region. There's potential for a late season heat wave early next week with weak offshore flow over the mountains. Early estimates show valley high.
Okay, I'm just... Ugh! I can't stand more of that crackle. Alright, any moment, come on, any moment, somewhere around here, it's going to be some tankers. And they're going to coordinate that. We're watching air attack. Let me go back to, let's go back to flight radar. Oh, I can barely hear that news. They read it out for the pilots and the crews a couple times a day. Yeah, mainstream media people are not reporters or investigators. I concur. You know, journalism changed. They're just pretty faces doing stenography for their paymasters. Oh, epic. Can I quote you on that, Malcolm Marzo? Exactly. They're just... it changed. In the past, there was rules where you had to show both sides of an issue and really kind of remain neutral. And then it became gotcha journalism in the 90s, where they'd have people sit down for interviews just to try to slaughter them. And, you know, it was a friendly invite for an interview, and it was like, do you feel like you're responsible for their death? Do you feel like you know? And then people would be like, what? And that kind of, like, it was like the Jerry Springer show got popularity, and that was, like, the first decline. I think that was the first major decline, you know, when talk shows like that showed up on television, because it was about crucifying people and stirring up emotions. And then I think the news kind of took notice and said, oh my gosh, we could do that too. Whatever people are already mad about, let's just stoke that. Let's just, you know, pick a side, and then one half of the country will want to watch this, right? And then the other media said, oh, let's pick a political side, and then at least one half of the country will watch this, and it's just been the same ever since. I want those laws back, where people have to report the news instead of, you know, propaganda. I want the law back. We became too divided. It's like talking to two entirely different sets of people in the United States, two different cultures. I'm one of those endangered species called a moderate. Let's go back to, where's my tanker? They're still reading the stupid weather, which I can barely understand. So I have that, I'll click it on, but any moment now, they were ordering a tanker drop. So we do have the, around the Little Rock Reservoir, we do see a bunch of helicopters and the air attack 52, and there's a different lead plane over here, the Beach King. So they do have like 3 different fronts right now. There's like 3 different sets. Whew, that was finally over. I'm going to show you where, in general, on the map here, the Bobcat fire has around kind of 3 fronts. There's the top here at the Little Rock Reservoir. They get hot spots over by Valeyrmo, which has broken my heart to see it, just like the Juniper Hills. Looks like it has heavy damage. There's a Paradise Springs battle here, which we're going to look at. They're either going to do the drop there or perhaps by Little Rock, I'm not sure. So this whole center section, and then up here by Mount Wilson, as it's moved to the northwest, that's the major front. So I'm going to switch back to here, and I'm hoping they'll stop reading the weather and we can hear some sort of a drop. I just don't see any tankers coming here yet, but they said they would be there right about now. So let's see and wait. Maybe they... Okay, we can't understand that. Ah!
Edward, Third Creek, Chandler, Mill Creek, Whale, Edward, Victor, Camp 9, Big Pine, Davis, Newell Pass, Valeyrmo, Edward, Acton, Edward, Victor, Palmdale, Edward, Break.
Sorry, I can't control that.
Day 2, or
Yay.
totally dependent on weather? Be totally dependent on weather. If they get the same conditions they had last night when they were pulling off, should be able to complete it tonight, but could be dependent on the weather.
Oh no.
Counties in the Antelope Valley through this evening due to gusty onshore winds and low humidities. Discussion in the mountains of internal Los Angeles counties as well as the Antelope Valley will continue to have south to west winds gusting to 25 miles per hour through this evening, with isolated gusts of 35 miles per hour in the Antelope Valley foothills. Minimum humidities in the 10 to 20% range can be expected with high single digits possible at times. These low humidities and gusty winds will result in elevated fire weather conditions across these areas into this evening. Otherwise, mostly sunny skies with seasonably warm temperatures and breezy onshore winds will prevail across southwestern California. Break.
Springs project coming.
Okay, I'm hoping to hear the tanker.
I'm headed down there right now. You can give me a minute, I can go direct with those guys.
I wish I could.
Alright, I think there might be an opportunity once those 36 Lima get done, then they might have a chance to go on the toe of the slope back to that Door Canyon.
Across Northern California, along with increasing northerly gradients, expect to see northerly winds over the Santa Barbara County south coast developing by Wednesday evening, then continuing Thursday evening, but mainly below advisory levels. At the time, expect to see some northwest-north winds through the Interstate 5 corridor, but with minimal impact over the San Gabriels. Another warm-up is expected next week into early next week as a strong upper ridge builds into the region. There is a potential for a late-season heat wave early next week. With weak offshore flow over the mountains, early estimates show valley highs in the lower hundreds for Monday and Tuesday. Break.
Yeah, you just read the weather 5 times, but that doesn't sound good at all. I'm hoping that they just get a handle on this before the Santa Ana winds.
That weather clear, minimum temperatures 60 to 69, low elevations at 50 to 58, colder valleys and peaks. 24-hour trend, little change. Max humidity 30 to 45%, except 45 to 60% colder valleys. 24-hour trend, a little change. 20-foot winds, valleys lower slopes, west 10 to 20, with gusts to 25 miles per hour. Ridges upper slope southwest 6 to 12 miles per hour, become downslope 3 to 6 miles per hour late. Rain layer none, LL1, chance of letting rain 0%. Wednesday, sky weather sunny, max temperature 84 to 92, low elevations at 74 to 82, higher elevations. 24-hour trend up 3, minimum humidity 10 to 25%. 24-hour trend, a little change. 20-foot winds, valleys lower slopes, west 6 to 12 miles per hour. Ridges upper slopes, west 6 to 12 miles per hour. Rain layer none, LL1, chance of letting rain 0%. Break.
Okay, that's about the 6th time they read the forecast, but you know what, I think they did it on the 2 different channels. It sounds more and more like they...
Weather clear,
Oh.
minimum temp 63 to 70, low elevations at 64 to 61, colder valleys and peaks. Max humidity 25 to 40%, except 40 to 50% colder valleys. 20-foot winds, valleys lower slopes. Northwest 10 to 20 miles per hour, with gusts to 25 miles per hour. Strongest through the I-5 corridor. Ridges upper slopes, west 6 to 12 miles per hour. LAL1, chance of letting rain 0%. Thursday, sky weather sunny, max temperature 84 to 92, low elevations at 74 to 82, higher elevations. Minimum humidity 15 to 25%. 20-foot winds, valleys lower slopes, west 10 to 20 miles per hour, with gusts to 25. Ridges upper slopes, west 6 to 12 miles per hour, become southwest 6 to 12 miles per hour late in the afternoon. LAL1, chance of letting rain 0%. Break.
Alright, are you done for real now? Okay, that was the 7th reading of the weather. I believe they keep doing that on the different channels.
Extended Friday.
Oh, come on.
From mid-50s and mid-60s at low
Oh.
elevations to the 40s and colder valleys and peaks. Highs from the 80s at low elevations to the 70s at high elevations. West winds 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday clear. Lows from mid-50s and mid-60s at low elevations to the mid-40s, lower 50s and colder valleys and peaks. Highs from the mid-80s, lower 90s at low elevations to mid-70s, around 80 at high elevations. North winds 10 to 20 miles per hour. Sunday clear, lows from the 60s to around 70s at low elevations to lower to mid-50s and colder valleys and peaks. Highs from the 80s to mid-90s at low elevations to upper 70s to mid-80s at high elevations. East winds 10 to 20 miles per hour. Break.
Okay, is it safe to talk? Oh my goodness.
What's predicted burning in the season adjectives? Area 624 high, area 652 extreme.
No.
Area 655 extreme, area 690 extreme, forest average very high. Tomorrow will be augmented response. Predicted activity levels: Woltahunga 1, Claremont, Santa Fe Dam 3, Herringer Flats 1, Grass Mountain 5, Warm Spring 3, Whitaker Peak 5, Clear Creek, Tanbark 3, Mill Creek 5, Chileo 4, Camp 9 1, Big Pines, Newhall Pass, Valeyrmo 3, Acton, Palmdale 5, break.
Okay, as soon as I start talking, he's gonna read the weather.
Predicted
Ah!
activity, project activity levels: Woltahunga, Edward Victor, Claremont, David, Santa Fe Dam, Edward Victor, Herringer Flats, Charles, Grass Mountain, Warm Springs, Whitaker Peak, Edward, Clear Creek, Tanbark, Mill Creek, Chileo, Edward Victor, Camp 9, Big Pines, David, Newhall Pass, Valeyrmo, Edward, Acton, Edward Victor, Palmdale, Edward, break.
Alright now. Alright. Really?
Afternoon fire weather forecast time check.
Oh, come on.
58 KME 22.
Okay. Alright. Okay.
Fire weather forecast
Oh!
time check 16, 58 KME 22.
I've read last 10 minutes. I've been struggling to get a word in while the weather has been read about 8 or 9 different times. I think it's for each of the different channels that the firefighters are on and the different sections they're at right now. You can see on the map that there's many different hot spots. I'm waiting for my airdrop. It's supposed to be at 16:45. Doesn't that mean 4:45? It's now 4:58. No.
Tango actual, branch 5.
Mother Nature's neutral. Okay, let's listen. Is this going to be the airdrop?
Hey, can you ask 36 Lima? They're a 24-hour resource. They're 212s, and then they're off for 24. Is that correct? Or they run every day?
I'll clarify when I see them, but my understanding is they're 24 and they switch out every 24.
We won't have them tomorrow, is what you're saying?
No, they have fresh operators that come in, so the resource is available every day for 24.
Copy, that's what I thought.
Dang, it's a brutal work schedule. So, okay, what was I talking about? We're waiting for this airdrop. I don't know military time very well. What is 1600 hours? Yeah, it's 4. So, there's supposed to be an airdrop at 4:45, but this guy was reading the weather on the top of it. I have been monitoring the airplanes here, and I've got the fire lined up pretty well, I think. It's mostly accurate as I've layered 2 windows on top of each other to show both the airplane traffic and then where the fire hotspots are. I do have to refresh it to make sure that to get an update on it, but this is lining up pretty well. So they've got a couple of fronts here. They've got the Little Rock Reservoir, the Cedar Springs.
Engine 733, and we're going to see if it was good with you to utilize them for holding to continue getting depth on the Mount Wilson Road downward.
Cool. I'm going to play this time lapse. This is what's been going on at for the last 12 hours. They lit backfires up at the Mount Wilson Observatory, and so we watched that with anxiety last night, but it seems to have gone well. So they lit some fires around in a ring around Mount Wilson, at least a horseshoe around the north, and that's where the fire is, in that ravine. So it's right where all this red is, because Mount Wilson is actually right here, and the fire just went up to the west by northwest up the ravine. So this general camera direction, if you're looking at the time lapse, is facing the north by northwest direction. So, gosh, I'm sorry. I'm going to keep that low and turn it up. That's Air Attack Command right there. He's flying over Cedar Springs.
Hey Joe, looks like that bucket ship's back up flying. If you want to try and connect with them.
Bucket ship. Alright, that is the new slang word of the day. A helicopter with a bucket is a bucket ship. Nice. Alright, looking back at chat. Yeah, I wish we could help put the fires out. Yeah, it's hard to just be a sidelines watcher, isn't it? You know, you want to be a player in the game, but, you know, all I did was evacuate people in that smoke. Of course, I didn't have any breathing masks or apparatus like they have, and that pretty much floored me for a week. I can't imagine how they do this. So Daniel Bailey, hi folks, all the rain we're getting and had down here in Texas from Beta would help. Yes, I imagine. How was that? You guys have been getting a lot of that stuff. You know, it's both sides of the country have different kind of struggles going on, and glad to have you with us. And the comment things like Mother Nature can be a jerk. Not at all. I think she's just indifferent. You know, the what we have done is mostly, the cool thing is if we blame nature or blame God or blame gases or blame other countries or whatever, we won't have any progress. But there's a lot of here that where we were just kind of being foolish.
Golf Air Attack Air Ground Command.
Oh man, it'll always fail. It will never fail to talk over me. But we did a lot of foolish things where our ancestors were a lot smarter about fire. They had no luxury of, you know, fire drops from the air. They didn't have helicopters. The ancestors and the natives before us here, they managed things better. And in the past, we maintained our power lines better. And it's just, you know, part of the big reason that this has been such a disaster is we just are understaffed because of COVID, which is, you know, not our fault here. A lot of these could have been put out really easy while they were young, small fires, and we didn't have the opportunity. So not only do we have COVID taking away the manpower, the freak event of all 3 states being slammed by something akin to Santa Ana winds, which is just unheard of for Oregon and Washington. Oregon and Washington haven't experienced anything like that since about 1933. The fact that that wind event, which is usually a once-in-a-lifetime kind of event or twice, plus the unusual, but sometimes, you know, it happens, lightning storm. I mean, those come in every once in a while. A lightning storm happened to California right before the wind event happened. Almost none of these fires would be in existence right now if they had managed to put them out before this event. They had, you know, an invisible timer that they didn't know was ticking. So from August 17th, when all those lightning strikes hit, 8,000 lightning strikes, 550 or so fires, they actually did a great job of putting a lot of them out, just not all of them. And so that kind of a bad event plus a once in a lifetime, they are now still, there's a ticking time bomb. There's a race against the clock to get these out before the Santa Ana winds come. That goes for the north and the southern parts of the state. But the south, you know, LA, gets them more, I believe, a lot more regularly than the north. So they're due any time now. You know, the Santa Ana winds have like a 24 to 48 hour period of like 65 mile an hour winds, 45 sustained 65 mile an hour gusts, and if it's particularly bad, that could be 70 or 80 mile an hour wind gusts. So they have got to get a handle on this ASAP. This isn't over. This could get worse. So this is what I'm hoping will happen. And if you have any questions right now in chat, let me know and I will go through the fires one by one. I have to finish my breakfast here, and I don't see the airdrop happening. Maybe they were just talking about a bucket. You know, they were talking about around 4:45 there being an airdrop that they were going to put near Mount Emma, which is over by the Little Rock Reservoir. So, I mean, it could be this helicopter over here. But I was disappointed. I thought it was going to be some tankers. So we could check on the Northern California fires. I know the global Supertanker has taken off a couple of times. I wish it's in the air. Guys, global Supertanker's in the air. Let's go. Oh no, it just finished a drop. It's going back to Sacramento, but guys, here it is. Alright, so just for a moment here, let's ignore all others. Let's just watch. Let's watch the global Supertanker. Oh my gosh, I just missed it. I can't believe it. Those stupid guys are talking over the oh man, I just dropped the ball there. But you know what we can do is we can do a replay of its run. So this would be on a different channel called Northern California Major Incident. Right now we're listening to Southern because there's such a big Bobcat fire problem. But let's go and see through the cockpit view of the global Supertanker real quick. I'm going to go get a drink. It's going back to Edwards, but I think we can replay that drop here. What's the status of the Dolan fire by Big Sur? No, the Bobcat fire is not at all contained. I mean, before true containment, you know, they have a percentage. So let's look at it right now.
Branch 5, C4.
All right, let me get that set up, and I'll read it for you in 1 minute. Bobcat's out of control. They're just kind of...
Location where we can meet.
Whoops, sorry.
Just coming off a smoke check on one.
So that's the global supertanker. We might switch to its channel in 45.
Towards Bobcat and or GB95.
Excuse me.
I'll read the status of both. 1 second.
How about I meet you at right there at the separation between Big Pine and Big Rock. Copy that. I'll be probably 15 to 20 travel time.
Yeah, so Big Pine is where they're staging a lot of things. It's over there by excuse me, let me go back and look at my map. Paradise Springs. There's a whole lot of hot spots at Paradise Springs. They were trying to save it last night, and it's over in the Bobcat fire, and they weren't having a very optimistic opinion about it, but right now I'm looking at it. It probably is one of the hot spots, plus the Little Rock Reservoir that they're fighting, and of course what's going on northwest of the fire traveling past Mount Wilson. So they're still trying to mainly save structures, but they're not able to stop the spread of the fire. So it's going in different directions.
Alpha Air Attack, Air to Ground Command.
Hang on a second. And we've got
Checking in with you. It's doubtful we can get any retardant operations going the rest of the day due to other aircraft commitments, but go ahead and tell me what you had in mind.
we got an official 17% containment on the Bobcat, and so, but you know, they have been unable to keep it from spreading. Meanwhile, what in the heck's going on upstairs there? So I'll read you that status, plus let's look at the one at Big Sur. Do we have a name on that fire? Woohoo! Global Supertanker has touchdown.
Road contour above the road on the green side of the road, correct?
I love this program. We have a belly landing on a depiction of, that's the Global Supertanker, actually. 3D view is so funny. There's no landing gear animation. So it'll take at least 45 minutes for that thing to refuel, meaning not only, well, pretty much by getting more retardant. I mean,
Let me get back to you. Might have to be something that we get to tomorrow. The lead planes are committed.
hey, Chimp 6, welcome back. So we missed the Global Supertanker's drop, but I found out that it was in the air too late. But it has just landed back at Edwards. It'll maybe take off again today. It actually has flown 3 times, so we could go back to it. And I continue to monitor, of course, the situation on the Bobcat, and but the Global is here, so we see that it's been making runs to the north. The tanker drop that I was expecting with the Bobcat didn't really happen, but it may have been just the whole time they were talking about they could have just been talking about doing a helicopter drop the whole time. So we know that the command, I think they're in helicopters, I'm not sure, is going to meet over here by Big Pines, and they said that they have 15 minutes to meet up. But there's quite a battle going on here for the oh no, I moved this window again. There's quite a battle going on here in 3 different sections. So there's air attack. I'll line up the fire again once again, but I have to go and take a 2-minute break, and then I've got to get just a little bit of water here. I'm still kind of miserable sick, trying to catch up with this as much as I can to keep us informed. They have like poor visibility. That could explain the tankers working the north fires. But Bobcat is not at all under control. It continues to spread in 3 different directions. And they're still working very hard to save Paradise Springs right here. So I'm going to zoom in on Paradise Springs and go and take a 2-minute, and I'll be right back. We'll check on Big Sur, and I'll read the current outlook. But it looks like they're going to have unseasonably high temperature weather throughout the next week. So I'll be back in 2 to 5 minutes.
Bobcat, air tech, go. That air attack is going to time out as well. We'll need to depart at 18:15, so I think that'll work out about right. Down 5 minutes.
Stallion 22, tone 13.
Bracket Hell Base air attack.
Area 24.
For Foxtrot, but based on the time limits, we'll fuel and hold. Change him to fuel and hold. Yeah, I might be able to get him back over. I just thought by the time he gets up, back all the way over to Foxtrot, he might only be working about 15 minutes on scene before we had to start closing down the airspace.
Go and see if he can use them here in Delta. We had branch 10, Q4.
I am back. Let me,
Juliet, branch 10 on.
I'll be back in a second, just settling in. Let's listen to what they're saying. Or we'll just get teased and they won't talk. Okay. So, please bear with me. Oh, taking my nasal spray, but goodness gracious. I'm kind of miserable sick, but we'll power through the day here. Let's take a look at stuff. If you're just joining, please let me know which fire is your biggest concern. It looks like perhaps just poor visibility is keeping things grounded. I'm not seeing anything but attack planes really on a flight radar. So we have seen the global super take off several times today. Well, at least we saw that it did in its flight plan. It's on the ground now. It may be refueling for one more flight for the day. We'll keep tabs on it. The current status of the Bobcat is they're trying to save Paradise Springs. And let me go back to the other map. So here's InstaWeb for it. We'll read the outlook. But they saved, one more time, they saved the Wilson Observatory. And there was so much of a struggle to do that. I hope they just groomed the landscape and put some permanent fire suppression system around it so that firefighters won't have to waste their time defending that building. I mean, the building could defend itself if they'd put in some systems and maybe thin out the trees there. They let all the trees touch each other and then almost touch all of the buildings. And they have standing dead trees and brush too, so hopefully they'll learn the lesson. I feel like some of these structures that are just in fire-prone areas, that's just the smart way to go about it. What in the heck? Sorry about that. Neighbors deciding to remodel, apparently. What in the... Okay. Either that, or they've just adopted a buffalo. And, oh! What the... Alright. Sorry about that, folks. So, that'll just be very smart going forward. You know, do you want your fire insurance in an extremely time after time fire-prone area? What kind of fire suppression system and fire resistance have you put up on your building? You know, that'll be a good solution, so that fire insurance can be affordable. Right now, like my uncle just got a notice as he was evacuated. I don't believe this is legal. A major insurance company in the United States, guaranteed to be one that you've heard of, decided to cancel his fire insurance while he was evacuated. Just about a week and a half ago. Can't believe it, but he'll probably... I think that happened to a lot of the people in his neighborhood, and they'll be challenging that in court, probably. But instead of doing those extremes, either having unaffordable fire insurance or none, you know, hopefully in the future there could be a middle ground where you get really reduced rates if you do the kind of thing that my own family did, which was go ahead and, you know, fireproof your building, or make it very, very defensible, even without, you know, the presence of... Even without the presence of firefighters. So, or requiring a minimum presence. I'm sorry about that noise. We had very, very soft-spoken pilots that were just, we cranked it up to hear them. And I don't know why those noises occasionally happen. So I've turned it back down. Holy mackerel. So let's look at the other one. The two fires north of Bobcat seems to have gotten worse. Okay. We know that there's going to be worsening weather for Southern California. So the SQF is out. The creek fire or the lake? Which one are you talking about, Sherlock? Let's look at the lake one. That's 95% contained. Northwest of the Bobcat. Excuse me.
Division, Mike. Bobcat Communications, V4.
Mike.
Communications. We have a report of a smoke in your division from LA. You know when you're ready to copy.
I'm ready.
RP's reporting smoke 1 mile west of 96th Street East and East Avenue, Y as in Yankee 8. It appears near the fire's edge.
Copy 96 East. Yankee 8.
Okay, 96 East. And East Avenue Y. Right here. So it looks like there's smoke. They're still trying to save whatever they can
1130 Alpha, Mike on command.
of this area here at the Bobcat fire. Which town was this? That's northwest of Juniper Hills. So they must have lost a whole lot of structures here. Hopefully they were able to save individual ones, but in general the fire just roared through Juniper Hills. Looks like they saved kind of part of the downtown, but the same thing.
1130 Alpha, Mike on command.
Same thing with Big Rock Springs here and Valeyrmo. Just sections of the town standing. Look at the link. Okay, let's take a look. One moment. Oh wow, yeah, alright, so let me share this. So, there's a time lapse from which date to which date though. We can see, yep, smoke here. Oh, and smoke up there, oh man. So do we have a date range? I just followed the, says click play to animate. Okay, there it is, the date's at the bottom. September 20th at 3 o'clock is where it starts. Wow. September 22nd. Yeah. But smoke can be deceiving. The amount of smoke a fire puts off.
Mike from trainee on command.
Fires also smoke a lot when
At
they're...
the end of that, finished up here with that assignment. I can head back over and get somebody in there. Was that Y8 and 96? Yeah, that's a firm. That's going to be over in the Brainerd Canyon area there. A lot of smoke's popping up, but if we can get someone to take a look at it.
Let's look at the GO 17 satellite.
Mike trainee from 1130 Alpha.
Yeah, the creek fire on top, the SQF in the middle.
1130 Alpha on command. Did you copy the Y8 and 96?
Yeah, firm, I'm there now. I'm not finding anything. We'll continue to investigate.
Copy.
Okay, the SQF, alright. Well, let's read their update. Let's read the update for the SQF then, and then we'll go to the creek, and then we'll go to the Bobcat too. So, and then I want to find the tanker drops. I may just switch to Northern California major incident, because I think that's where the tankers are going to be operating. We only have a couple more hours of daylight, so if you guys don't mind, I'm going to do that. Other than trying to save structures and put out smokes and hot spots, they've got terrible visibility in the Bobcat fire. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and go and switch Broadcastify to Northern California major incident, and we might catch maybe the last flight of the day for the global Supertanker. And we should follow the planes because that's where the action is. So we will monitor the others. Yeah, let's, I wish I had actually thought about that earlier. But spilled milk, let's go to the word major. That's how you find these on Broadcastify. You just go to California State in General. Not active. What? The feed is not active? It's offline? No. No. That's what the pilots use. No, California Fire Special 1 is not active. Oh, really? Really? Okay. Well, sometimes you can choose, yeah, counties with area with live feeds. Okay. Repeater. Let's just see what the repeater network is doing. Error connecting to the feed. Okay. Okay, let's just choose Sacramento, perhaps, and see if there's There's highway patrol. Out like county fire. We could go to Butte County Fire. I hate that though. Just listening to the coordinated air command is so amazing. It's got to be up, but just maybe the ham radio operator is down. Heck, they could be evacuated. You never know. Let's go to Butte County. Butte County is cursed in general and always has some action. So, Fire Tactics, CAL FIRE, and Paradise Police. Let's check it out. 54 listeners. And then we'll...
Hey, it's your homie. Sorry, it's your home. I know you don't like it when I call.
Oh, for the love of cars. These bouncy commercials on the disaster channels. You know? Oh, you know, I just lost my car and home in a fire. Yeah, I want to bundle it with my insurance with Geico, right? So we know Chico Municipal.
1734.
Hey, it's active. Let's look.
I'm up on Division Charlie under the power line. I copy. Can I face Stacy before you when you make your way up the hill tonight? Yeah, affirmative. I'm just doing ship tickets out here, and then I was going to come in and debrief with my group. I always drop point 27. Copy that. I'll be in this area. Just give me a shout when you come through. Yeah, will do.
Hopefully we'll get a handle on where these pilots are talking about, but we've switched to Butte County. And so I believe right now they're probably up here by Bucks Lake, and in between Bucks Lake and Quincy, and kind of by Little Grass Valleys.
Do I see Orville?
Yep, Oriole. There's a tanker. Aha, there's two tankers right here over by Robinson Mills in Forbstown. Gosh, I hope they say Forbstown.
32, I see Orville.
Let's take a look here. There you go. I'll set that up to be a little bit better. So we're now switching to covering the air traffic of Northern California, because that's where the tankers are still active. It looks like they got bad weather.
32, I see Orville.
Or at least they've got bad visibility down there in the Bobcat fire. I'll read what happened, current status of the Bobcat fire in a second. I need to take a few more bites of my food. Tim F. says, hello, welcome. $1 billion worth of stuff on a mountain and no fire lines built ahead of it. Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. We can't blame Mother Nature, not just because it's not really appropriate. You know, Mother Nature is indifferent, and we know what she's about, right? Bless, curse, all that's, all of that is in our heads. I mean, Shakespeare quote I like the most is, nothing is good or bad, but the mind makes it so. It just depends on your viewpoint. So, we know Mother Nature works like that. You know, if we don't know, we're kind of fools, right? So, if you curse the rain, you know, better to fix your leaky roof than just sit there cursing the rain, right? If you blame the rain, you don't fix your leaky roof. If you blame the rain for getting everything wet on the inside of your house. So we have really set ourselves up for these disasters, and we need to analyze that, identify what we've done wrong, and fix it. And most of these can be prevented, and most of these can be reduced in size. And it's just like in medicine. Don't be so much reactive to, oh, you now have heart disease, let's manage it. Oh, you now have diabetes, prevent it with exercise, right? And so I've been identifying time and time again where we've just kind of set ourselves up for these things to be this bad, and so we can fix it. We really can. Most deaths...
71, assist Orville Fire, medical, Orville Apartments.
Alright, that's a medical call. And that's the problem is, once we have left, you know, now we're on a specific county's channel where they're doing drops over by Forbstown. They're trying to save Forbstown and Robinson Mills. They're trying to keep the fire away from jumping the line right here, because this is Lake Oroville. Let me back it up. So the fire is all in here. Huge, huge fire, the Bear Complex. And they're trying to keep it from jumping the lake. It really wants to go south here into Forbstown, Challenge, Brownsville, Rackerby. Gosh, I know all these places. They're trying to save, of course, you know, places like Little Grass Valley and LaPorte. So I see a flurry of activity up by LaPorte. So, and this is all of these things are pretty much ghost towns here. I mean, LaPorte has a store / hotel. And throughout the 90s, there was only like less than 30 residents, and only 15 stayed year round. I mean, these are high, rugged, high Sierras. Storm can come in, you can get 14 feet of snowfall in the same night. You know, the road to LaPorte, I don't think is even kept open by the snowplow. So it's kind of like, if you are staying through the winter, stock up and have a walk-in freezer, you know what I mean? So all of these places are pretty much ghost towns of the gold rush, and a lot of cultural heritage up here could be lost by the fire. Plus a lot of people's cabins, you know, and very, very lovely wilderness. So yeah, these firefighters must be so exhausted. The fact that these fires got so big, it isn't about CO2 or whatever, it's a COVID year. This is we haven't seen anything like this in 100 years since the pandemic flu of 1918. In fact, too many people forgot these things could happen, but it's actually normal. Throughout human history, it's normal to have plagues rip through entire continents and just depopulate. You know, we got a little complacent. We forgot that the only reason that stopped happening is we had a very effective system worldwide for identifying new diseases and eliminating them, not through vaccines or whatnot, but for isolating the sick. We have watched that system, which has protected us for 100 years. I mean, they developed that system after the pandemic flu. We have watched that system collapse, and we are back. This is not a new normal. This is the old normal, folks. We're back to the old normal. For 100 years, we did very intelligent things. We prevented big fires. But if you look back beyond 100 years, go back to the turn of the century, and monster fires were the norm. Uncontrollable, gigantic behemoths that every once in a while happened because we didn't have the ability to prevent them. We learned those mistakes at the turn of the century, practiced good methods for a while, and then we abandoned them again, and, well, we got the big monster fires again. It's, you know, there's plenty of stuff here that's preventable. We just have to relearn the lessons. So, but what I want to do is concentrate on what's going on right now. And then, you know, story time and history time is going to be a different day because I'm completely miserable today. So let me do something. I need to swap this window so that I can show you guys what's going on. And go back real quick to this window. Alright. So this is kind of a juggling act with the windows. If anybody right now has any questions about what's going on with the Bobcat, what's going on with you know, the fires of Southern California, let me know. I'm going to read the Bobcat latest updates in the Outlook. Then we are switching. I'm listening to Butte County because they're doing tanker drops, including the global Supertanker. That one keeps doing drops. It looks like there's a hard struggle, perhaps, to save Forbstown and keep this giant bear fire / North Complex fire contained up here in the north. They want it to stay north of Lake Oroville. It looks like they're having quite a struggle, not only there, but up kind of by LaPorte. So, because I know these places like the back of my hand, and grew up here as a stomping ground, so, and researched these ghost towns extensively. That's actually my line of work. I'm a historical based writer, and that's I study ghost towns specifically. This is absolutely heartbreaking. I'm on pins and needles, not only for the people who I know have cabins here. We used to have one in the area. The incredible, also Native American cultural resources here that are at risk is just absolutely staggering. I think if we let these fires keep going like this, we will not have the remains of any gold rush towns anymore. I see them getting erased one by one. Even in the last 8 years, the last decade has been brutal. I haven't compiled the statistics yet, but we may have lost like more than 35% to 45% just in the last decade of all of the gold rush heritage, the little gold rush towns here. Just in a decade, about 45% of the buildings may have just burned in one decade. And you're right, Tim. We have got to make walls around these communities, walls around these historic structures, these historic towns, because if they're devastated by fire, the only thing that keeps alive these mountain towns anymore is tourism. And we can have an amazing tourist economy up here where we look at both the good and the bad of the past and relive it. You won't believe what some of this stuff looks like out here. It's like climbing a Mayan pyramid, some of these ruins, some of these old mines. They're like 5-6 stories tall, embedded in mountainsides, and inside of them are these tunnels that can drop down 6,000 feet and then go for 5 miles. I can't tell you what's at stake here. So, the Forest Service would hire me to monitor stuff. Oh, yeah. I'd just be happy with a couple people listening to me. But, the way I'm going to pound this home is I'm going to do a fundraiser, get a camera, go out and make mini documentaries and say, this is what happened here. This is the history. Here's the remains. Here's how to save them. For the love of cars. After losing a family friend to forest wildfire and almost losing 2 of my brothers, this goes for not only our heritage, but lives. Ouch. Screeching in my ear is the radio. I'll turn it on for you if it stops screeching. But we're listening to Butte County because they're doing water drops up here. And something's going on up here by, this is like a golden ring of ghost towns right here. Here we go. Orville aircraft attack.
Final. Tanker 88, empty, Grass Valley, ETA, 1755.
Ooh. Air Tanker 88 is going to Grass Valley. So there's a reservoir up there. There's a reservoir up there, and I don't know which one is Tanker 88, but that may be like a bucket or maybe one of the belly landing planes. And it looks like they're converging on the Little Grass Valley Reservoir, and I think they're doing their drops up here. So let's switch back to Cal Topo. I'll read the Bobcat Fire's outlook, and then we will continue to monitor the airdrops here at Butte County. Maybe I should focus on the place I'm the most familiar with. And if anybody in chat has any sort of question, go ahead. So here's the hot spots. It's, I don't know that Gibsonville is actually alive. I don't know if that's a real town. Howland Flat and St. Louis don't exist. Poker Flat, they don't exist. Queen City, they don't exist. And Elizabethtown is up here somewhere too, and it's not on the map because they forgot where it was located. Archaeologists think that they found it. But can you imagine, since 1850 or the late 1800s, we have forgotten where some of the towns of California actually are. You kind of see them on the map.
Go ahead. 10-8, Ulster has the tow.
Okay, so, excuse me, I'm trying to figure out where that hotspot is. So let's look at, let's put on a Forest Service layer, turn off activity, and they are at, wow. Alright, yeah, this is the Warming Hut, Onion Valley for the snowmobilers. So all of these old ghost towns, they may not exist anymore. There's no buildings. But the old trails to the mines and such these days are amazing snowmobile trails. So they're at Onion Valley, and the warming huts are the shelters for, you know, if you're a snowmobiler and need to warm up, kind of like survival shelters. Looks like there's a ghost town here, the site of Onion Valley. Yeah, when you turn on the layer for the Forest Service, oh boy, do you see stuff you've never seen before. Please don't burn down. I was supposed to go here and on my documentary tour. Oh no. So Sawmill Ridge, you can see the mines. This is the most dangerous symbol known to man. This one right here, that's a shaft. That means it goes straight down. Could be 3,000 feet. You could fall right in it. These are not necessarily covered. This is the traditional kind of mine, an adit. So an adit is just a tunnel. People call that a shaft. No, shafts go straight down. You know, elevator shaft. Oh God, my ears. I'm gonna turn that down, like way down. I'll turn it on if you guys need to hear something. But so this looks like this is on fire right here. If we turn on the fire activity, yeah. So this is detected all the red within the last 12 hours. Looks like this is a hard front to get a handle on. So when we switch back to the Flight Radar 24, we can see them intensely circling that area. I just wanted to see what it was. So I'm not quite familiar with that. But Little Grass Valley is inhabited, and it's like a resort. But, you know, people come to the reservoir for recreation. Yeah, how do you lose a town? Well, surveying back then was usually pretty good. But you know where they put the maps? In buildings that burned down, right? So you get railroad maps, which are very, very accurate for the line. But the railroad maps were big. They were zoomed out, so to speak. And so you see, like, the old Gold Rush town on the old railroad maps. The ones that survived got rail service. The ones that never got rail service pretty much dwindled up and died. The rail, transport by rail, kept it affordable for a lot of those local mines to keep importing a lot of their stuff they needed for maintenance without hiring, 80 mule teams that would go up mountainsides. And then that was easier to transport their refined, like little cakes of gold, back to San Francisco for further refinement into, really high, fine gold. So, but, yeah, record losses, and once people have left, the old timers know about it. My grandfather worked here, but the living memory ends with your grandchild. Most people have no idea, other than the name perhaps of their great-grandparents, let alone any sort of passed down knowledge of, you may take your son or your daughter there, say, hey, this is where your grandfather lived, but then, yeah. Random open pits seem really dangerous. You're dang right. That's why I have a ghost town survival guide. Yeah, and that's one of the things is, I don't think they should block off the adits so much. The tunnels, fencing off the shafts. That's really what should be done to protect people. But anyway, that's a different conversation. I want to know what's going on up there by Little Grass Valley. There's, other than historical structures, not as much to, quote, save up here. It's going to be more of a containment thing, but there is a lot to save. This is where people live. It's sparsely populated in general for California. They're saying good night to some units, so there's a shift change. And the takers might be starting to go home. In fact, like, where's the S2? But one of them had an ETA of 20 minutes to get to Little Grass Valley. So, that's a scout plane. PC-12 was a scout plane. Now this one is, yeah, an aero commander. So that's a scout and a guide and a lead plane. And one of the tankers was going that way, but let's see where they are right now. These are going, to Grass Valley. I thought they were going to the Little Grass Valley Reservoir, which is way up there. That's one of the confusing things. There's two, quote, grass valleys. So you got your one over here, which is Butte County. That's past Timbuktu. Oh, that's a place close to my heart there. That's a ghost town. So they actually meant Grass Valley. So let's follow these guys. That's the S2, which is a small tanker, and another S2. So this is a pair of them with a helicopter that came in from Marysville going to Grass Valley, which could be something to do with firefighting, but these are the tankers. So let's just see where they go. This one is landed, and for some reason it shows it the straight line where it landed. It lost contact with the transponder, so the program here, Flight Radar, instead of showing it like, landed like it should, because once a plane touches down, it generally stops. It's pretending like it kept going, because when it loses contact with the transponder, it generally just kind of shows the plane going in the same direction. And so this one's gone off into a tunnel. This one, yeah, this one became a tunneling airplane at the end of the runway. Okay, so they look like they've come in for a landing, actually. So we will see what's going on. I just heard some chatter that you guys couldn't hear, and it's more like we're getting ready for something. So we'll just we'll stay tuned here. But I think, let's check on Global Supertanker. Yeah, it's on the ground. It may not take off again, but this is kind of the last drop of the day if it does. So, but they are intensely focused on monitoring the LaPorte area between LaPorte and Greenhorn up there, and Forbstown. And so I'm just hoping we hear, there's got to be ground units here too. They have made a containment line to try to protect Forbstown. Let's look at current fire activity down at Forbstown. Yeah, I don't like this series of hot spots. I really hope they didn't lose control. In fact, that's what we're going to do. I'm going to read really quick the Bobcat fire, then we're going to read about the North Complex. So the Bobcat fire, we know that the situation remains pretty much out of control in some spots and in control in others. So 17% overall containment, which to me kind of means absolutely nothing. They had a higher percentage of containment, I believe, several days ago. Then the wind from the Pacific kicked in and just tossed everything out the window. The fact that they're going to get drier and worse weather somewhat soon, I think it's more important to not focus on containment levels any longer as people, and I mean as all of us. That has lulled people into false senses of security and caused recent death. Up there, where we were just looking at the Bear/North Complex fire, there was a couple that was packed their car ready to leave, an elderly couple. They saw it was 50% contained, decided that meant it was safe. Oh, they're getting the upper hand. There's not much of a big deal here, and it had been burning for a while, since the 17th. So on Labor Day, he was struck by lightning, and it was lightning caused, and they were kind of far away from it. Oh, if it comes closer, we'll leave in the morning, right? And so they were woken up to probably a scene of hell around them, and they tried to escape in their car and didn't make it, because there was a historic race that may have been one of the world record runs by a fire, going from the top of the mountains down towards the valley, We saw it happen at Paradise too, where it just raced after the wind event, 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts or more. So containment doesn't mean anything until it's 100%, folks, or at least until the weather has changed. So the funny thing about that is they have very little containment officially of the Riverside fires and others that are up there by Portland and Eugene and Salem in Oregon. And even though they have like 13% containment, those are almost done deals because autumn is here. It's time for the wet season, and it's just not going to be any more dryness. It's going to be fog every morning, mist, lots and lots of sprinkling and spitting just from here on out. And even though they have what they mean by containment is finished lines that they don't think will be breached, well, even though they don't have those, the fire isn't moving. It's pretty much rained out. So that's the funny thing about containment percentage. Okay. I'm going to turn down that radio chatter. It's squawking in my ear. Here's what I said I'd do. Here it is. Here's the Bobcat first and open question and answer time. If you want me to follow anything, just let me know. If you have a particular area of concern, now would be the time to voice it. And I'll go to that fire next. Bear with me. I am pretty sick. So we've got an official, like I said, means nothing, 17% area of containment on the Bobcat fire. It just continues to spread. So that would be just local areas of containment on different sections of it. We don't know the cause. It's about 1,500 people working, 185 engines. Wow, 24 crews, 6 helicopters, 18 dozers, and 11 water tenders, which is the water trucks. And occasionally they have tankers. Like yesterday, until an idiot flew a drone by Mount Wilson. Sherlock, do you know if they ever found that idiot? I was really hoping to wake up and see that they made an arrest or something. So, today, and how long ago was the update? 4 minutes ago. Oh, okay, I'm going to refresh. Alright, so we got great up-to-the-date information here. So, for the Bobcat, today, with the forecast weather conditions, we expect similar fire activity as of yesterday, which was disastrous. It's just continued to spread around. The defensive strategic firing operation to secure the line between Mount Wilson and Highway 2 will continue and should be completed today. So that explains why here, and let's refresh, we keep seeing smoke. So they keep starting more fires on purpose around the observatory, to defend it and these super radio towers, FM stations and whatnot. So that explains that. In fact, let's make another 6-hour time lapse. And then I'll go back to reading this. Okay, so the north of Highway 2 on the west side of the fire, crews will look for opportunities to construct both indirect and direct line to check the westward spread of the fire. Like I said, in the ravine just north of Mount Wilson, all the way to the west by northwest, the fire raced past it yesterday and continues to go that direction. They were trying to protect Colby Ranch, Colby, yesterday, and it was so sad to hear. They wanted air support, and that idiot with the drone grounded all 10 tanker planes they had. So, if I lost my ranch or my livestock, I would be so mad at that drone operator, I can't tell you. So, we need to make an example of such people. North of Highway 2 on the west side of the fire, crews will look for opportunities to construct both indirect and direct line to check that westward spread of the fire and carry out structured defense as needed. Now, on the different front, the Antelope Valley, that's that southwestern front. We have to remember how huge it is. It's like the size of LA. It's like the size of Tokyo. So in Antelope Valley, the very north front, crews will continue to construct direct line on the fire's edge and mop up. that has erased a bunch of towns, like Valeyrmo, and unfortunately, or damaged heavily, I should say. Well, it has petered out. At least they protected Antelope Valley. So in there, the crews will continue to construct direct line on the fire's edge and mop up. And on the northeastern corner of the fire, crews will be looking for opportunities to construct a line and to stop any further spread to the east. So that would be over there by Paradise Springs and what was that called? Sorry. Whoops, that's the wrong map. Let's go back here. That is Paradise Springs and Big Pines, Largo Vista and Mile High. Wrightwood seems to have been spared, thank goodness. In Antelope Valley, crews continue to construct a direct line on the edge and mop up. And then they don't want it to go east of Mile High. On the south side, Highway 39 corridor continues to be in mop-up and patrol status. A virtual community meeting was held yesterday and can be seen here. Yesterday, the fire remained active in the western, northern, and southwest portions. Last night, personnel were successful picking up numerous spots. Yesterday, evacuations were issued for the Colby Ranch and Hidden Springs area, where crews worked to prepare structures and build contingency lines. Crews began a strategic firing operation moving north from Mount Wilson to Highway 2 that continued throughout the night. Minimal fire activity occurred in the southern and eastern sides from Mount Wilson to Crystal Lake. Weather. The weather today at the Bobcat fire will be similar to yesterday, although with slightly cooler temperatures, higher humidity, and lower winds. As with yesterday, winds will start the day from the east and then shift to a southerly direction. Warmer and drier conditions will begin to return to the area on Wednesday. Just like I said, it's warmer and drier. Not cool. That was not a pun intended. So, once again, as with yesterday, winds will start the day from the east, meaning they'll blow west, and then they'll shift to a southerly direction. So, it's going to keep going west. So, here's the evacuation orders. And I should probably update this into my chat. So let me go ahead and do that. And evacuation warnings, the entire city of Pasadena. Yeah, can you imagine? That's a huge city. A big borough of LA. That's kind of like saying, hey, Long Island, prepare to evacuate. That's one of the verbs of New York. So let me look back at the chat. If anybody has any questions right now or concerns, I'll read you the fire info. We continue to watch a fight going on with flight radar over by Forbstown and Oroville. And they have just landed some of these tankers. I'm not sure if they're going to come and take flight again. But I continue to listen to Butte County, and it has Butte County Fire Rescue and also CAL FIRE plus the pilots. So every once in a while I just have to keep that muted because it talks about somebody having a heart attack. So anybody have questions in chat, go ahead. It's open question and answer time. So we'll finish reading up about the Bobcat fire. I'm going to put new information in my edited comment. So I'll actually make a new one. So this is 9/22. Evacuation orders, Bobcat fire, bear with me. Here's the incident. Alright, here's some pilots, let's listen. The heck? My neighbor's remodeling apparently. Let me mute myself for a moment. Okay, I have, excuse me, I just bumped the microphone arm. I have put some of the evacuation info.
1 engine 2169 on command.
Alright.
South 1 engine 2169 on command.
That's Butte County. I was hoping they would tell us something about the firefight up there. Whoever they're trying to talk to, they're not reaching that person. So, continued outlook at the Bobcat fire. It just doesn't look great. Overall, it was slightly cooler across the incident yesterday. Relative humidity recovery was moderate. They mean how humid did it get at night? You know, nighttime is supposed to be much more humid than the day with the dew, etc. So that relative humidity recovery was moderate, and the humidity dropped into the 15 and 30% range. Southerly winds gusting up to 30 miles an hour prevailed at the ridges. So it's just terrible. At lower elevations, up canyon winds gusting up to 20 miles per hour developed. For Tuesday, little noticeable change is anticipated across the incident with respect to temperatures and relative humidity. Ridgetop winds will start out easterly Tuesday, meaning going to the west, on Tuesday morning, and then will shift to southwest and west in the afternoon, which is great. That means the winds will switch directions.
Good.
Let's listen there. This is Butte County.
It's going to be at 1773 Honeysuckle Lane, 1773 Honeysuckle Lane, cross up 10. CRP called about 30 ago advising that there was an illegal dumping issue at that location, Bridge.
All right. Here I thought it was something fire related.
CRP is requesting to have an officer come out and determine if the subject is supposed to be picking up wood.
Alright, so that was a Code 3 response for law enforcement. Somebody was either dumping or they were picking up wood and putting it in a white pickup somewhere in Butte County. Alright. Man, I missed the fire chatter. The pilots only channel. That was a good one. So I have updated evacuation orders for the Bobcat fire in my comments on my channel just now. And I was really hoping that would be fire related, but it's not. We continue to monitor the North Complex / Bear Fire and the Bobcat fire at the same time. So this is wrapping up the Bobcat fire outlook. It's just terrible weather. I don't expect this to help at all. For Tuesday, little noticeable change is anticipated across the incident with respect to temperatures and relative humidity. Ridgetop winds will start out easterly Tuesday, going to the west, that means, and will shift southwest and west in the afternoon. This is a little bit confusing. Does that mean there's a southwest-west wind? Or shift? Anyway, I think they mean that what an easterly wind means is going to the west, and so the way to interpret this is it'll shift southwest-west in the afternoon. That means the direction coming from. Easterly wind means going to the west. So a southwesterly wind and a west wind means it will go to the east, so northeast and east. That's great, because that will blow the fire back onto itself where it just came from. It'll then exhaust more of its own fuel supply and simmer down. We can only hope. So that wind change will happen in the evening hours, and on Wednesday and Thursday, warmer and drier conditions are expected with southwesterly / up canyon winds. So that means that the fire will be pushed northeast. So that's actually kind of bad news tomorrow for the areas. I interpret it this way. For the areas they're trying to save by, gosh, let me figure that out again, Paradise Springs. So we continue to monitor at least Paradise Springs isn't as bad as I thought it would be, looking at the fire spread map. I was really thinking that it would be pretty dang bad in here, as they were very concerned about it last night. The flyovers they were doing, they were like, oh, we see hot spots and there's not much we can do. Yeah. And that's true. Illegal dumping could be fire related, Sherlock is saying in the chat. But then they kind of corrected themselves, and the dispatch said, caller says actually it could be people picking up wood. So that would be, are you harvesting firewood without a permit, sir? Here, you're supposed to get a $12 permit for the season. That kind of thing is usually a friendly warning for people who may not know about it, but, you know, who knows. There's code 1 through 3 response. I think code 3 was just make your way there really slowly, it doesn't matter. Code 2 is like, you know, make your way there pretty quickly and maybe turn on your lights at some points if people are in your way. And code 1 is like sirens blaring, get there, lights on. So code 3 is like super low priority. Please correct me if I was wrong about that. When I hear numbers, you know, I can turn around in my head. But looking back at the Mount Wilson area, just like we saw, I want to find out where the Colby Ranch is, and we'll go back to the the North Complex and Bear Fire. So I don't even want to look at the Creek Fire. We know the old trees are dead already, so it's basically a fire of burning through dead trees. We just don't want it to spread anymore. It spread to Yellowstone. But yeah, that outlook wasn't good either. That one is south of Yosemite. So the only consolation is the stupid Japanese beetle killed most of those wonderful trees already, and it's just a fire of the dead trees. That's the only consolation, and a bitter one. It's like, wow, we let the beetles kill all the trees. South of Yosemite. Those are like ancient sequoias. Just nightmarish. So we can see that Mount Wilson is here. Don't worry about the hot spots, because they're firing it continuously, as we just read. They're making a protective ring of fire around it. And the thing up here in that ravine north of it, sometimes they've been firing this on as well, because the seat of the fire moved to the west here, towards the Colby Ranch. So that area was evacuated yesterday by over here by San Gabriel Peak. I wonder, is there a webcam for San Gabriel Peak? I'm going to play you this. This is the last 6 hours at the Wilson Observatory. And you can see how these little smokes here, up here on the ridge, that is part of what we were seeing last night. That looked terribly scary on infrared. We were nervously watching that, like, would this get out of control if the wind changed, you know? It's a high risk, but usually a high reward tactic to burn out the fuel right in front of a fire, so it races up to it and then stops when it runs out of fuel. But so far, they have been saying that it's working on InsaWeb and through the radio. So that gives us an idea of, you know, what's currently going on at the Bobcat fire. This is an actual real time. This last frame is like now, 1 minute ago or now. So yeah, let's why is there a spot on the lens? This is triggering me. This spot on the camera lens. It's been there for days. There were 2 the other day actually, and so yeah, here's the other spot. I need this. Somebody needs to be notified to wipe that, you know? Yeah. Somebody, this is high priority. Stop fighting the fire. Please wipe this lens. This is driving me insane. Okay. So let's go back. This is, what they're trying to save is Forbstown here, and I am very anxious. Just, yeah. We don't want to see hot spots here. I hope this is firing action. Before I get before I pass out with anxiety, let's go look at the North Complex. So we're at Butte County. It's, hundreds and hundreds of miles away if you drove from LA. This is a completely different climate, the high Sierras. This is the north, the rugged, we were forecast getting 18 feet of snow, kind of place. Now this is, up much more closer to the Nevada and Oregon border, so you can see that this is completely different culture, completely different climate. So let's go back to it. This is California's 5th biggest fire ever, and this has taken many lives, more than 10 civilians so far. I don't think they've found all the missing yet. So let's look at it. It was called the Bear Fire, but it merged with Claremont, and now it's called the North Complex. So the 17% contained, under investigation cause. Well, it's 2 different fires they got to figure out. We do know that, what? That's the Bobcat. Excuse me. North Complex, sir. Go to incident. Alright, I was wondering why it only said 17% contained. Yeah. Alright, glitch there. Alright, this one was updated 9 hours ago. They're probably about to do their update. So bear in mind, this is 9 hour old information. This is coming right up on 300,000 acres. Absolutely nuts. We know that this was sparked by lightning, and it was just a little thing. Just a little thing by Bucks Lake. And there was a little thing sparked by lightning, the Claremont. And they had already mopped up dozens and dozens and dozens of others. Of the little, you see these little red spots all around the map. To the west, right here. To the north, spot. These 2 got big by Susanville because of the August 17th lightning storm, but that was all across the state, more than 550 fires started by lightning in a single day. Spots here, spots there, and even into Nevada too. And these big ones are the ones that just couldn't put out. And then the Labor Day storm. Crazy, once in a lifetime, east winds blowing for more than 48 hours, 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts for Labor Day and the day after. That absolutely was the double whammy perfect storm situation. So, looking at Sherlock Hughley Broadcastify has a description of the common codes used on the channel. Right. Yeah, that's pretty cool. But as far as medical goes, that's pretty common in the western United States. The code 1, code 2, code 3 means not the type of incident, but how fast you should make your way there. Code 1 is like the patient is not breathing, CPR has been started. Code 1 is lights and sirens, drop everything and go to the patient. Everyone in the vicinity go to the scene. That's somebody's being held up at gunpoint at the convenience store, and that is, a house is on fire, that kind of thing. And code 3 is get to it if you can. Code 2 is just arrive with maybe the lights. That's generally what that means. North Complex incident overview. I'm glad to see 74% containment, but that's just talking about the perimeter. Wherever there's no containment, it's either spreading or not. So, like I keep saying, containment has been a very misleading term. At one time, this was 50% contained when it was a really small lightning strike fire. Then it dropped to 0 in a matter of hours. So, and like I said, the Riverside, the Holiday Farm, the Lion's Head, and the Beachy up in Oregon are pretty much rained out, even though they don't have hardly any percentage of containment, just because of the wind being dead calm for so long, day after day, plus moisture and such. Fire has to spread, has to move to spread and live. And because of those rainy conditions, it's pretty much a done deal in Oregon. Containment means when they built lines, and when they've actually dropped water and retardant. So even though it's a low percentage, it's pretty much a done deal, those fires. So containment is just a completely misleading term. So current situation, and they can vacillate, you know, just like we saw. This could go down if the red flag conditions come up. So, current situation, the south zone of the North Complex. Crews will look to continue firing operations. Wow, they are doing that. That began overnight to reinforce the dozer lines in the Onion Valley area. That's not south. Ahem. Really? You're calling that the south zone? That's up by Quincy. Okay, that's like a 4-hour drive through the mountains. From... Okay, alright. That's what they're calling the south zone. Apparently, this entire area is south to them. This would take you so many hours to drive down here from the 500-foot elevation of the foothills to the, 6,000 foot elevation up here in the rugged high Sierras, almost to the peaks of the mountains. Okay, they're calling this the South Zone. That's Onion Valley up here, the very northeast corner. Really? Alright, I guess that's the way they do it, but that's not at all accurate as far as the compass goes. I would have called that the north, I would divide this in 4. It would be the northeast complex, northeast area, but anyway. I guess they're talking about containment lines, so anyway, what they're talking about Onion Valley is right here. Let's go back to it. Excuse me. Go back. Crews will look to continue firing operations. So those hot spots, some of which are set on purpose. That makes me feel better. That began overnight to reinforce dozer lines in the Onion Valley area should conditions permit. The fire continues to hold from Little Grass Valley south to Harrison Ridge, and that's in patrol status. Woo! Woo, that's good. There's a code 4-2, really? Okay. North Zone, which is over by Bucks Lake. That's pretty much, yeah. Firefighters continue to focus on prepping along Grizzly Bear Creek and South Grizzly Forebay for firing operations. So they're just prepping right now. Well, that's 9 hours ago. Maybe they're doing it right now. As always, firing operations can only happen with favorable wind conditions, which are expected today. Yay! Patrol and mop-up continues on the Red Mountain Road, and the containment lines continue to hold from Lookout Rock all east to Quincy. Yay! So it looks like they probably saved, what was that, Spring Valley that they evacuated last week? Cool. We'll have to double check that. So when the time comes for residents to return home, please drive with caution, as firefighters and personnel are still walking the perimeters. Yeah, please don't mow down the firefighters with your trucks. Thank you. So evacuations and road closures. I mean, this spans several counties, Butte, Plumas, and Yuba, and I thought Sierra as well, but I'm not sure. So please check your respective county websites and Facebook pages for the latest updates on evacuations and road closures. Please check your respective counties' websites and Facebook pages for the latest updates on evacuations and road closures. How about you just put it right here so there's one-stop shopping so everybody just knows everything about the fire. Okay. Like I said, this is why my channel exists. When I tried to find out for just the Cascades fires of Oregon, just to figure out the evacuation zones, that spans Lynn County, Marion County, Clackamas County, and for some part, Yamhill County, Wasco County, and then just Jefferson County. It took me more than 3 hours Googling up Twitter pages for various agencies. This is so messed up. Okay. 18 people are watching and hoping you're all safe. Yeah, that's what Sherlock is saying. Me too. If anybody has a specific fire you are concerned about or a specific area, I'll zoom in on the map and we have some almost real-time updates. That's the cool thing about this. Okay, I just turned it back on.
He said yes. If not, I can come out and meet you somewhere out by the store if you want.
I don't know if that's Okay, I'm just going to turn that right back off. That is so horrible. I continue to monitor somewhat closely the Butte County fire, because this is what we're talking about, the fire in Butte County and Plumas County currently. But if you want me to look at any other fire, I will read you the current conditions and outlook as predicted by the fire crews on the scene. But this is what I'm completely, absolutely dismayed by and critical of. This is the incaweb.gov. This is the government official site about this fire, and I can't believe that when people come here to learn everything about the fire, here's maps, here's updates, here's operational update videos, here's a smoke outlook. Then you go here to the section where it says evacuation, the thing that's important, and it says check Twitter and social media for your county, individual county, for evacuation information. I cannot believe that. People should not be, people who are trying to leave their homes and don't know if they're safe with ashes raining down on their heads should not be having to dig for the information about where to go and if they're supposed to be out. I'm not happy about it. So that's what we'll do next, and I'll try to put that in my comment. I'll try to find out where people need to go. Oh, unbelievable. I just keep saying each fire, each state, there should be one website with all the information, especially evacuations, in one place. That's not hard to do. I've made websites in 4 hours before with today's easy shake and bake tools. And the fact that the government won't even do that, just won't put one location with evacuation information, I cannot understand it. Alright, so back to weather and air quality. Since I don't know, since I haven't checked all of those things, the Butte, Plumas, and Yuba County Facebook pages and Twitters, I don't know. I can't read you the evacuation info right now, sorry. I'll have to do some digging. Alright, today's weather and air quality. Today's highs will be heavily dependent on cloud cover, with temperatures ranging from 67 degrees on slopes and ridges to 84 in the slopes and valleys. And this is still typical. You know, October is, in the mountains up here, there's basically summer and winter. There really isn't much of an autumn. There's like a 1 to 2 week autumn perhaps. But it is typical at such high elevations that just suddenly it's summer and then it's winter. Here's the snow. That's just the way high mountains work. Facebook now, and nobody likes Facebook. I've been trying my best to not be there. I've tried to get information from Facebook only to find communist conspiracy crap, laser rays, reptile people. You know, let's blame atmospheric gases, and you know, for everything. I hate Mother Nature or God's wrath. You know, I just love cars. Crazy unfounded rumors. Somebody did arson when it was clearly a last month's lightning complex. You know, it's like, dude, they saw lightning. You can detect lightning strikes from space now with our satellites. They know when something was started by lightning. Shut up. You know. So whether this is a lightning strike, today's highs will be dependent, and this is 9 hours ago. 67 degrees on the slopes and ridges, and 84 degrees in the slopes and the valleys. Wait a second, slopes and ridges and then slopes and valleys. Alright. General winds are expected to be southwesterly. So blowing, that's why they're so hot. They're coming from the desert. Because that means they're blowing from the northeast, those deserts, you know, that's Nevada, to the southwest, with some gusts as high as 25 miles per hour. That must be why it's so hard to keep it out of Forbes-town right now. We see them circling around. Let me show you. This is Forbes-town. They've been working so hard to keep this contained right here. It's trying to jump the south fork of the Feather River. So it's over here. It's in this looks like an island. It's not an island. It's a giant peninsula where the South Fork and North Fork of the Feather kind of make this. But this from here, from Lake Oroville all the way to here, is all aflame, all the way up to Bucks Lake. This is California's fifth fifth largest fire. So far, these communities have been untouched by both the Paradise Fire and this one, but they are working hard because the fire is right here. Airdrops, backfiring operations, starting backfires is what I mean. Lots of monitoring here, and I'm going to hope that this stays. So let's read the update. They'll probably, within the next couple of minutes, perhaps. Whoops. What's that? Give us an update. And then we'll go back, check out the Bobcat fire. Where was I reading? Excuse me. InstaWeb. But this is of high concern to me because I have relatives in the area. So today's highs, it's desert. The desert winds. And that's another thing, is it changes as it transitions to winter. You start getting, during the summer it's so dang hot in California because the winds come out of the desert. They come from Nevada and they go west and then southwest. And then there's a shift as the Pacific storms shift. Oh, and I wanted to show you something. There's some monster off of Alaska. Watch this. I need to figure it out, see what it's doing. This is going to impact us greatly. Look at this monster rotating storm by Alaska. And they've got a couple of these big ones. This one and this one might merge. And this doesn't look that bad on windy, but on my other app forecast, this was a bright pink. This is severe winds and thunderstorm activity, and it's in a rotating storm over here off of Alaska. So whether or not this is going to come this way, or come up this way, I have to figure that out. But there's a huge level of uncertainty last time I checked this one. So please come on over here and drop your rain. Please. But whatever it's doing, it has been sucking up winds. This has given us so much more fresh air as it's pulling the winds and the smoke out of Washington and out of Oregon out to sea. That has been pretty cool. But we don't want too much of a pool. We would rather have it go to us than away from us, because while that can be sucking cool air from Canada, they can backfire on us. If there's a storm out here that's sucking air, that can pull the dry, deserty east winds and make it hot here again, or at least dry. And I believe that's what must have happened. There must have been something to cause the Labor Day storm. Something must have been out here just pulling all of this desert air for all three states to the west. That doesn't happen very often. 1930s or 1920s comes to mind. So I do continue to try to figure out what exactly caused our crazy Labor Day storm, dry windstorm. Let's go back and finish up the outlook with the bear fire. So, weather quality, smoke outlook. Let's just look at that. They got a color code. Oh, and you can click on your town. Okay. So, very, very poor at Chester, Susanville, and Janesville, and Quincy. Not quite as bad at Portola, but still pretty bad. And Grass Valley and Tahoe City. Carson City, Doyle, Reno, Truckee. If I'm reading that right, just kind of moderate. And the purple at Oroville, what does that mean? Oh, I was reading this completely wrong. Purple's worse. So Oroville is very, very unhealthy. So just don't go outside there. And I'll check on the status of the valley, but so far all my relatives in the area are just like miserable. Pretty dang miserable. So hazardous is like, man, might affect you, might affect your health like negatively for concerning your lifespan if you're in the hazardous too much. It's almost like being inside of a house fire and just like hanging out for weeks on end. That's what hazardous means. It's terribly detrimental. That's why I'm so messed up right now, after being exposed to the worst of it during the evacuations, and just for hours on end lifting heavy boxes and trying to get all of our family pictures out. I can tell you that has continued to screw me up and then just staying here. I've been covering this fire since Labor Day, so pretty much since Labor Day. So this is week 3 now for me. I could tell you, man, this is brutal. We were in the world's worst air quality for a long time. And, oh man, it was like being, just for weeks on end, lighting a campfire with kind of damp pine needles or something. That kind of smoky condition, and leaning over it and being forced to inhale just hour after hour, day after day. I don't know what that is. So, let's go back and look at the incident. I'm hoping they will refresh this, because this is the 9-hour-old. That's Bobcat fire. Where's the... that's not what we wanted. Twitter? Was that your drone video? LA County Sheriff, let's see if there's any new Bobcat evacuations. If anybody's just joined, this is open question and answer session. If you have a question about any of the fires, let me know. This is the... Oh, I hate this. They did it again. I wanted to copy and paste Bobcat fire evacuation notice. Instead of making this copy and paste and readable, they turned this printout, this flyer, and they scanned it as a JPEG, so it's just an image like a photograph. I can't highlight any words, and I can't copy and paste it. If I want to update you guys with this information, first of all, I can't read it with the font like that. Even if I hit the zoom button, it doesn't get bigger. The buttons get bigger for Twitter. How wonderful, Twitter. Thanks for being so crappy. I hate social media. And I would have to right-click, save this, zoom in on a photo program like I did yesterday, and then hand type this. I'm shaking my head about this whole thing. So I can kind of read this. I have 20/20 vision, but I still need binoculars for this monitor, I swear. So the Bobcat fire, residents along Angeles Crest Highway between Angeles Forest Highway and 39 is mandatory evacuations that remain in place. Unincorporated areas of Crystal Lake, East Fork, and San Gabriel River, and the Camp Williams. The communities of Pear Blossom, Juniper Hills, Valeyrmo, and Lano, except for the Longview section, referenced below under warnings. South and west of Upper Big Tuyunga, east of Angeles Forest Highway, and north of Angeles Crest Highway. So a huge swath of area remains under mandatory evacuation, and then a huge bunch of warnings, including the entire city of Pasadena. I never thought I'd see that. Never thought I would see that. So, I'm just going to give you a link. And if people want to save this and right-click Save As to their hard drives, and then open it up in a photo viewing program in Zoom, that's the way to look at it. Can't believe it. You know what? On Twitter, I don't think you can zoom. So if anybody on Twitter, this is going to be too tiny to read on their phones. I think you'd have to long press, save it, open it in a photo viewing program on your phone, and then zoom. It's just unbelievable. Can't believe it. Alright, so let's see. Just looking at LA County Sheriff's. Whoa. That's messed up. The broccoli truck, RIP. I was looking for fire information for LA County. RIP broccoli. So that's kind of bad thing. What I keep saying about evacuations, have 3 different roads, 3 different plans. Have your A, B, and C evacuation plan, and your D, your shelter-in-place plan. So this kind of thing can happen. One car wreck can cause a huge backup. One of your escape routes can absolutely be completely severed for the entire rest of the day. This is what kills people. It can just be a truck in front of you racing through fire that spins out and overturns, a pickup truck. But this can happen a lot too, where do not just have one escape route in a fire. Have 3. And if you realize that on your map that it's like a single highway that you have to go on for a long time, or a single road, have a shelter-in-place plan. Because once this happens, you know, we saw that one of these might have been an escape route had it gone into Antelope Valley. This can happen. This takes an entire day to clean up and clear. So have 3 routes in mind, and check either Google Maps or Waze. They'll automatically reroute you around this stuff. At least Waze does a much better job. So yeah, rip broccoli. Overturned semi full of broccoli has blocked this road as of 7 hours ago. I don't see any other there's a scam warning. I just wish there was one-stop shopping for information about fires. I just can't tell you how frustrating that is. So we will go back and keep refreshing the button to see if they're going to update us with up-to-date information on the North Complex fire. Let's look at the air traffic. Let's look at the air traffic here. I think they're pretty much adjourning for the day, but we might see one more water drop. Let's refresh. The global supertanker, we gotta keep. What, really? Thanks. Really, flight radar? Okay, we're zooming back in. Alright, still in the air is the PC-12, the scout plane. It's hanging out here where they were trying to stop things by, this is Onion Valley. Down there is Forbstown. Up here, doing a good job. So up by Bucks Lakes, things seem to be pretty good. You're terribly worried for Forbstown, Clipper Mill, Robinson Mills area, Challenge and Brownsville. The fire keeps trying to jump south over the South Fork of the Feather River. So we know that there's covered bridges and stuff in the area too. We don't want to burn up. So I'm going to check on the current fire conditions there. So let's back up. I'm happy to report some of this as firing operations to protect Forbstown. That must be why it's so close to the old Forbstown. This is the Living Museum area. They have some really cool tourist stuff here. So, yeah, and this is Forbstown proper. This is kind of like a time capsule town that was preserved very well. Victorian homes, old mines, flumes, and canals from the mining period. Wild West town, you know. Maybe we can get on Google Maps and I can show you some of that. I like to show people what might be at stake, you know. Show people what the firefighting conditions there are, because usually it's brutal terrain. This is the like lower elevation mountains, but the Sierras are no joke at any elevation. So Forbstown, California, I'll drag that over. And some of these are protective fires. Let's see if the Google car ever made it out here. Yeah, Yuba Feather Historical Associates. Man, yeah, that's one of the museums. There's the general store. Yeah, see what I mean? It's a time capsule town. Let's go ahead and let's drop by the general store. And yeah, whoop. This is what can happen. You see these the snow cover. This is January 2009. But these chunks of snow like this can linger on and past May into June sometimes. You know, it just depends on how shaded the area is. So this is the old general store. You can see this was once kind of like a boarding house kind of thing in the gold rush days. They would have had a saloon door swinging down here, and up here is where, you know, cowboys get rowdy. Not all of the old buildings survive, of course. We get a glimpse. There's just one of the roads. Let's see, where's the downtown proper. I don't think the Google car ever visited it, unfortunately. Yeah, it's just kind of going through the countryside. But there's a lot of pine, lots of manzanita. And then where they've cleared it, you know, some people have their horses, and, you know, this is not at all I was hoping to show. We might look at some other. Yeah, this is just the highway going there. But every once in a while, you know, you got these really cool buildings. A lot of them are older than they look because they have new siding and such. But just dotting the landscape, this used to be much more populated. And you would have had your Chinatowns and such here, and different spots. Here's the Historical Society. And this, I believe, is where the Living History Museum with the old stamp mills and stuff, and dotting the landscape, really old mines and the miniature mining towns. And so we don't want to see that go up in smoke. But in general, like I keep telling people, these towns cling to life. Most of them have been abandoned, the ones that were founded during the gold rush. Like, let's see if we have a gold man. There's, up here at LaPorte, this is, you know, there's a lot of people with cabins and very, very few people that can stand living up here in the high Sierras during the winter. It's, you do not get around by car, it's snowmobile. They just won't plow many places. And this is a gem. This is the old Union Hotel, one of the few that have survived. All these towns have been ravaged by fire. Just, you know, the Sierras can be a fire-prone area, but you can see the time capsule nature of, especially like here in LaPorte. But even this town, you know, it caters to the snowmobile crowd in the winter sometimes. But in the dead of winter, like you have 15 residents that stay year-round, the diehards. When it's absolutely teeming with people during the summer, the hikers, campers, fishermen, like things just shut down in the high Sierras. It's pretty normal that, you know, the snow can be this high up on the buildings. Yeah, there's a tradition here that a lot of the buildings have two doors, the ground floor and the door for winter. And this is a good example. See, this is not a window. This was once a door. They have turned it into a window, but back in the day, they just didn't bother in the winter time, like the gold rush days, to dig out constantly the doors that were, when the snow was this high. It was just typical to have a second story door, and that's how you entered the buildings. You see that in all this architecture. And the snowpack was actually heavier in the 1800s. There was a kind of like really super cold period, and that explains the Donner Party kind of a sketch situation. Here's another example where that's not exactly a window, that's the remains of an old door from the old days. And then they had a secondary porch, usually on the second floor. So this one's missing its original porch, the architecture here. And that was, they would dig like this would be typical snow level, 10 feet high. That's easy. So they would dig down to it if it was higher, and they'd have like a snow tunnel with a wooden porch here, a balcony. People got in that way. So you see very pitched, steep roofs. In fact, this sloping one here, I'm thinking that's got to be a modern addition. Very steep roofs, otherwise the snow will collapse it. You can zoom in a phone with no problem on that one, good. But inside the Twitter app, though, I mean, sometimes that's disabled. Cool, Sherlock. And I won't use the Twitter app. I would use, I don't have that thing installed. I would, be looking at that through an actual browser, and I don't think it's possible on most browsers. So you see, again, the really steep rooftops there. So let's just get up there. That's LaPorte, and we really hope they could save LaPorte. Let's look at where the fire's been. So far, so good over at LaPorte. So, but most of the other towns around here, fire takes them out and they're not rebuilt. Their original purpose was the gold rush, right? So they can, if they have their original buildings over time, they have a tourist draw to see the old buildings, see the old mines, come take a tour through history, and once they lose it, people will leave. And you'll just see the tragic loss of history and such. Ooh, the Palace Mine. Everywhere you see these buildings, that means a gigantic amount of remains. That was a huge mining structure. yeah, I might be able to show you guys something like the angle mine. I think people see that. Angle mine. I hope it's still standing. This is what I mean. Let's look at the images. There's got to be somebody. That, folks, that is what I'm talking about. I hate you, Pinterest. Let's, how do I just get to the picture? No, I don't want to get started with an account. Curse you. But that, folks, that's what I mean. I can't make it bigger. I hate you, Pinterest. Ah. I know it's not in Taylorsville. It's in the middle of nowhere, but the nearest civilization is Taylorsville. But we're talking about gigantic structures built on the side of hills. And even though it's in ruins, the masonry ruins is like a Mayan pyramid. Can't tell you. Okay, and on the phone you can zoom in, but I can't type. Nice. Dang it. Let's find a different non-Pinterest. Yeah, okay, here it is. Here's the angle mine. This is just one example. I want to be able to zoom here. See this? That's what that means. This is the history that can burn up in a fire. Very few of these remain intact. And, dang it, sorry. That's what I mean. It looks, with the ruins, even if these are in ruins, the incredible remains, the foundations can look like a Mayan pyramid built into hillsides. And so what actually does remain, this used to dot the landscape. I mean, we have lost a lot of our industrial history of the country just to things not being preserved. This stuff used to dot the landscape. And so when we see things like this and the fire encroaching, I just absolutely cringe. This stuff is incredibly cool to see when you're doing tourism out here. They take you up like these used to be. People didn't used to walk this. This is the remains of an incline railroad, a tiny narrow gauge one, and so they would sometimes revitalize these. And tourists would go up here in an ore bucket like on a little train, maybe even go into the mines. So this sort of stuff, you just won't be able to rebuild this. Look at this gigantic head frame, you know, and that's the equipment that used to exist in here. Massive, massive heavy equipment. That's a mine, of course, but, you know, a lot of it is just still there and rusting, and we just don't want to see any more loss. Here it is today. That's the same area. So even in its ruined state, fire weakens structures. Hang on a second. I clicked on it. Yeah. Okay, the browser in your phone didn't even ask me to use the app, but were you able to zoom? What the heck, why is it blank? Were you able to zoom and see? Well, yeah, and you can still get the nuggets. So that just gives you an idea of the history that can be lost. I mean, a lot of it's already gone, but things like this, buildings like this, these are examples of what currently dot the landscape, and the firefighters struggle. They do their best, you know, to save things like this. And, I mean, eventually they'll lose. They do, it's reactive. A fire's coming, let's build a line around the town. And I just keep, trying to encourage people, let's be proactive instead of reactive. Let's build preemptive rings around towns so that you just have to maintain them instead of try to build them when the fire's upon you. It's just not the best idea. And I believe a lot of them would agree with me. Yes, we got an update 6 minutes ago, North Complex. They hate that. It's just that they can't get approval and can't get funding. They hate being reactionary too. I mean, you can tell by the maps which places are vulnerable. And so if we just change our laws so that FEMA will help prevent these fires, they will stop being so deadly. So let's look at anything that's new. I'm going to scan this. The outlook of today. Weather concerns. Let's see what they were able to do today. I want to know about, have they made any progress saving Forbes-town. We can also watch a video that they've put up. Let's see here. Fuels involved. Containment's still about the same. Still about, they lost more acreage today, but that's okay. About 3,000 personnel working on this thing. That is like a city. That is like a city of people. Okay. It's in timber, brush, and grass. It's burned into several burn scars, including the 1999 Lookout Fire, the 1999 Pigeon Fire, 2008 Cold Fire, 2008 Scotch Fire, 2018 Camp Fire, of course. It is active, it is running, it is spotting. But torching, which means the whole tree going up instead of just the brush at the base, is isolated. That's what we want to see. So there's different divisions and different sections. I'm looking specifically for the one by Forbstown. Let's see here. Alright. They've done very good work by Orville. They've allowed people to return to their homes with notice. And that's what my uncle told me. That's wonderful. So, okay. Their outlook and current weather. Alright. Alright. General winds are expected to be southwesterly. Cool. And that means it's going to blow at northeast. Around 10 to 15 mile an hour wind gusts. Around 25, perhaps mainly above 6,000 feet. Oh, that's actually not good, because above 6,000 feet, that's over by Quincy. We don't want it to blow towards Quincy. Terrain influence on the winds will be a daily consideration. Yeah. They still have Meadow Valley up there evacuated, I believe, because of the wind change. Change should come this weekend and early next week, which is increasingly expected. Huh. Oh, expected to be hotter and drier with strengthening winds. Specifics are difficult to pin down at this range, but the broad scenario now looks likely enough for a fire weather watch to be issued, like tonight. Overnight, with the wind pattern in place, again expect cold air to pool in the valleys at night, with low temperatures around 40. Like I said, it tends to be not much of an autumn. There's this blazing hot summer, and then once, it's like pushing a button. All of a sudden, it's winter. You know, all summer California's hot because of the east, dry, hot Nevada winds. And then there's a button push change, and Mother Nature goes, wintertime. And then the really wet weather that's cold, kind of cold from Alaska comes in from the Pacific. And those wet kind of storms, they dump the snow. So you can be at the beginning of the week, highs almost by the 90s, and just into the week and a half later, snow. So they're having highs of 85 degrees and lows of 40. Temperature will stay a little warmer with elevation, with lows only falling into the 50s. Nocturnal downslope and down valley winds will prevail across the area. In the next 24 hours, Wednesday looks much like the previous days, with temperatures within a few degrees of the previous day. Moderate southwest winds and general winds will continue, battling the terrain-driven flow. What the winds will collide? Is that what they mean? Gusts of 25 miles per hour can be expected, more frequently at the ridge tops, and infrequent with decreasing elevation. When you're watching live on Android, it keeps lagging. Huh. Yeah, YouTube hates streamers, confirmed, true. Or your phone does. Have you cleared your YouTube cache? And stopped it and restarted it? That's my advice. The cache gets full and then you get lagging constantly. So, Thursday, a weak front will approach the Pacific coast. Ooh. Upper winds may carry enough moisture for scattered clouds, keeping high temperatures down a few degrees. Otherwise, Thursday will be much like the days preceding it. So the next 72 hours, like Friday, a weak cold front is expected to cross the area Friday morning. At this time, the front itself does not look to carry direct threats. The most significant impacts are likely to be a shift in the winds to be more west-southwesterly, meaning blowing to the east. The development of isolated and scattered clouds. After 72 hours from now, behind the weak front, confidence is building in the potential for this weekend and early next week to be sharply warmer. In and see increased northeasterly winds. So they're going to be blowing from the desert again. That's going to bring back the heat. The broad strokes of this scenario look increasingly likely with each model run. What is still to be determined is precisely how hot and how much stronger these winds will be. Expect these details to be refined in the coming days. I hope they just slam this with the aircraft, get their lines in place. Because after Friday, it looks like a terrible next week. Okay, cool. So, but still, you know what? That is terrible that you have to zoom into a JPEG to get the Bobcat evacuation orders. I can't believe that. Really? So, projected activity. Moderate overnight relative humidity. Where the open lines exist, expect active fire behavior to include uphill movement and short-range spotting. Winds have been variable and terrain-driven. The potential for active fire behavior exists where slopes and wind align. So, blah, blah, blah. Just trying to figure out. I want to know about Forbstown. Here it is. Here it is. Branch XX on the southeastern perimeter of the fire in Division C. The fire continues to burn in heavy fuels and steep terrain south to Lost Creek. And that's, of course, the canyon. I mean, the Feather River Canyon is steep. In Division D, the fire continues to burn west from Forbstown Reservoir Road along the south fork of the Feather River towards Ponderosa Reservoir. Crews are actively constructing direct and indirect control lines and tactically burning existing control lines to keep the fire from moving into the communities of Forbstown, Woodleaf, Clipper Mills, and Strawberry Valley. So that does look like that is a lot of their firing activities. Whoops, not here. Let's go back here. Here. They still could be losing a lot of historic structures. They just dot the landscape. And when you turn off the fire activity, you know, it looks like they may have been firing here. See, that's a mine right there. They could have lost property here. They're probably firing right here to keep it from moving down here to Old Forbstown, I hope. So, then here's the major communities of Forbstown here. It kind of spread out. Alright, so let's turn back on fire activity. And the GO-17 satellite. You can see there's, as of 10 minutes ago, fire detected here in this red chunk. 1 to 6 hours ago, fires detected over here in yellow, and orange detected a new hot spot within the last hour. But this one, the GO-17, is just terribly, terribly inaccurate. It just kind of gives you this gigantic, somewhere within here, you know, was a fire. And the fire activity button with the snowflakes and the radius is a lot more accurate, but still, it's within giant radius. In the future, when we can narrow this down, we'll have a completely different type of firefighting here. It'll change. You know, in the future, we'll just press buttons and drones. A fleet of drones will head out to any lightning strike area to monitor the situation, and then maybe pew, 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 drop a little bit of fire suppressant material right on the flames. Maybe something like they have at gas stations. And they'll be able to put out lightning strike fires probably when they're about 12-foot radius. I mean, that's the future, but it's just not here yet. If you can pinpoint it, you know, as soon as it starts. That'll be what happens in the future. Alright, so let's go and check out the current conditions. Let's go. I'm going to turn on the carefully, not for you guys, carefully turning it back on for myself. I haven't heard a peep from let's check flight radar. They continue to use the scout planes out here, but I think it's about over. It's about sunset. I don't think we're going to see any more water drops. I think the global Supertanker has been, you know, sheltered for the night, put away for the evening, but let's look at it. Let's see what it has done today. If anybody has just joined, go ahead and tell me which fire you want me to cover, and I will go ahead and tell you about the current conditions at those places. We continue to monitor the Bobcat plus this north complex because there's so many lives and structures threatened by it. We'll go look at the August complex as well. Check in with Paisley, Oregon, and Klamath Falls. So we know that the last trip that it took was like so. That was its last route, so it did drop water over by Forbestown, or retardant actually. That's pretty sweet. So it circled up by Forbestown. So I don't know if there's a way to view it, like retrace it. That would be cool if we could ride in the cockpit, so to speak, but it looks like it just shows you the line. So let's see the 3 different drops it made today. Okay, Sherlock says there's already farming drones that can do autonomous crop dusting. Fire drones are probably not far behind. Weather balloons. Absolutely, they're not far behind if we put the money in it. It's not a lack of technology, it's a lack of willpower and money. But I tell you what, that would save us billions. $100 million investment in firefighting drones that would go just to the seat of a fire, bam, bam, bam. You can see a V-winged formation. You know what the firefighter looking through the first one's a tactical drone, just like these tactical planes. But it's a tactical drone, and the firefighter chief can look through its eyes, so to speak. Switch to different modes: infrared, real-time mode, real camera mode, and then FLIR, heat detection mode with color symbols. And then across from that V-wing formation, the actual fire suppression drones press a button and they go and put retardant or whatever in a ring around the lightning fire. Okay, here's a copter. Let's see what they're saying.
Gotcha. Foothill Mobile Home Park, 2920 Park Road, 2920 Park Road, across the runaway road. Kennedy State, D-Boy 10, break. It's called by the employer requesting a check on Justin Setters, born in 98. He left work around 1700, was done with life and having issues with his girlfriend. He's associated to a silver Honda.
Some guy arguing with his girlfriend and she has a Honda. Is that what they said? Alright, sometimes there's police and medical calls. So I think they're just continuing to monitor at this point. This is a Rockwell 690A, which is one of the scouting planes. And so it's scouting the fire right now. And we can see over here with the overview of the fire activity that's where they're doing firings. So they light them sometimes in the evening, and it burns throughout the night when it's cooler and easier to keep a hold of those. And so a lot of this red right here is presumably here's the actual wall of the flames. You can see in the outlines. So these dots here are pretty much where they're lighting a fire in front of the fire, hoping that it will reach that line and just stop. So we can only hope for tomorrow that will happen. So let me adjust my seat here. I am absolutely sick as a dog, so I may have to take quite a bit of a break here to eat and orient myself, and I'm kind of overcome with dizziness with my ear infection. But I want to be here for you guys. If anybody wants me to check on a specific fire, just let me know. And then we'll go back to monitoring the Bobcat fire too. But right now we can only hope that their plan works over at the North Complex. I don't see most of my original gangster friends here. They must be at dinner as well. Maybe they'll come in later. But introduce yourself. Tell us how you've been affected by fires. What brought you here? That kind of thing I always like to know. We're a very, very friendly, very supportive community here. There's no stupid questions. You even have a fire behavior question. I can answer many of those. And then hopefully our resident firefighters might drop in and say hi later. So let's look at the August complex. Very happy to see Cavello still standing. So a lot of evacuees have converged on the little Cavello Valley. It's in a sea of somewhat hilly, rocky conditions to kind of rocky-looking mountains. But this spans like 6 counties. It's Trinity County in the north, which is more like a rugged pine forest. Lake County in the south, which is lakes and low hills. Then you got Mendocino County, which I'm not familiar with at all, sorry. But, yeah, Mendocino Lake, Trinity, and Humboldt County over here, which is, of course, has a lot of high rugged wilderness too, and they say the world's finest weed. Sorry, no other way to say that. But unfortunately, it's changed, and there's a lot of white drugs, drug situations up there. My mind was opened when I watched the Netflix documentary Murder Mountain. Oh wow, the hippies and their marijuana plantations are moving out because the gangsters have moved in, and they use the rugged terrain as a shield for a lot of their operations. So there's a lot of, you think of violent crime and gangsterism being like in LA. Well, there's a lot out here now. It's been really quite a horrific change. So law enforcement struggles out there on a good day to have anybody even help them with a murder. So you can imagine how firefighting crews struggle even on a good day. Can I have access to your property? We need to fight a lightning strike fire. They might be met with masked men and guns. Go away, I mean, there's a lot of gangsterism up there. So yeah, Netflix's Murder Mountain, if you could stand it. Like, if you could stand murder mysteries and crime stories, that would completely change your attitude. The world still has the idea, and like young runaways and vulnerable people, like abused, teenagers, just run away from home and go there expecting to be sheltered by, the hippies that used to inhabit the area, and their self-sustaining farms and their family farms. I mean, those, for the most part, everything has changed. And those kids that show up, the police are just trying to tell them, please stop showing up here. This is not like San Francisco in the 60s anymore. So I can tell you right now that up in Humboldt County, it would be very difficult to even access a lot of those places. You can come across the gangsters, illegal growing operations, and meth labs in the middle of nowhere. This is it's sketchy. So other than that, just for the wild areas that are not inhabited, there's amazing redwood trees. This is the redwood terrain of California. It can be a lot more misty and wet than other places. It's a lot less fire prone because it's so close to the ocean and the constant mist. However, in unusual circumstances like this, we can get a lot of fire spread. So the August complex over here I believe this is where it's entering Humboldt County. So I'm glad to see that they've been mostly successful, it looks, in trying to protect Ruth and the Ruth Valley. It's sparsely populated out here, but there's important ranches, and the people, it's hard to scratch a living out here. It's just rocky, dry, very steep terrain. Everywhere that you drive, it takes hours to go because of the windy conditions. There usually are no roads unless it follows the creeks. So like this valley, it would be very difficult to go east or west. Like if you're in this valley, like your one way out is either, actually that's probably a dead end. Like your one way out would be to the north and finally reach the Mad River where it crosses the 36 crosses it, so this makes it very difficult to evacuate, and makes it a very sketchy situation for firefighters and people who live here alike. Look at this incredibly steep canyon. Every single line here is either a 50 or 100 foot drop in elevation. With all of these lines, this is pretty intense. We can go to a satellite, dotted with trees up there. If you were to drive up to the top of this ridge, if a road existed, it might take you hours in the switchbacks. Like, really, it's no joke to fight out here. So they've mainly been using a tactic of fighting fire with fire. If here's the fire over here on the other side of the ridge, start with the base, have it reach up to the top, and maybe it'll stop at the ridge. And that might be exactly what they're doing here at Ruth Valley. Sherlock says, I can ask the Wayne Show, you feed if you want, might get some people over here. Oh, no. I don't want you to poach the viewers of somebody else. I may have to take a break for dinner because my head is swimming. My eyes are all swollen shut with the smoke. We've still got poor air quality out here. And there's still a lot of cleaning I've got to do in here. If you have had smoke and poor air quality, you have to get the dust. It's the heavy particles of soot and bad toxins. You have to do a comprehensive dusting of your place. Don't stir it up. Like, spray a rag and carefully dust every square inch of your house. Take a special vacuum cleaner that goes down to the microns. You know, like an allergist, like pretend you have allergies. If you don't, get one of those kind of vacuum cleaners and vacuum every square inch of your furniture. Wash your curtains. You know, can't tell you enough. You gotta detoxify your house after there's been so much smoke. You know, it does get in every time you open the door. And I have to do that for my dwelling too, because I continue to be affected by this. We had just weeks of the world's worst air quality, and I'm just continue to suffer from it. So that's my advice. The more I clean, the better I'm feeling. So let's anybody open question and answer session. I can zoom in on any of the fires anybody wants. So far, I just see that things look good for the most part. The entire east side of the August complex looks to be pretty contained. They're working on the west hot spots, and because the wind keeps coming from the east, that's why you see the west, you know, westerly spread. There's a little bit of a northerly spread over here, but many of these are also the backfires that they're using to contain. We can take a look if we want. I'm going to refresh. Wow, look at here's going back to the Bobcat fire. This is looking west-northwest from Mount Wilson. And so you can see the sunset here, and you can see the live fire activity. See, it just moved. That was the new camera image. I think we get one once a minute. I'm going to save that. Save that. And I'm going to make a 6-hour time lapse. So once that's done, we'll play it. So last call before I take a dinner break and try to rally my strength here. I've been kind of bedridden much of the day. I wanted to be here for you guys and take a look at things. I'll be looking to see if I can find out any information on that idiot who flew the drone and grounded all the tankers down at the Bobcat fire yesterday. What a moron. So what you see here is the protective ring around the Mount Wilson Observatory. This camera is at the top of the big white dome, and you can see the setting sun, and this is current. So most of this are the fires they've set to protect those radio towers over there, and closer up to protect Mount Wilson. They made a ring of protected fires. So I'm going to play it once again, because it looks real pretty at sunset. You know, nothing's uglier than a fire during the day, but sunset. Here it comes. Wish I had scripting skills. I could make this play automatically while I was gone. Hey, Scott, welcome. Scott Summers says they should have scrambled the Air Force to take down that drone. It was a national emergency. You're absolutely right. Edwards Air Force Base is right there. If we don't have the technology to take down little civilian drones, our military's in trouble. ISIL, I refuse to call them ISIS. That's a goddess. ISIL, the terrorist group, was attacking our troops and our Iraqi allies during the battle for, what was it? Can't remember the town at the moment. But during their stronghold attack, they were sending C4 packed and explosive packed drones towards our troops, just running them into infantry and then detonating them. So maybe they won't be able to locate it though. Well, we need to. Holy crap! If we can't do a simple thing like that, how can we project any sort of system of illusion of strength or any, appearance of strength to our enemies? If we can first of all, our Navy has so far been defeated by cargo ships that have rammed our ships and killed our troops. Like, we can't detect cargo ships coming to our Navy, and if we can't even locate a drone that's operated very close to our own Air Force bases, I'm telling you, the other countries take note. Japan took note of our inability to put out the Tillamook burn fire in 1933 and 36 and again in 39. So they launched incendiary balloon bombs, thousands and thousands of them from Tokyo, trying to burn down our forests, during wartime. So if we actually had an actual war, we need to be able to shoot these little things down. If that's all it takes to absolutely devastate our economy. That's one way to win a war, is just disable the economy of the enemy. All wars run on money, and production for wartime materials. It's just, this has happened before. It's historical. The enemies of the United States have tried to start forest fires. If that's all it takes, some saboteur sneaking in and flying a DJI or a different drone, what the heck? You're absolutely right. I couldn't agree more. They probably have the technology. One reason they may not have used it is A, they didn't get any orders to use it. Nobody called for it. Or B, they may not want to display the fact they already do have the technology and want to keep the enemy guessing. But for the love of cars, lives are at stake and property. Pasadena, can you imagine Pasadena burning down? They're still on level 1 evacuation. Can you imagine Pasadena, the fire just roaring through there because the Santa Ana winds come back? They can at any moment. This is the season for the Santa Ana winds. 84-mile-an-hour wind gusts can blow this fire right into Pasadena. There wouldn't really be a way to stop it. Yeah, or just go jam the signal. All drones fall out of the sky when you jam the signal because they stay flying and flying level because of GPS. Contact with GPS satellites. So, or better yet, as somebody was saying, maybe it was you in chat the other day, give the drone a return to home signal and find out where it goes. It'll land right where it was launched, and the rest of those idiots, holy mackerel. They perhaps should build that into all drones in the future, just software, so if the military has to land a dang drone, or just even the firefighters, that they can make a drone land. People said this could be a homemade drone, but it's unlikely. I mean, it takes a lot of skills. But I'm going to do that, in fact. So, last call, does anybody have, I'm going to do some more of these time lapses. Let's refresh. Last call for question and answers. Which fire is of concern to you? Some of these cameras have already switched into night mode. We won't be seeing any more tanker drops, but the scout planes will continue to cruise around. I'm going to turn off Butte County because all we hear is about the, domestic violence. I'm going to go, jeez, what is that noise upstairs? Sorry if you guys heard that massive thump. I swear my neighbors, they fight and just slam doors routinely. And, man, last call. Any particular fire? Whoa. That was weird. Hey, look, crows. I'm doing a time lapse for the last 6 hours until the present of a bunch of these cameras at Mount Wilson. And this is Mount Emma. They were building protective fire lines at Mount Emma. This seems to be not facing the correct direction. This is not facing the fire, but I thought that was cute. Look at the crows. Crows or ravens hanging out on this tower. We do know there are crews in the area of Mount Emma. Yep, Sherlock says my drone is old, and if you turn off your controller, it goes home and lands by itself. Yeah, most of them do. The birds there. We're going to look at the other webcams. They can be quite a lot more astonishing. But, for the homemade drones, which have potential for terrorist activity, even those, there's got to be a radio frequency jamming signal that you can just, like a jamming gun, just point it at the general area of the drone. And, they lost sight of it. It may have landed very soon after they saw it, but because they couldn't find it anymore, they decided to ground the tankers for the day. Oh, isn't that somewhat beautiful? Oh, this was the sunrise. So I have to redo the time lapse. This was the sunrise. That was the fire threatening Mount Wilson. So that was this morning's sunrise. I have to redo the time lapse for the last 6 hours. So we will do that. But really, I mean, the age of drone innocence is over. Once I saw this demonstration of a and I should call them quadcopters. There should be a difference in what we call, you know, to me, to the military, a drone is like a Predator drone, an unmanned aerial aircraft with missiles. I think it's a bad habit that we call little civilian quadcopters drones too. I mean, I think we should pretty much differentiate them. But as far as the little civilian quadcopters and such, they have, the age of innocence is over. Once I saw they did a funny, it was a funny kind of a gag video. Whoa, so this is current. This is the setting sun right underneath the fire. Wow. Or maybe that's the fire. Setting sun behind it, and that could be the fire. I'm going to hit a 6-hour time lapse. Yeah, the names are messed up. So the little civilian quadcopters or octocopters, the age of innocence is over because A, ISIL, the terrorist group, packed them with explosives and flew them at our troops. And B, I mean, I knew that was going to happen before it happened once I saw the video of a chainsaw being attached to a drone. Excuse me, a quadcopter. It came out of Norway or something like that. But they were using it to cut off tree limbs. When I saw that one was sturdy enough to support a chainsaw, and it actually did cut off tree limbs, I said, man, that can be used for evil. Look at that sunset. Wow. If you haven't looked at the screen, do so now, because I'm going to restart this time lapse. Check this out, folks. Here's, I think, Mount Baldy ski lift. I think it is looking pretty much due west. That's why we see the amazing setting sun. But here's the last 6 hours of the fire by Mount Wilson, the Bobcat fire. Check this out. Look at the screen, even if for a moment. Here it comes. Here it comes. Wait. Wait, it's coming. Look, 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 look. Ooh. Oh, the sun. Look at that purple and fuchsia and that tequila sunset. Wow. Yeah. Fixed wing drones can be huge or tiny. Yeah, they need to have some actual names. Just calling everything a drone that could be a giant Predator missile launching thing. I'm gonna replay it, guys. Don't worry, if you just got to your screen, I'm replaying it. I got your back. Just say replay in chat if you need me to do it one more time. But this is so good. Wildfires are ugly, but boy, can you get some amazing sunsets with these crazy aerosols. Here it comes, here it comes. Here is the sunset. Wow. Oh, when you see that purple wash over, that's just, I'm just going to go for a second and see that. I mean, it's ugly. Fire's ugly. But these particular clicks here, incredible. You see it glow before it switches to nighttime infrared. It looks like a volcano. It just looks like an erupting volcano right there. With a purple pink orangey sunset with a little bit of gold from the sun. Yeah, that was nice. And so this is why I like to check these around sunset. And you know, that's a right click save. Definitely. So here, once again, tell me to replay it if you want. This is the last replay. Then we will switch to a different cam. So this is the last 6 hours at the Mount Wilson Bobcat fire. This is Baldy. I think this is Baldy. A local told me it was Baldy ski lift, looking pretty much due west. And you can see the fire by Mount Wilson. Some of which is on purpose to save Mount Wilson assets such as the observatory and the radio towers. Wow. Yeah, that was a good one. Also, I've set it up, if you just missed it again, that you can rewind. You can rewind. Maybe create a highlight video. Yeah. Okay, I've just hit the button. While I'm doing this one, all we have to do is refresh and create a time-lapse. So while that's waiting for the next video time-lapse, I've just created a highlight video. Let's see. Wait, yeah, here. I've never done this before. Let me try that out. Alright, we'll make that public. I'll change. I'm just gonna hit the create button and just see what that does. Hope I'm still streaming. I'll just call that Bobcat Fire from Baldy Ski Resort due west time lapse incredible sunset of flame. Okay, sunset with flame. Let's just see what this does. Alright, now press the create button. Hey, YouTube. Hey, YouTube. Alright, while I mess with that, here's this time lapse. Let's see if this is a good one. Hey, YouTube. I can't scroll down to the create button. Are you kidding me? YouTube? YouTube. Respond. Oh, really? Okay. Why does this button exist if the create button doesn't work? Yeah, we got a nice purple sunset there, but it's not facing the sun. So you can see the fire a tiny bit, like right here. It's kind of peeking out, and I think back here, I think that's smoke. Let's replay it. I'm not sure if that's the fire or something else. So it's not really visible during the day, but it looks like over here we got fire. Over here, yeah, you can see the fires here. It may peek over the ridge line. And that is a really nice sunset. This is looking to the north, I believe. North by northwest. Incredible. Yeah, and now you can see the fire picking up. We should continue to monitor this cam to monitor the Bobcat fire. So I'm going to put this in the chat. How do I get out of that stupid create highlight? It ain't working. As soon as I wrote the description of it, oh, it froze my entire page. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Where's my... No, don't take away my control panel. YouTube! Alright, Twitch is looking better every day. I'm sorry. I just gotta say that. Here's the webcam. If you guys want to monitor the Bobcat fire too, this one's looking north. Wait a second. Yeah. I didn't realize this was so deep in the city. I'm very confused. I don't believe that's where that webcam is located at all. I think this is a false sort of a thing over here. This is, oh, it's from here. It's looking east. That makes a lot more sense. Okay. But yeah, I mean, the fire is progressing west, and we knew about that. So sorry about that, guys. I don't know my way around this town. I've been there once to go to Disneyland. I took a look around and said, LA, okay. I think I'd like to do the celebrity tour, and other than that, they can keep it. No offense at all, but it's just too many people. I'm a tenderfoot suburbanite. I've never seen big cities before, and I don't like them. Well, a couple of them I like, but in general, there's too many people. Hey, Catherine, stop by to leave a thumbs up. Going to work. Be back later. Hello, Sherlock. Hey, welcome back. I'm going to show that one more time. And I wanted to create a highlight clip. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna try it one more time. Okay. It just might not function particularly well. Alright, I'm just going to put it there. Scroll down. Say, no! Oh, I lost it again. So as soon as I type in a new description, you lose. I have to hit the back button. The create button goes out of frame. Okay, so much for my highlight of this incredible sunset pictures here. So, yeah, if you switch to Twitch, I'll have to get an account. Absolutely. You know, I just can't. It might just be that I go live on Twitch and then just continuously take that feed and have a simultaneous upload to YouTube, but I can't deal with this interface. It's just absolutely against me. Buttons disappearing. Create a highlight clip. Okay, sweet. It's even got the timestamps correct. Here's my lovely sunset, then people can go back and look at it, right? No. As soon as I type in what it is, it says type description and press create. You can't press the create button until you type a description, and the moment you type in a description, the create button goes away. And then there's no back button. You have to go back and refresh to get back to YouTube Studio. I just can't do it. Alright. Last call, guys, for real. We have we're looking at some amazing sunset. I'm so sorry about that. Amazing sunset pictures like this. This is the current view from Mount Wilson Observatory. I'm going to play this one more time. Then I'm going to leave it probably on the updating image. And I'm going to go back to LA major incident. And we're going to hear the pilot chatter and hear them possibly fighting the night shift Bobcat fire. And because Butte County is pretty much chasing around meth heads, and people having heart attacks, Butte County went to their pilot chatter is offline. See Northern California major incident being offline. I can't understand that. But we have to appreciate that ham radio operators here are just volunteering their time. But I think in reality, the public should have access. The public should have access to what the first responders are doing and saying. What the heck? Where's LA major incident? Okay, I just have to go to LA and type in the word major. There'd be a lot less conspiracy theory crap. Alright, Los Angeles area major event. We're going to put that back on. I'm going to go find food, guys, and I'm absolutely dropping here. I had a seriously crippling headache, very poor sleep, and my ear infection is just making me dizzy. So, last call. Do you want an update on any of the fires? Put that in the chat. And hopefully we can hear pilots for a second. Let's go back to our time lapses. So here's the current situation at Mount Wilson Observatory. This is what it looks like right now. That image was taken... actually, we have to redo it. Excuse me, because that stopped 20 after, and it's now 7:45. So let's look here. I mean, the Bobcat fire continues to drift west past Mount Wilson. We knew that it was going to do that. They projected it was going to do that. Colby Ranch has been evacuated in those surrounding areas. They're building lines at Mount Emma. They're still trying to save Paradise Springs. And they are lighting back fires that had just no success today near Little Rock Reservoir, but they're going to try again. It just depends on how much they can do at night. They make protective fire rings and try to stop the fires. They saved Antelope Valley. They keep doing stamping out hot spots over there. But it's really not, they are not looking forward to next. Whoa. Okay, so this is the very latest image. But that is probably a purposeful set fire. I do believe they have a line here where the road is around these towers. And so the fire could burn up to their road, up to their line. You even see the lights of the trucks. I believe that's what that is, of the workers. So somebody lit the fire down here to get to come up to here, and hopefully this will be burned out because the other part of the fire is down here in the ravine. And if it kicks up in the wind, say tomorrow, it'll probably have nothing to burn all the way to the top by the towers. So that's what we've been reading about. That's what I interpret here. A lot of these things are headlights of some of the stationed vehicles. You can't really tell the difference in infrared between a heat signature versus a headlight, like a light signature. I mean, that is a setting sun. So I'm going to play this once again. It just is unnerving. Sometimes these can get out of control. They just, the weather determines whether or not it works. I mean, they're pretty good at what they do, but we know how unpredictable nature can be. So this is coming up on the sunset, which is looking pretty cool. And then it switches over to nighttime infrared. That kind of stuff is just semi-disturbing, But I'm going to see if I can set this image up to auto-update in the previous thing I had arranged last night, where you can see the update, this window, the current, what's it looking at? I'll replay this again. 1 second, I need to check out OBS and make sure it has the correct window. Oops, that's not it. Microsoft Edge. Give me a moment here. So this particular image, alright, that seems to now have the correct one. Now if I animate it, we'll see that's correct. Yeah, it's animating. Cool. So I will set this one up to auto refresh and then have like a split view here. Put on LA area major event.
Car and motorcycle policies, that's 15% on top of what got.
Uh-huh. Alright, we're listening to a Geico commercial. At least I am. I've muted it for you guys. And, that's the current situation at Mount Wilson. I'm going to refresh it. This should now update for the foreseeable future in real time, about every minute or so. So let me adjust this window. Alright. So that is down there, and that is good. And, we can keep it on flight radar. Oh, hey, we're hearing pilots. Let's listen to what they're saying. This is live. We're going back live to the Bobcat fire. I don't see any air traffic over the entire thing right now. Oh, come on. I hate it when it does that. I have to zoom all the way back into LA. Alright. I don't even see so much as a lead plane. What the heck? Let's go look at the El Dorado fire. I don't see any planes there either. Except this guy.
The
Okay.
operations. 9 up, V4.
It could be a shift change. Yep, looks like this plane's been scouting very well, very methodically, up, down, the El Dorado fire.
Delta, Brand 3.
Okay, but there's nobody above.
Delta, Brand 3.
Hey, there's a DC-10 tanker. Looks like it might be relocating to San Bernardino, up there from the northern. Or maybe it just made a drop on the creek fire. Cool. Yeah, it's heading for home. Alright guys, so I'm gonna leave you with this for a little bit. And that thing in the corner, that's updated constantly, like every minute it seems like, with the current conditions at Mount Wilson. This is the air traffic. We're going to listen to the pilots, and I have to go for a bit and actually feed myself. And, maybe lay down. I'm absolutely floored with this ear infection. So, we'll return after some food. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Anton. Bobcat's now at 100,000 acres. Unbelievable. It's larger than the size.
All dozers are out.
It's larger than the size of LA.
Did you tie in with that Foxtrot strike team up there and make sure they're on Alpha's tack? And then night south, I'll probably hold them in that area. Eyeball at the stuff you worked on today until they need them down in the neutral.
Just updating the chat. This is a view of the live air traffic. Plus the current status.
Foxtrot, and they're going to come down to DC 77.
Oh, hello, Han. How are you?
77, I'll get them squared away on Alpha's tack. Copy, and then if you want to stop by DC 75, night south is here at good time.
Okay, every time I talk, they talk over me. But hey, Juan, good to see you back here. I'm actually taking a dinner break. I deserve a good meal, I think. Anybody want to buy me dinner? I'm kidding. I just realized how long I've been covering this. Why do I feel exhausted? Pretty much every waking hour has been either helping people evacuate or covering this fire since Labor Day. This is week 3. So I realized I had to rename this Tuesday number 3. They had alerts the other night. Oh, Wrighttown's okay, Anton. Wrighttown's okay. In fact, you know what I can do is I can do my little trick here. I probably should show. I should zoom. One of the tankers is coming home for the night. We love these people. Wrighttown's okay. Sorry, Wrightwood. Big Pines and such, they did massive drops to save it the day before yesterday. Paradise Springs is of high concern, but it ripped through Juniper Hills and Valeyrmo. They may have saved stuff like the post office, maybe the store of the town, but Largo Vista and Mile High, they were just really intensely working on it. They've gained and lost and gained control at Little Rock Reservoir. Same thing, they've saved the observatory. What we're seeing live is the webcam at the observatory. That's okay. Those fires are on purpose. That's their nighttime operations of putting fires in front of the fire. But it continues to rip through the canyon north of Mount Wilson, through this way, and going towards Colby Ranch. So they've evacuated that stuff. Sorry. This is Mount Wilson, and this is where it is burning through. So in these areas, they're starting these, fires in front of the fire, trying to get it out of the way. But it's just they face an entire week of horrible conditions, of hot winds from the desert still. Yeah, don't worry for that. That's looking better than anywhere else here. Paradise Springs we worry for. And Hidden Springs now we worry for. So what I can do is, this will not be exact science, but I layer the windows with CalTopo's fire map. It's a different window of Edge browser, but I can move that around and enlarge that and make it so you can see the fire. Excuse me, let me mess around with it. So you can see where the fire is and the airplanes. I think there's a night shift change. This is unusual for it to be unmonitored. So, yeah. Wrightwood is a major population center in the area as far as looking at buildings. These other things seem to be pretty tiny, like ski resort communities and that sort of thing. Juniper Hills looked like it was a nice place to retire before. Well, looks like they lost a lot of structures there. And there's a poor World War II or Korean vet that they were interviewing with the sheriff's office. He had good spirits, but man, his home was completely lost. Can you imagine doing your dream retirement thing, and losing your home in probably the last decade of your life?
Deputy Operations.
Oh.
Operations training.
Okay, let me fix this map. It's not exact right now. Hang on.
Hey Billy, Jabber's trying to get a hold of you on the radio, but do you need to go up there right away, or can you go over and meet with inmates first? He's trying to prioritize where he needs to be. You can go to the inmates first, then I'll be here for a while. Go over and hang with inmates. They're doing the same thing over there. They're burning, so you need a little oversight.
Okay. I have it all set up, so we can see now any aircraft that will fly into this area with a layered view of the fire map. So it'll look weird like this. There's going to be a weird dark stripe up there. I cannot help it. So that's just the nature of how transparent windows work. So, in fact, I might be able to fix something about that. What if I try to invert the colors? Like, where's the... This is an experiment. What if I tried to make the background dark? Nope, it ain't cooperating. Well, yeah, that's about as best as I can make it look, and you can see the airplanes pretty well. You can see the time lapse here pretty well. But I do have to take a break here. I need some, yeah, it's like Tahoe without the lake, Anton says, Wrightwood, yeah. But you can see over here that Wrightwood is fine. I may have to make this window smaller, actually. The camera here. Yeah, so people can see that Wrightwood's okay. So that's Mount Wilson Observatory, looking west by northwest. So that's where the fire's moving. it's moving over here this way. This is Mount Wilson. It's moving that way through the canyon. This, in fact, the big bright glow we're seeing is probably their purposeful lit fire. The reason I'm saying is, if you look at it, it's burning right up to a road. And that's what they're doing with the fire lines. So, let me minimize one of these. Sorry, I have a million tabs open. Anyway, you see how it's making that neat cutout line around a road up on the hillside like a pyramid? That means their backfire has reached their fire line and is staying there, just like they wanted. So that's a good sign. When you see neat little lines like that, that means the road has held as a fire line. And that usually is because they're doing a series of backfires tonight. So, I have no clue. I'm sure they'll get a scout plane up there. There's just no planes right there now, and I'm not sure why. But I'm going to come back from dinner. That may be as long as 30 minutes. I have to take dinner. Maybe 45 because I'm so worn out. But I have to make some phone calls, check on my evacuee relatives, eat some food, and I will be back, guys. But don't expect me to be up all night covering this again. I might just fall back asleep because I'm feeling so bad. If anybody has any questions or concerns, do put them in chat. I'll address them when I return. But I'm going to break for dinner, guys. So I hope everybody's happy, healthy, and well. And check out chat for links, and check out my comments for links to up-to-date evacuation information. I will see you guys in a little bit. We are now listening to the radio chatter of firefighting planes and such, and ground crews over at the Bobcat fire.
E2 handle.
Strike Team 6214 Alpha from North Division on LAC V4. Go ahead for 6214. Copy. I'm up at just past Dawson's Saddle. Are you up there yet? We're about a mile past the turn to Tues. All right, copy. If you could come back to Dawson's Saddle, and we'll come up with a game plan with Task Force White. How far from the 2 and the 39 to Dawson? It's about 20 minutes. So when you get to the 2 and the 39, where the 39 ends, go right, and about 20 minutes past that, you'll tie into Dawson's Saddle. Copy that. We'll be there in about 15. Good copy. Branch 5 from North Division on LAC V4. Branch 5. Hey Tom, I'm seeing some activity well past Mount Lewis. Are you guys working a project? You're bro for Branch 5. And some fire down low. Are you guys working a project down there? Who am I talking to? This is a North Division, Guy Tomlinson. Known as, if you look at the IAP, it's Night Gulf, but they're labeling it as North. Affirmative, we're doing a burn show. Cleaning up some line in that piece of real estate. Right, good copy. I just saw something well past Mount Lewis. I wanted to make sure that that was planned. Affirmative.
Golf, Tango, Tango on command.
Are you looking for Night Golf?
Yes, sir. Night, or if you still got day around.
Garrett's gone in for the night. You have Night Golf, Tomlinson on board.
Okay, just wanted to run something by you. Are you up on Highway 2?
Yeah, from just getting ready to line some folks out. I'm on the 2 at Dawson's Saddle.
Okay, I'm down at Big Rock. I was running some dozers for him, pushing along the toe of the slope for his proposed burn. And dozers not real sure they're going to be able to do it. And they're wanting to know if we can just use the road for holding. Are you familiar with that plan?
not. Are we doing that tonight?
Not the burning, but prep. That's what we were working on, was prepping, and he wanted to blow out the toe of the slope along where it comes out of Paradise and then ties into Fenner. But they're not sure they can do it with the drainage, the river bottom that goes through there.
All right. I have some Type 6s, Type 3, and then I do have. Well, that's all I have up here right now, and then I will have an Alpha. Is there anything I can assist you with down there?
No, I don't think we need to do anything like that. I just wanted to see if he was good with just his plan and holding it on the road, or if he wanted to try and push the dozers and have them get what they can get.
Pass it off to me. I'll try to get in cell coverage and give him a call, and then I'll reach back to you. And this is Tango Tango, correct?
Yeah, let's say firm, and hey, no priority. I'll just have them get what they can get, and we'll give it to Garrett in the morning.
Copy.
North EMT on C4.
MP, go.
Sir, we have RA 601 with us. We are en route up to the 39 and 2 interchange.
Copy. That's will be there. That's what it'll be tonight. Perfect.
Copy.
Alright folks, I am back. I am actually just sitting down with my food. I'm going to be looking up some of the information I want to know about these wildfires. If you're still here, then I hope you're happy, safe, and well. And what I'm seeing is not a whole lot of flight activity by the Bobcat fire. I don't know what's keeping them grounded, but there sure is not a plane in sight. And oh, there's one. Excuse me. There is a helicopter. So we can follow that around. But because that's about the only thing going on, I might decide to switch to something else. Anyway, in the meantime, I'm here if you have a question. I'm just going to take the next 10 minutes at least to eat my food. Put your questions in chat. Do you want to know the update about a certain fire? I will be reading about most of those, and any notable changes I'll be talking about in chat a little bit later. And then I plan to go to bed early. This won't be an all-night kind of a chat, so do let me know in the chat right now if you have any questions. I'll be muted for about the next 10 minutes. Even though you might see the screen move, that's because I'm still here. So, be with you soon.
Tango actual from Branch Fire.
Yeah, Branch 5, go for Tango Tango.
Yeah, is that an island burn off down there at Big Rock and Big Pine?
Came through Big Rock and Big Pine. There's nothing there. It would be west of there. I figured that was what Tom was talking about, but something's burning off that direction.
Captain's from 1130 Alpha. Let's have a quick meeting. 1130 Alpha.
Something has just occurred. They're worried about something. Let's listen. Well, I hope they're going to have the meeting over the radio. If it's in person or cell phone conversation, of course, we can't hear it. Yeah, Sherry, I was just typing because I was chewing food the whole time, but Sherry just got in the chat and wanted to know about the observatory, that concerned fire was within 600 feet of it. I said not to worry, that's their backfiring. They are lighting backing fires. Excuse me, backfires. Ugh. Oh, maybe we'll hear something. Anyway, it's a protective ring of fires around the observatory and around the cell phone or radio tower, excuse me. In the distance, we can see the other fires up on a hill. But that's just a ring of lights and vehicles and trucks at Mount Wilson. They are continuing to light the area around Mount Wilson on fire to protect it, because there's a big front of the fire in the ravine just north of it that's moving west currently. But at any time the wind can change and blow it back towards the observatory and the radio towers. So they're using Mount Wilson Road as its a kind of a fire break. And so when we've seen the other image here, this is a different view looking north by northwest. This is from the top of the white dome looking this direction. You can see like these lines here. That's the line of vehicles on a road, and they're lighting the hill on fire and it's stopping up at the line. So this is continuing to be, you know, a good operation. In fact, I'm going to make it a 6-hour time lapse so you can see. This is the view from the dome, and the camera may twist and turn around, but this is the last 6 hours, and at the very end of this frame, I know, Sherlock, isn't that what's happening? And I'm glad you're still here. When I start talking, they go, but when I go, they're just silent. So here it is at switch position looking at the towers. And you'll see that the tops of these ridges are kind of like little pyramids of non-burnt things, because the like halfway up them are the roads. And so you'll see the fires go up, right up to the roads and kind of stop. And some of the bright lights are just vehicle headlights, and unfortunately it went out of focus. But you can see they lit the fires down here, and like sometimes they go up to the road and they just stop. This is the road, and the vehicle headlights of the crews there over by the Mount Wilson radio towers. So that's what's going on there. They seem to be worried about something, and they said, let's have a quick meeting, hello. But we haven't heard again what that might be. So I'm going to mute myself again and continue to eat my food. And we'll see what is exactly worrying them. We can see that there is one helicopter in the air. And it's been flying around that general area, probably just monitoring the backfiring. So flying up around here. And then we have the fire has moved, of course, pretty far west. Towards Colby Ranch, which they have evacuated, so now they're worried about Hidden Springs up here. Because we got it's almost like a pincher, you know, like a crab.
469, hey, we're down here, we can handle that Barley Flats assignment.
It's kind of like a claw. Here's the moving west wall of the fire up here.
We're done with the snag, we're down here, so we can handle that assignment. You guys can hang back there.
For love of cars. Good, that's good news. They're handling whatever. That's good. They're handling whatever assignment they probably just were assigned by cell phone. They're saying we got a handle on something. They said a burning snag, and a snag is a standing dead tree. One of the worst things for wildfire is a snag. So dead trees burn so much easier than living ones, and they burn all the way through. Living trees, tree might die. It might, unless you're a sequoia. Sequoias can bounce back crazy ways, and so can redwoods. Tree might die, but only the branches burn off in a wildfire. The wildfire that kills a tree. But over the next 3 years, as it dries out completely, that thing has become the world's best seasoned firewood. And any sort of a match touching it just goes whoosh into this gigantic fire. Sorry about the neighbor upstairs, or to the left of me or something. Don't ask me what they're doing, like remodeling almost 9 at night. Anyway, so the standing dead trees burn for 1,000 hours. It's called a 1,000-hour fuel, and in order to put them out, firefighter has to cut it down first with a chainsaw while it's on fire, which is one of the most dangerous things to do in your lifetime. Just period, one of the most dangerous assignments. So they just said on the radio they handled one okay, so cool. I'm gonna turn myself off now. I'm here, I'm muting myself, and just if you have any questions about the fires, I can come back. I'm gonna have a little brief question and answer session, and then probably just completely go lay down and pass out. I slept a good portion of the day today with a massive headache, and it's still just slamming me. I think I just needed a day of rest. This is week 3. I think this is 3 solid weeks. I've been covering this pretty much every waking hour of every day. There's only a couple of videos. There's only a couple of videos on my channel because YouTube decided not to save my 170-hour broadcast. I did sleep a couple of times, of course, during it, but that broke my heart. 170 hours of question and answer and training and teaching, which I thought was going to be going on for the public record. I was going to chop it up into, here's everything we learned, here's all the observations, here's all the input from chat, here's what the firefighters in chat had to say, here's what the firefighters said, and all that was absolutely lost because oh, and meanwhile, my house got struck by lightning twice, or the yard, live on the broadcast, and it's all pretty much gone because YouTube decided to throw it out. Every 12 hours I have to restart the stream because, yeah, and I'll have to restart the stream too because if your video goes beyond 12 hours, then YouTube decides that they will delete the video. Can't believe it. But, yeah. So right now it looks like I'm going to have to buy a couple more hard drives just to continuously record. I mean, this takes a lot of time and resources, and boy, has my computer been generating a lot of heat in here too. So, yeah, I hate this entire platform for streaming. It's really primitive and bad. I may be switching to Twitch but you know what? People like, the boomers and older generations have never heard of Twitch, so that's why I chose YouTube to reach the masses, but they have an absolutely idiotic setup. It tells you that your videos are automatically saved by YouTube, and then if you go over 12 hours, you have to ask, where are my videos? Because it says processing. It doesn't say your video's gone. It says processing. So 2 days later, it says processing. So I Google up, why is my video still processing? Oh, that means it's deleted because we only save videos under 12 hours. Oh, great. Great. Lightning struck my house. Live on the stream, I screamed. There was this massive thunder roll. That's like viral video material. And you deleted that. Great. So, I'm just at the end of my rope and I'm absolutely exhausted. I'm just here for you guys. I'm just here to give you the information you need. The links on my channel are solid gold, people tell me. And, that's mainly what this is for. I come back and I check chat and people have questions. I'll be there and I'll continue to monitor this channel. This is one of the most epic disasters the West Coast has ever faced. I have foreign friends though, and they just keep talking to me like, hey, what is up? What do you mean, what's up? It's like saying, hey, what's up to somebody in the middle of a hurricane. I said, don't you understand this is the millions of people on an evacuation notice? Like the entire city of Pasadena, which arguably is a big...
November Juliet, go for communication. All resources are in from station. Head back in These resources are heading off the line back to the ICP. November Juliet.
Okay, maybe I can talk again. I asked my friends in Britain and Australia and such, so what is the media saying out there? Oh, nothing much about it. I don't think it was really mentioned. They kind of mentioned the West being on fire, but they went on to the, there's been a bake sale in London, Can't believe it. This is the disaster event, like the perfect storm of our lifetimes. Well, the worst fire events we will ever see. The last worst one was 1933. Oregon hasn't had weather like this since 1933. And of course, fires had to break out because of pretty much the power lines falling over. Just like what happens in California. We had more than 600. I think about 600 power poles start fires in Oregon in the course of a couple of days. Not to mention the lightning strike ones, and because it struck on Labor Day. People thought Labor Day is the start of autumn. They left that morning on that Monday because they have to drive back home for work on Tuesday. So I've already gotten a lot of reports, and hikers put out at least 3 fires that were started by campfires that were unattended. Since Labor Day was so moist and so wet, and it seemed like to everyone, fall was already here. Most of the Labor Day campers, I can tell you, probably did not put water on their fires. Yeah, I cannot believe it. A lot of these unknown cause fires are probably going to be, the campers went home. And their campfire came to life, even though it was dead looking. The coals are still hot under the ashes. It's a wake-up call that no matter what the weather looks like, no matter how foggy it is when you leave that morning, September can still have, they used to call them Indian summers. That's like a racist term now, but that term is familiar to people. The late summer that goes through September. That could come back even if you have a week of, like we did previously, of like foggy rain. Foggy, cold rain, highs of 68 was for, during Labor Day. But this perfect storm happened, this once in a lifetime. Once in a while, the high pressure systems and jet streams align, and we had all 3 states blasted by huge wind gusts for more than 48 hours, 65 miles an hour, extremely low humidity, dried out everything, worked all the branches until they cracked. They landed on the power lines, trees on the power lines. I mean, I was witnessing it out the window, trees snapping in half and falling, and it was raining branches. I had to take shelter. I was trying to take a little walk and show trees just bending and flexing, and the branches just breaking off. And then it almost hit a guy who was a pizza delivery guy in the neighborhood. But a huge dead snag snapped in half, and the entire half the tree landed splash in the creek by this guy. I decided I would not take a walk in this park and went home. It's just been absolutely crazy. This is like a perfect storm of 2 very unusual weather things that happened at the same time. California every once in a while gets a massive dry lightning storm. It's just all regions do every once in a while. And it happened to have one on the 17th of August. 5 to 8,000 lightning strikes with 500 plus fires started by them. They were doing a really good job, but in the era of COVID, being understaffed, they could not attend to all fires at once. They did not get them all out before this freak weather occurred. Yeah, and Sherry, you're totally right. The trees infested with the bark beetles, the Japanese invasive beetles, explode like a bomb. Yeah. So, yeah, and you're totally right. Okay, I'm looking at chat. There's a question. If you look at the creek fire, look at InstaWeb, 80 to 90% of the trees are already dead at the creek fire. This is an insane fuel load of 2,000 tons per acre. Those beetles are destroying the forest. They're not an option anymore. People say, oh, we can't do anything about invasive species. Yes, we can. If you actually tried to invent something, yes, we can. Even if it's tiny robotic wasps that go and target them. Yes, we can. If we don't have anything right now, invent it. It's time. We can't just wait for all trees in the western United States to die because of a beetle. That is what's happening in a lot of our national forests. 90% of the trees are dead. That has nothing to do with carbon dioxide. Nothing at all. We need to fix the beetle problem. Let's go back and look. Is the Bobcat fire moving towards Phelan? My uncle lives there. I heard it was headed towards Wrightwood. Okay, let's take a look. I continued to listen to their chatter, the firefighters, and
very broken on that. I heard firing operation is going well, moving at a good pace, and then you broke off. That was it. Yeah, sent you a couple text messages. You probably are out of range. I'll tie in with you a little bit later.
Okay.
Get 531 lined out. I'm not sure if they made positive contact with you. Yes, and they scouted the area. They're ready.
As far as I know,
Copy
Wrightwood...
that.
Christ, crying out loud. As far as I know, Wrightwood is sitting pretty compared to all of these places. So what they
We're
did...
heading up now. We're coming to the hill.
This is right... Excuse me. I forgot. I didn't switch to the correct window. Hang on. Hang on. Where is that window? Sorry, I have multiple layers of windows. Here. There we go. Let's go back down. As far as I know, Wrightwood is sitting pretty compared to the other smoldering, smoking towns right now. Juniper Hills got slammed instead of Valeyrmo. Largo Vista, they're fighting hard to save Paradise Springs right here. But they have a staging area of attack here at Big Pines. And Wrightwood is over here, has been untouched. So, let's look at the wind direction. We do know that it's continuing to blow to the north sometimes. And then they stopped it here from going into Antelope Valley. But I had very concerned people from Palmdale here as well. So, yeah, Wrightwood so far is completely untouched.
Yeah, Tango trainee from Branch 5. Came out just to see your work and see what the status is. Slow going, but we're making progress. We're a little over halfway between the second and third finger break. Also wanted to get with you, we're short 20 lunches up here, and if possible,
We hear this. See, the wind's blowing to the northeast.
20 lunches and 30 gallons of fuel. 30 gallons burn mix.
Okay.
Hey, Branch 5, Quebec. Quebec, go ahead. Just finished that public call for off of 185th. I'm coming in if I can help. Yeah, apparently Tango needs 20 more lunches and 30 gallons of burn mix, but I'm not sure going to be able to get that out of supply tonight. They might have already taken off.
Oh no.
I'll head in see if they're there.
They don't have 20 guys.
Quebec,
20 guys don't have their lunches on the fire lines. Come on now.
Branch 5 on the burn mix. If the no's go, then we can send a runner back to get gas. And we've got a dozer tender here with some people. Alright. Quebec, do you copy that? I did copy. Alright, Tango Trinity. Quebec's gonna bail you out, I think. Appreciate that, sirs.
Okay, I will try to explain this. So the wind is actually going to the northeast. It's coming in from the ocean right now. So even though it's blowing that way, they've pretty much got a pretty good handle on the northern front here. This little section by Mount Baldwin is threatening Paradise Springs in a big way. Yesterday they were not optimistic about it at all, at least last night. Yeah, they need some pizzas. This makes me so upset. This happened the other day too, but what we just saw there where he says, you're broken, I didn't hear you, did you text me? They have crystal clear FM AM reception throughout all of LA, because up here are the radio towers. And for the emergency response frequencies, they have gaps, they have dead zones, they have throughout most of this area.
Hey, Tango Branch 5, looks like you're getting some pretty good depth on there, huh? Pretty nice, just taking a lot of fuel to get it going.
They are lighting fires on purpose. That's what has been going on throughout much of the night. And they are just lighting the brush on purpose around structures and in front of the fire, trying to stop it. But there really isn't much containment at all. Like this area up here is a containment line, and so they call that, 17% containment. But where it continues to move down by the Little Rock Reservoir.
Yeah, go ahead for take.
Jeez. Wrightwood right now is completely fine. Big Pines is a staging area for a lot of the equipment right in front of Wrightwood. They did massive retardant drops over here. Right now they're trying to...
Copy that. Who's last line?
Did they even mean to say that? I don't know.
Big Pines, take a look at Joe's progress, and then put eyes on that flare-up. But it looks like it's well out into the other division.
Yeah, officially, like I've been saying, in Welcome Valiant, they say 17% containment here, or this or that there.
Do you want to take a drive out and take a look at that, though, and is on it?
I swear every time I start talking, let's just listen 1 second. But as I was trying to say earlier, containment means nothing until it's 100%. So just they're having forecast worst wind conditions next week. And so I try to teach my viewers here, absolutely do not trust containment, and do not think that for a second that it just goes higher and higher and higher as they get a handle on things. At the Bear Fire / North Complex Fire, we had evacuees look and see containment going very well. People who are packing their cars to leave at Brush and Beachy Creek, including the elderly couple that were found dead recently, not very far away from their car, that didn't get very far away from their home. They decided that little lightning fire up there that had 50% containment was great. The containment line was on their side, the south side, and they said, well, wow, they're just fighting it in the north side. That's okay. They went to sleep that night, woke up probably with their house on fire, and just didn't get very far.
Mike from 1130 Alpha, I'll come in.
At any time, California can experience the Diablo / Santa Ana winds. They come in from, that's 80 mile an hour.
Where can we meet up at?
For the cars here. I'm just turning that down. We're talking about meeting up for lunch or something. But at any time, and that's what we're worried about here. This is a race against time with the Bobcat fire and everything else in California. There are seasonal events called the Santa Ana winds. They've been going on pretty much yearly for about 500 years as far as we can tell, when the Spanish missionaries came and started record keeping. But they need to get a handle on this before the Santa Ana winds come. Just like, it's kind of like a mini preview on Labor Day. That wasn't even as bad as the Santa Ana winds. Whatever happened on Labor Day was not an example of them. It hit all 3 western states. Whereas the Santa Ana winds, as I can show you here, are the ones that just hit California. I don't know why. Okay. I'm going to put this link in the chat. So, yeah, it's containment means nothing, really, until it's 100%. Or there's a different way to look at it. Containment numbers that are low can be a very, very positive thing, because over here in Oregon, Sorry, I have to finish my thought first. The Santa Ana winds can be 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. They're like a dry hurricane that comes out of Nevada. And it is a yearly event, that happens either in autumn, or late autumn, or early winter, and then once again in the spring. So it's just when the jet stream decides to go down like this, and the only thing else that happens here is usually a high pressure system has to be in eastern Oregon, and that's it. So it'll funnel the hot, dry winds of Nevada and push them out of Nevada at a super fast compressed speed. They jump over the Sierras, pick up speed going down them, sweep across the valley, and then sweep over the Coast Range Mountains again. So here is where LA is, because what they're calling the Coast Range Mountains, is where the Bobcat fire is. So if you looked at it, the Coast Range Mountains are anything down here, anything up here. Oregon has them too, but does not have Santa Ana winds. Except on Labor Day, we kind of got a taste of that. I have no idea what caused the Labor Day windstorm. Meteorologists will probably be studying that for 100 years. But something equivalent, just like Santa Ana winds light, 65-mile-an-hour winds for about 48 hours straight, slammed California, Oregon, Washington, and even a little bit of Vancouver, BC, in Canada. I don't know what caused that, but I think they'll study this into the future. But with that freak event being over, there's still the Santa Ana winds, the seasonal ones. That's what happened during Paradise. They had 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 85-mile-an-hour. Those things will take down power lines because they're not maintaining them. It's something you can look up, Pacific Gas and Electric criminal negligence, starting 18 out of 25 deadly fires, or 18 out of 22, I can't remember the statistic, in 2017, 2018, 2019. So it's mostly the power lines that started those fires back in the past, but this time it was the lightning strikes and the non-extinguished campfires of Labor Day that has caused this crazy event. Nevertheless, it doesn't matter what the ignition source was. Every single fire that is established and burning, when the Santa Ana winds come, it will become a monster. It will become huge. It'll push towards the coast, the way the Santa Ana winds blow. If they're mild, it'll be like 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That's a exceedingly mild Santa Ana phenomenon for about 48 hours. Or, if it's worse, it can be like 85-mile-an-hour winds. So, they have to put this out. This is a race against time. This and every other California fire is a race against time. And they are really not covering this worldwide. This is a disaster in the making if they do not put this out by the time the Santa Ana winds come. So here's how the Bobcat fire started. And this was posted on the 7th. I'll show this once again. This is one of those crazy time-lapse videos. But the other flip side of this, and by the way, the couple that died that I just talked about at Brush and Berry Creek, they saw 50% containment for a very small lightning strike storm at Bucks Lake. They were, at least a couple hours drive away from it, thinking that fire can't, in one night, come closer to them significantly. Well, not only did that fire come closer to them significantly in one night, this is a good example of fire starting. Here's the moon. Look how huge it got over the course of just one afternoon to the evening, and how big it stays and how big it grows up into, the next day. So here's I believe the start of the Bobcat fire. So what happened though was even worse than this. These are just, the wind event of Labor Day weekend. Like I said, 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts is pretty much light mode for the Santa Ana winds. But if we look at the Berry Creek and Brush Creek disaster, more than 10 fatalities. There's still some missing.
Nothing really, no real hot spots up here.
Cool. sheriff's office is what they're talking about.
Copy. Wait right there. I'll be there. I have to shut down the generator.
Alright, so, yeah, in case that was important, I wanted to show their chatter, but, you know, here's where it was that night, you know, before the, they gave evacuation warnings, but not mandatory, I believe. It was 50% contained right here, and then the Claremont was over here somewhere doing something. And that night that the winds came in, you know, it was kind of like mini Santa Ana winds. Whoosh. I believe it was a 24-hour period that just rushed up from here. This is like 5,000, 6,000 foot elevation up here. Down here is like 500, and here's sea level. It just went. Now I can tell you, just driving from here to here would take much of the day. There's only one main highway going from here, Quincy, down to Oroville. And so all of the evacuees just tried to take that one highway south and could not outrun the fire, and just the fire spotted ahead of itself and raced with historic speed. I think it was just like by the next morning. It was down here. I went to bed one of those nights and checked it and went, what? This has to be wrong. What? I kept clicking the refresh button. This couldn't be true. And I then started calling because all the hot spots were over here. Never mind this one. That's a separate fire. But all the hot spots were here. Oroville East, they were evacuating Oroville proper. I mean, that's really kind of unheard of. It just started spreading. It leaped casually over this gigantic body of water with the embers. And I keep showing people just how big that is. So, people don't believe me. This is a gigantic swath of area, and that might be one of the world records for fire moving quickly. So the fire is up here, excuse me, once again, up here, whipped through Brush Creek and Berry Creek, just erased it off the map, destroyed most homes, most structures, all business buildings. There's like one store here, and they're still in victim recovery mode and trying to find the missing. So it casually leaped Lake Oroville, which is a gigantic body of water. This is the world's largest earthen dam. So if to just get an idea, here's the one bridge across it pretty much. It's huge. I mean, it's huge. So here's where the fire is. Consider that a broken, charred, blackened landscape up there. Just casually, the embers here, not even tall trees, these are like scrubby things, blew all the way across to the other side. This is a charred, blackened landscape now. So this giant body of water, which you could sail a battleship through here, is no barrier to the fire, none at all. So I even watched a time lapse called "The Historic Run of the Fire." That was a video taken from over here somewhere, and in the distance you just see the fire in Bucks Lake just go, and it's like a 20-hour time lapse. And then there was a second fire here that merged with it and just went towards Quincy. They went from 50% containment of a small fire to 0 and a gigantic monster fire before anybody knew anything. So what they have to do is put this stuff out. Everything on fire right now. They have to put this stuff out before the Santa Ana winds come, and this is about the time they do. That's why people don't know this about California's. The late part of the year is the fire season, not just the summer. Summertime anywhere can be a fire season, but it's not the worst part. Summertime is when they can get a handle on things, ironically, pretty well. The late season with the Santa Ana winds / Diablo winds, late September, October, November, December are some of the worst fire seasons. In fact, I think I'm just going to go and play that video. It was Butte County explaining that and how this fire got out of control. So if I could, why is this stuff suggested to me? I have no clue what the hell that is. When Britain nuked America twice, the lake fire explodes. Okay, some of this makes sense. In the history of Rome and Snoop Dogg in the same, okay, what? Alright, so let me find that video real quick. It's just kind of nuts.
Were you able to get some at supply?
They're still talking about the Bobcat.
I've always secured some cans. I just have to go get them filled.
They're getting more cans of fuel to light more backfires
You
here.
want me to handle that for you?
Now I'll hit base and then I'll wiggle my way up top there, or pass it off somehow.
Thanks for handling that. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Quebec branch 5. How about the 20 lunches? Yeah, affirm, positive.
What a bro! He's bringing them their fuel and their lunch.
You're a shop, D branch 4. Yeah, affirm.
Hey, Buzz just pulled in there on the same mission. Just making sure you're aware of that.
Copy, Chief Diwali secured that for us, so you might have a separate one going, correct?
Wasn't aware. I just want to make sure you knew so you guys weren't duplicating. Possibly.
Well, this is...
Hey, Tom, if you got Buzz there, I think that's going to be a duplicate. Okay, you got Cell? If not, I'll call Drew. He's with him.
No, I don't.
Okay, I'll make a call.
Alright, so what we have is actually multiple views. The one that I saw, and this is a time-lapse video apparently, brought to you by Pacific Gas and Electric. We burn towns down. Sorry, just had to put that in there. This is, they have some cameras apparently on their power poles or something, whatever these are. So this is the first thing I saw. This is the historic run of the North Complex fire into Oroville from Bald Mountain Butte 1. It must be Bald Mountain Butte camera 1. So I'm going to put this on faster. First of all, very high quality, faster. Playback speed to 2.0. So things look kind of normal at the moment. It's 11:37 in the morning, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. That's how fast the minutes are going by. But look, considering this is still incredibly fast. So this is coming out of the mountains from the Bucks Lake area all the way down to Oroville and skipping the lake. So let's see if I can make this larger. I can't really, sorry. But that is smoke. There's a couple different viewpoints we'll analyze later, but this is how fast it moved. So this is what I tell people: you cannot outrun a fire. If it's bearing down on you, wind-driven, your shelter...
Quebec and Tango. I have the fuel cans. I'll be at the fuel depot at Valeyrmo, and they'll be ready for pickup, so somebody will need a soup buggy to get them to you.
A soup buggy. This...
Hey, I'm 2 minutes out, Nick. Thank you.
This is the other Nick. Thanks, D. I'll meet you at the fuel depot.
And we started around 10 in the morning. We're only at 2 in the afternoon. This fire's just racing down from high elevation to the lake. I think the lake is down here. Or at least right off camera down here. This could be where, say, Brush Creek is located, or this could be Brush Creek. I'm not familiar with, excuse me, the landscape from this distance. I can't really make out anything that stands out too well. But this is at incredible speed. This is what trapped so many people. And they're still trying to find the missing. At least 10 to 12 confirmed deaths, and they had a missing persons list of about 25 when this was first shown. So the problem with this is that the burning embers here are already starting fires as far as 20 miles away down here, as the crow flies. So people escaping in their cars here, trying to go down that way, are not going to be making it because they'll run into a wall of flame here. So what I tell people is you have your ABC route of evacuation. In this case, there's only one highway, so there's only an A route of evacuation. The next thing you do is have your D plan, which is your most important one. The fire's already here, but it's too late to leave. There's a traffic jam. Or the fire's, here. That means you don't leave by car. The number one cause of death in wildfires and in floods of any kind is people are found dead in their vehicles. So know when it's over, know when it's too late to leave, and calmly walk to the nearest body of water to you. With a blanket, like a wool blanket, throw it over your head, just sit in a pond, a pool, or get underneath a street in like a culvert or like a bridge. Everywhere that a road goes over a street, that's where a culvert is and a bridge. And are we still alive? Hoping so. So this, if the people had just stayed in their cars, they would have been all right. So this has just skipped back on itself because this video actually has a problem. This is a little bit more dramatic. Hey, Judy, good morning. Yes, good day. Just watched my church service online, so I thought I'd say hi. Hello. I'm going to sign off early. It's still live? Okay. Maybe that was a blip. We went from having like 20 viewers to 3. Now we're back to 17. That kind of wondered if something interrupted the feed here. But we're still listening to the Bobcat fire. It's just, this has gone pretty, yeah, hey Morris, welcome back. Unless you're a different Morris. If you're a new Morris, then welcome back. I identified so many places people would have been absolutely safe. We're watching the historic run of the fire from from Bucks Lake to Oroville. This is what trapped so many people. The speed with which that moves is going to be studied. So there's a different bunch of camera angles. But as bad as this looks, I keep showing the inferno pictures. Gosh. Yeah, the bear fire. I can't show you these because I'll get a copyright strike, but you can look up, the bear fire and such. I identified plenty of places where people could absolutely live through it and have stayed safe. So, for example, we know that people probably went right past the firehouse on Brush Creek or Berry Creek because they didn't know it was there. But the firehouse is right here. It says Butte County Station number 62. And look what's right behind it. These ponds and a creek. So this is how they would be able to defend not only their own firehouse, but this is where the thousands of tender trucks get water from, for example. There's no hydrant in the wilderness, so they bring in water trucks called water tenders. And so what's unfortunate here, what's so tragic, is if we go and look, this is what I tell people, is use the same resource I'm using, CalTopo and Google Maps. That's all you need. If we look at anywhere that this creek or anywhere a road goes over a body of water, even if it's a dry creek, there's a culvert or a bridge, stop your car and get under it. Have your blanket. If embers get under there, you can dip your blanket or your little jug of water into the water, refill it, and toss it out. But turn your back to it as the smoke goes through. put your blanket over you, your wool blanket, get it a little bit wet, and the wool will filter out a lot of the bad smoke. You can trap breathable air around your head, or you can crouch down in the swimming pool or the creek, right? So here is another culvert. I know people died along this road. Here has got to be another culvert. Here is another culvert. Stop your car and get underneath these things. The way, first of all, you should study the map. It doesn't look like there's any over here, right, with Google? Well, go over here and turn on, stack a base layer, turn on the Forest Service map, or a different terrain map. Oh, now we see invisible creeks. Here's a creek, and here's Madrone Lake, a reservoir. Look at all the invisible to Google, but visible to the Forest Service map. Look at all these creeks. If I lived back here, everybody tries to get out at once, right? All these homes and all these people make a traffic jam on this one road out that goes to this one road out. I think I'd stop my car right here and get under here, underneath the culvert. Yeah. So, unfortunately, it looks like tons of people drove right past the fire station. Yep, there's a different one there too, but this one, the fire station here, it has the ponds in the back. So I'll show you on Street View how people missed it. You'll see it. You'll see it with these maps. Butte County Station 62. And then you go ahead and verify it with Google. And unfortunately, this is why people drove past. Can't really see it from the road, can you? They just went blitzing through here. Car on fire, you know. Oh my God, driving through the flames. I'm telling you, this is a steep road. It climbs and climbs and climbs up into the high Sierras. So, but if so many people would have just turned in here. There's the firehouse, back there's the ponds. It would have been fine. As you go down the road, a lot of these culverts are invisible, but there's one thing to look for. There's one thing to look for, and that's a barrier. You won't see a guardrail here unless there's like a culvert or a bridge. That means there's no shoulder. And so usually, as you go down, you'll see a little barrier that prevents your little car from going off the road. So if you haven't done your research with your maps, then that's something to look out for. We may be blitzing through them because of this way this is moving. Huh. But let me go back to the map so I don't waste people's times. Whoops, sorry about that. Like right here, there's probably one right there. So let's make sure we're facing South Sea. See the guardrail, that's what I'm talking about. So even if you can't see this creek, that guardrail lets you know that there's a culvert. You can either go under the culvert here, under this driveway. People that lived in here, in these trailer park here, could have just gone taken shelter under there, or taken shelter under here. In this driveway over here, see, they have a culvert / bridge. Get in it under there. So, imagine stepping on one of the underground fire holes. Yeah. Oh man. I'm looking at chat and it's gone. I just seen keywords like meteorites. I wonder how that happened. Yeah, but good to see you. Good to see you, Judy. If it's possible, the body of water is small enough, can the wildfire warm it up? Yeah, Mr. Aviation says temperature's too hot for humans. Well, that's why you don't choose a spa. For one, a spa can melt, but usually no. If you think about how long it takes to boil water and stuff with directly a burner under just a pot, a kitchen pot, how long it takes that to heat that up and bring that to a boil, that's not what the fire is going to do. For one, it's not underneath the water. It's over the top. Can you imagine trying to boil water by making the air hot above your cook stove? That just won't work. So in general, no, that can't happen. Don't worry about it. But don't be in a kind of swimming pool that's like above ground, because that'll melt on the sides and collapse. You know, those doughboy pools? So another thing that's tragic here is anybody who went past this reservoir. Here's what is the ideal shelter. Generally, people in swimming pools, they survive like a traditional swimming pool. You can get your nose burned off, You can lose your eyebrows, get first and second degree burns on your face if, say, you were next to vegetation. So if you were next to vegetation over there, that heat, have you ever had to take steps back from a bonfire? You don't want to be next to the vegetation, because if that catches, you can be crushed by a falling tree on fire. Every tree on fire eventually falls down. It may be years from now in the case of just a couple, but a tree on fire generally does fall. And if it doesn't, another one hits it and it falls. And the limbs are going to be burning and falling off too. So that's a bad place to be over there. If you entered the water there, I would make my way around this place. This is perfect. This is perfect. There's nothing to burn here. A tree or something might fall down, but then you'd make your way away from it, right? This is perfect. Face down, on your belly. Throw, even better, that's what the wool blanket is for. Throw it over your head. You trap breathable air. Pocket next to your head, and then the little bit of moisture on the wool blanket itself will keep a lot of the bigger particles of smoke from entering. You'll breathe easier. Wool resists fire, so the embers landing on it are really not going to catch. So out here, this is even more perfect. This little island with the twist pump valve on it, just chill out here. And part of what the wool blanket is for is people actually resting in a body of water at night. Their biggest problem becomes hypothermia. At night, even though there's a wildfire in the general area, it can be pretty cold, especially in these mountains and such. Can you imagine? It's not swimming pool weather. It's not 80, it's not 90. Have you ever tried to swim when it's like 70? Well, at night here, it can routinely get 40. Or just maybe even 68, but being wet and outside, even if it's 68 or constantly submerged, really sucks. And you may try to get out of the water, and the ground may be a little bit too hot for a while. And so here you are, ironically, it's like being at sea and there's nothing to drink, surrounded by water. You're surrounded by fire and can't get warm. So the 94-year-old man that I was listening to live on the scanner radio that survived the Paradise Fire calmly walked out of his building. He had no car and just sat in his neck up to his neck in a reservoir for more than 24 hours, and they found him suffering hypothermia. So even if it's wet, a wool blanket is going to insulate heat. I wonder how many people rushed past this place, in their bid for freedom. So just everywhere you go, there's places to shelter. Even if it's a tiny, dry, okay, we're going to say your driveway here. Like, here's a house. They probably have a gravel driveway, and usually at the side of every dirt road, there's a ditch, right, for the rain. The little culvert underneath your driveway is a survival story. I wish my family friend who perished in a fire knew it. He perished trying to defend his house with a garden hose because his car was on fire outside. He woke up with the roof on fire and the car on fire already. So what happened to the families near him, the same town, very tiny town, is like, for example, a family over here, they had the same thing happen too, but they took refuge in the culvert under their driveway. They managed to fit almost the entire family in it. And we're talking about the one barely wide enough for a man to squeeze in. Everyone got in, except the legs were sticking out for one of the little girls, and so she got her legs burned, but they were able to pat her out. At least she's alive, But even a culvert as tiny as that, even when it's dry, is a decent enough shelter to live. If you have your blanket, you can help kind of plug up one of the ends, at least push out the smoke. Jeez. Okay, I'm turning that down. That just gave me a heart attack. So, sure. That's the point of my channel, is to educate and inform. I don't care about the blaming and the wild theories and all that. We can prevent most deaths, and we can prevent most fires from ever being anything big enough to be of a concern. It's just that we have to take preemptive action. Brush and Berry Creek, we knew that they were vulnerable. They barely saved it from the Paradise Fire. We should have done something intelligent, which is created fire lines that protected these communities before the next fire occurred. We have a reactionary system where, even though the firemen know, all the firefighters know in these general areas what should be done to prevent fires, they just can't get approval, they can't get the budget. In fact, there's almost no budget for fire prevention for these counties or for these states. What happens is the money only comes in, and millions of dollars comes in, once a disaster has happened. So there's always reactionary, now that we know it's going to be paid for, now that we know a fire has started up here, now we can put crews on the line and start making a line. That's not the way to do it. Preemptively make a line that's nice and big and fat and strategic. It's like several different stops. The same way we protect a building. In the past, a building had no fire stops in the walls. And so if no matter where a fire started on the lower parts of a building, it raced up the walls in between the floors and reached the attic before even, the second floor, third floor, fourth, and fifth were on fire. And so you had everything collapse from the top down and crush people that otherwise would have survived a fire. So they just did simple things. They created these little, very difficult to breach barriers on every floor inside the walls of buildings. That's code today that's called a fire stop. So why don't we build fire stops? This one way out is the highway. Fire stop from here to here. Here's a body of water here. Let's build a permanently maintained fire control line. Let's not build it here once the fire's already way up there. They were building lines up here to control the lightning fire up here. It jumped because of that historic wind thing. And then there's nothing stopped it. It went. But if we had fire stops strategically placed where the landscape helps us, like right in front of this ridge, a permanent fire control line. You know what's difficult about this? Very few bridges here. What if we made another one from here to here? Or in fact, that's too high elevation, but, like simple things such as a zip line so fire crews could winch themselves up here or go between here. An engine here as an engine up here. We can make all kinds of nice things so that, the way it stands here, to reach this point, look at the maze of zigzags. This would probably take you an hour to get up here from the Merrimack area. This is not a town, by the way. Or if you went around the other way, say this one bridge is out. This one is the one bridge across this. That creek, if that's out, look how far they have to go around like that. We can preemptively strike, and it's very low maintenance once you've built these. Every spring, take a $2 road flare in the wet spring or after the spring growth, right before summer. Burn off the vegetation in front of the fire line, just up on those slopes, and that's it. This sort of stuff wouldn't happen, and these people would be protected. At least at the line, it buys time for the crews to arrive and start protecting these places. What they did is lose control, and it just nothing stopped it. All right, I'm going to turn on chatter. Let's see if they're saying anything about the Bobcat fire. Yeah, Sherlock says, I'm going to dig a pond in my backyard. I might be getting a tractor next year with a little excavator. Sweet, Sherlock. Get a masticator. Heck yeah, that's what you want. And replace the fire weeds. The horrible fire-promoting invasive species. Replace any blackberry vines you have. Rip those out by the roots. Masticate those and burn them in a barrel. And plant the native fire-resistant plants like your California lilacs. Those are pretty nice. Replace those stupid pine trees. Most of the pine trees don't belong down here, by the way. Like in Paradise, pine trees belong up here in the mountains, but this is oak savanna as a natural habitat and oak hills. But the problem with Paradise, if you zoom in here and look at the once this was kind of abandoned after the gold was not played out, but the gold rush was over. This was a plateau of just some oak trees, right? People didn't want to live up here. It's vulnerable to fire, A. There's high winds here. You can't grow anything. The soil is poor. It's actually a pretty not good place to live as far as like you want a garden or something. It's super vulnerable and only 3 ways out. And the easily accessible water is down at the base of giant ravines. Instead of having this an oak reverting back to nature when the white people came as a lovely oak savanna, rolling hills, kind of maybe plant some olive trees up here. Some company decided to plant tons and tons and tons of pine trees, expecting to harvest this later, right? These don't belong here. The blackberries, yeah, those are incredibly fire promoting. For one, it chokes out all the native plants and all the grasses that would grow lower. Blackberries can grow 12 feet tall upon themselves. And so when they're at the base of a building or the base of a tree, when they take fire, oh man, you should see blackberries on fire. Just a little pile of them, 5 feet tall by 5 feet wide. That would create a flame that would lick at the tops of the branches of 20-foot tall trees. They burn really fast, but extremely hot. You just put a little lighter there, especially a dry one, poof, whoosh. And it's going to be burned out really fast, but it's going to catch all the trees on fire. That's the thing about blackberries. So get rid of those, and also get rid of eucalyptus trees in California and plant the oaks, the ones that shrug off fire. Yeah, it's absolutely not good. And that explains why a lot of Clackamas County went up in flames, and even Washington County during this wind event. Most of California's native grasses, they could catch fire, but historically and in the Indians' time, the fire really wasn't that bad. The Indians continuously lit the fires to minimize A, wildfire potential that's out of control that would kill wildlife, and B, it would just renew the soil. The ash would renew the soil and renew the grass, right? Well, in comes our imported non-native grasses, the weeds that have just taken over California. They burn hotter, faster, longer, and the fire moves swifter. And what people don't realize is much of Paradise was a grass fire. This is grasslands. This is grass oak hills. Just zoom into it. There's very few and far between trees in much of these areas. That's got to be an Airbus. You can see where some of the Paradise fire, has absolutely devastated and killed the trees, but where these are oaks, they're fine. Oaks shrug off fire. They may look dead, and I came back the next May, and a lot of them were sprouting little things of green. Oaks resist fire. They just drop acorns for the native plants, the native wildlife to eat. Well, part of this disaster was planting all these pine trees up here. Pine trees promote fire, and you never want to live underneath a pine tree. Anything that drops needles, those are fire-promoting trees. They need, and it's a myth that they need fire to open their cones. If people say that to me one more time, I just sort of bury my head in my hands. They do not need fire to open their cones. Squirrels do that. Birds do that. Have you ever gone to a forest? There's tons of little baby trees growing up, little young trees, even though it hasn't seen fire for 75 years. That's squirrel action. That was only true in the dinosaurs' days, before squirrels existed. Maybe in between. So, but they promote fire to renew themselves, their own pine needles decomposing or burning and turning into ash renews the soil for the living tree. It's not about the baby trees. So unfortunately, they just did not harvest these trees, and they did not restore it back to oak plateau, oak savanna up here. In fact, what changed was the real estate market, and even because rent is so dang high down in the valley now because of differing economic factors. Even wastelands like Paradise, I'm sorry to call it that, but it was considered a wasteland in my grandmother's time. There's a reason why it was a gold rush town and then mostly abandoned. It became a Class D ghost town, same thing with Magalia. This is a bad place to live because it's dangerous. And there's very poor soil, and it's hard to get water. And so instead of cutting down the trees, then putting up housing developments. They put housing developments underneath the trees. And I can tell you right now, not only is that dangerous in a windstorm, but look at all these pine trees. The widowmakers that drop, you know, it is a struggle, a constant struggle to rake it up and constantly burn it in a barrel. That's what you have to do for your properties. And these are elderly people not able to do that. A lot of these are just trailer homes of the elderly. And constantly you have to get on a ladder and you have to get these pine needles off your roof and out of your gutters. Now, even if you've done that all the time, constantly, and you're doing your due diligence, when the fire hits, or when wind hits, the wind is going to knock all those pine needles on top of your roof and into your gutters and blow them up against the side of your house just because the wind's knocking new ones off the trees. You don't want to be living under the pine trees. Please take my advice. Cut those things down, sell the wood, whatever, and put the native nearby your property, not overhanging it, the oaks, in this sort of environment. The normal trees, deciduous trees, the ones that resist fire. Your flight leaves early Sunday morning. Well, you know, I wish we could have met here. But thank you so much for being here, Judy. You're still hanging out in Washington, right? Fir trees, same thing. They drop the needles. Douglas firs being the absolute worst. Those branches are called the widowmakers, and I barely survived a wind event in 2007. That was the gigantic 200 to 300 pound limb. I'm telling you this from first-hand experience. This isn't like, oh, I heard this. Even in Oregon, they did the same thing. Instead of cutting down the firs, real estate market changed, and it was more advantageous to sell the land for building rather than like tree farming. So instead of cutting them down, they advertised, live under the tree. It's like being in the forest. So we had like 4 or 5 Douglas firs around us. After that windstorm in 2007, holy mackerel, I was there on my bed and I heard something impact the roof. I thought it was like a car being dropped out of the sky. It impacts the roof. I jumped out of bed and ran. I thought the roof was going to cave in. There was a massive snapping sound. We had to inspect the beams in the attic later. And it was a widowmaker. So widowmaker is a branch of a Douglas fir tree. Maybe I can find it for you. Widowmaker branch, Douglas fir. And maybe there's just a picture of one. It's any branch. It's just the way Douglas firs are. See these? These are where the widowmakers have broken off already. But when the Douglas fir gets pushed around by wind, it just drops these branches randomly. And these branches can be 17 foot long, 200 to 300 pounds. I mean, they regrow them. They don't care. But anytime you try to walk through the forest after a windstorm, they're all over the forest floor. Because here's kind of like after a windstorm. A lot of them have dropped here. But the loggers hate them because you disturb the tree a little bit, just a little bit. Oh, and by the way, this happens too. They usually can go all the way through 3 stories of a house. If a Douglas fir falls, it'll just cleave your house in 2. A lot of deaths occur every year. I can't tell you do not live under these things. Like this is a widowmaker branch right up here. Let's get a larger image. Oops, we can't start randomly watching people's copyrighted thing. But this whole thing is a widowmaker. Depending on how many connecting branches are on it. It could weigh 100 to 300 pounds, right? So slam, it hits my roof. These are dead. These are dead with moss on them, and that's a cedar. Never mind. Stuff like that happens with the widowmakers. So it didn't have far enough to drop. So what happens with these trees is if it has far enough to drop, it'll accelerate, and then they are the shape of feathers. I'm so frustrated I can't just get an image. So it sounds like somebody with a radio right next to a fire truck. Yep, I can't find an example. Dang it. Anyway. So what happens with a Widowmaker, this is the best image I can get. One of these, it breaks off right next to the trunk. Because over here, this is the heavy side, right? But it's shaped like a feather in general. There's not as many branches right next to the trunk as there's needles and branches at the ends. And they're little, so it's like a feather. So if you've ever dropped a feather, the pointy side is down. The pointy side is down, so when it breaks off, this side is dropping down faster. And just like a feather, like a writing quill, it is a spear with hundreds of pounds of weight behind it. And it can be, just like here, the spear, it's going to be jagged. It can be larger than the width of a human arm. So when it goes straight down, and
124.3, acknowledge with an IDEM.
just going to try to check Widowmaker branch. That might be a catch-all term, but the Douglas firs are the ones that are just notorious for destroying loggers, killing the firefighters trying to cut them down when they're on fire. This is a little bit better. Yeah, what is a Widowmaker in forestry? So these are dead branches, but anyway, you get the idea about the feathers. So what happened was it hit sideways, thank God. It hit sideways because it broke off the tree. It didn't have too far to drop. So it slams the roof sideways. Even that, we thought that we had roof beam damage. If it had been up and down, it would have guaranteed punch right through. It has the power to punch right through the roof. Then it would have skewered me, gone through my body, and gone through the bed, and probably gone into the living room below me. That's their power. So what it did was roll off the roof. And now a second one, now that one went sideways, and that crushed our deck. We had to rebuild it. So the sideways fall just absolutely collapsed the rails. Now the second one that we heard, that sent me running into the street, by the way, in a panic. The thump, 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 thump during the windstorm with all the branches dropping, right? So I'm out in the street in my pajamas with a lantern and flashlight, just like the rest of our neighbors, and we realized it was stupid to have Douglas trees in our neighborhood. We saw them bending like fishing poles. And occasionally, if they're weak, they will just snap in half and just fall down. And that's why Douglas firs don't become old trees. You just don't see them older than 600 years where you can see a sequoia, right? They just decide they randomly break off and die because of windstorms. And the fact that there's a 1,000-year-old Douglas fir, or there was before this fire, at Beachy Creek, that's something like completely like an anomaly. So the older trees that are more wind resistant, they live longer, like cedars and such, sequoias, redwoods. So what happened with the one broke off higher? Probably the same tree. One broke up much higher. It did the vertical drop. It punched in through the deck, and it buried itself 2 feet through the soil, maybe 3 feet, and it stood upright vertically, and it was 17 feet tall, and it weighed more than 400 pounds, I think. It was just incredible. We could not actually get it out of the ground. It just punched through the deck like it was nothing, through solid wood. And we had to just cut it off about 4 feet tall, and then we twisted it back and forth, back and forth. 2 big friends of mine twisted that branch out of the soil, and then they fell down when it immediately popped out. Okay. Wait a second. Far from what? Oh, I'm sorry. It's just I haven't looked back at chat. When I'm doing my visual aid, I look back at chat usually every 5 to 8 minutes. But when I'm looking at my other monitor, I can't see chat. I'm not ignoring you, Wendy. I'm sorry. So what you have to do, Wendy, is do this. You type in the chat at Catherine Davidson like that. And what this does is it makes a big orange highlight for me, and I can see you're talking to me and not my other people in chat. Chat goes by all the time with my friends talking to each other. So if you're still here, let me know. But that's what you do in YouTube. I know not everybody knows about that trick, but if you want to get the attention of the actual streamer in YouTube, you do @ and then their channel name like that. It makes a big orange highlight, and then I can see you want to talk to me. So let me scroll up. Yep, sorry, didn't see your chat either, Bugs. It must have gone by really... No, this is not a recording. I'm here. And so what I had done is just looked at chat, talked about Judy's flight, looked back at the other monitor. It's like being a disc jockey, you know, like with a big control panel in front of me here. And so I didn't ever see you ever asking that. So, and Bug says southern magnolias are fire resistant. Yep. Go ahead and look. There's web pages dedicated to which trees are fire resistant. Yeah, Sherlock, you got a widowmaker branch in your yard. Yeah. Wendy said, I had asked how many fires there were still or new ones. Been praying for 8 days. Upsetting all the way from Houston. Yeah. There's many different fires. The good news is most of them in Oregon have been rained out. That's why I focused on California. California's got some serious ones still. So InstaWeb is the way that you check on them. So you have access to everything I do. InstaWeb is something everyone can look at. Look at all these fires in the west. The problem is that InstaWeb is not showing you which ones are extinguished or not. That's why I really fiercely dislike InstaWeb. So you can zoom in. And we know that the Bobcat fire by LA, for example, is raging. It's just growing. It's just raging. But the Ranch 2 fire, I think, is out. The El Dorado fire they're getting a big handle on it, and the Apple fire just merged with it. So this one, the Snow fire, just isn't very big and 67% contained. It was like a little tiny one that just started a little bit earlier. So what you can do is you can either use that or CalTopo, but InstaWeb is the page to use, and you can click on any fires. So if you're worried about the lake fire, you would type that one is over by the Bobcat fire, and then you can see here 95% contained. You click on these to find that out. So InstaWeb is a great way to find out things. That's like that one is and look at my description. You see all the links in my description. All of those I give you there's a lot of details I put into that and a lot of time. If you look at the description of my own channel here, it tells you how to monitor all of them with this map, and this map. The ArcGIS, for example. Let's look at my own description. I'm going to show you the ArcGIS map. I've spent hours making that description and linking people to it, and only to find most people don't read it and don't know it exists. People have come in tonight saying, is the observatory still standing? I don't know. Did you look at the description and my elaborate day-to-day diary on the progress of saving you know, the Mount Wilson Observatory? Okay, let me read you my own description. You have reached the facts-only resources on the fires. We do not entertain wild theories, allow bitter speculation, downer talk, blaming, or any other nonsense that divides. Phew, looks like the fire is on purpose, the one next to the Mount Wilson Observatory. It's part of the ongoing saga to protect the 116-year-old building, which started days ago. It gave us a scare when radio went silent and fires suddenly ran up the hillside next to the buildings. We continue to look at the intense situation of the Bobcat fire in the mountains just north of Pasadena. The communities of Juniper Hills and Valeyrmo are severely affected, and some homes and structures are lost. The new threat and the current thing we're monitoring is they're attempting to keep the fire away from Paradise Springs. And then here's why. They had to do a plan B yesterday. Instead of retardant drops to protect the observatory, they had to light a ring of fire around it because some idiot with a drone grounded all the tanker planes on the Bobcat fire. And down there, if you scroll down, incredible map, ArcGIS of the western fires. So if you do look at this, yes, I have been covering this for 3 weeks straight. And I am looking at chat every 8 minutes, but man, to unsub because I missed your chat, man, that's brutal. But you can click on any of these. This is the West on Fire. This is ArcGIS. It gives you a lot of the information that CalTopo does when you click on them, but CalTopo can give you a much better idea of what's going on. So if you just zoom into whichever one you want here with ArcGIS, it's going to show you in the big icons are the big fires. They tend to be the ones that, here's their containment value. That tends to be the ones that are still going. The tiny fires, you'll see discovered on the 17th. Now the 17th was the when, and I will look back at chat in a second. The 17th was the day of the dry lightning storm, which lit more than 500 fires in California, around even more than 530. So the majority of these you click on, it'll say 100% contained, just, 17th. Let's click up here. That was 100% contained, but that was done by the 1st. So the sheep fire, that was 100% contained back in the day. Here's the oak incident, meaning a smaller brush fire, only 1,000 acres, 100% contained as of the 20th, discovered on the 7th. So that was part of the Labor Day fires that cropped up. So you can always click that in InsaWeb. The only thing I do to update people is I read InsaWeb, and then I can interpret where a fire is going based on the weather, and then plus look at the InsaWeb on the outlook that the firefighters have interpreting the weather. So what I do is I just have a public service to read this for people and answer questions. But what I've been also training people as part of my show is training people how to survive and how to groom your landscape, what trees to remove, the trees that will want to kill you, the trees that will want to promote fire. I mean, the Douglas firs are fine in their own habitat. They do not belong a lot of the places that they were planted. If it's not the mountains, if it's not the forest and the mountains, they don't belong wherever else you find them. Unfortunately, a lot of people, like in the valley, say, oh, wouldn't it be neat to live in a forest, but right here in the suburbia. And they plant these things, and they grow real fast, and it might shade you and stuff, but then you find out how horrible it is to live under these, because every single day you park your car in your driveway, there's incredible amounts of sap all over it. Every single day that you clean out your gutters, it looks like you need to clean them again, because there's more pine needles on your roof and in your gutters. You then have to start hiring people, and you can't just hire the 12-year-old kid who mows your lawn to get up on a ladder, take a rake, and get the pine needles off your roof. That has to happen several times per month. And guess what? If the kid falls off the ladder, he sues you, so you have to pay somebody who's licensed, bonded, and insured just to get on the ladder to scrape the pine needles off your roof and clean your gutters all the time. I'm just telling you. There's sap everywhere, over everything. You cannot dry your laundry out there because sap will get on your clothing, and then you wash it, but then it's hardened into amber on your clothing, and you rip it off your clothing, and you rip a hole in your shirt. They suck. And then when a windstorm comes, the widowmakers try to kill you. They destroy your deck, and they almost killed me. They're not good to live under. So if you're in the woods, you should cut these down around your house and then plant some more friendly trees, maples or something. So let's look back at chat. I'll be happy to. There are too many fires to mention, but the ones that we are the most concerned about is the Bobcat fire at LA. Go back to ArcGIS. This creek fire is making its way towards Yosemite, which really sucks. And unfortunately, when we read about the creek fire, it's not burning a forest, it's burning a dead forest. 90% of the trees got killed by the beetle infection, the infestation of the Japanese beetle. And the Japanese beetle keeps spreading throughout California. It's completely ignored by the media, but they've been saying since 1991, if we don't get a handle on the beetles, the fate of every tree in California is to die, no matter what tree it is. They have no predator. They're exploding out of control. There's like billions of them out there now. So this entire creek fire, if you look at InsaWeb, you can read it for yourself. incredible fire load, no chance to get a handle on it until the weather cooperates. This is going to be going on by itself. Hopefully, the rains come before the Santa Ana winds. Because if the Santa Ana winds come, these entire community of Fresno could be erased off the map with no exaggeration. The Chico was almost erased off the map with the Paradise Fire. In fact, the historical Paradise Fire came up to Chico's doorstep. East Chico evacuated, including a lot of my friends. It did jump the highway and just start tearing across California's flatlands. I mean, the Paradise Fire was no joke, and that's what happened during the Santa Ana winds. So the Bear Fire up here is another one of huge concern. They're starting to get a handle of it, but there's like 3 areas that are serious, especially down here. This might take out the town of Forbes-town. This one, the August Complex, is California's largest fire ever. And in fact, if you zoomed out, it's just a gigantic portion of the entire western United States on fire. This was started by the lightning, so is that one. They're not sure it started the Creek Fire, but probably lightning too. So there's really too many to mention. The Bobcat is the worst in the LA area. The El Dorado is starting to get more of a handle on it. The Slater Fire is still going here on the border with Oregon, but it's starting to look good because a gigantic rainstorm about four days ago ripped through here. One after another is like a train of 3 different rainstorms. So pretty much done deals are the Archie Fire in the Holiday, the Beachy Creek, the Lion's Head, and the Riverside. The White River Fire is already out. And also, and pretty much a done deal, is this big hollow fire just south of Mount St. Helens. And while there's, for the most part, west of the Cascades in Oregon, pretty much it's a done deal. The fires on the coast are pretty much a done deal. We continue to worry for the Bratton Fire in the tiny town here, Paisley. Look how close.
We got 3 patrols that are almost out onto the 2.
But they valiantly saved Paisley, and we just hope that the weather holds. But the east of Oregon's mountains, that is a desert. It's a completely different climate. It's like a non-tropical rainforest to the west of these mountains, these high rugged mountains here, and on the east side it's a high desert. This is the worst one of Oregon. This is not the Diamond Lake. I'm sorry, the 242. I can't get very much information about it. 95% containment sounds a bit weirdly suspicious to me. I don't believe that's right. Let's check into Web. But what I keep saying in chat is just tell me which fire concerns you the most, and I stop what I'm doing and I check it out. So, wow, 89% containment. They were talking about spreading to the northwest and southwest.
30 in the blind, expecting parking at Kilo Alpha Lima 1 on deck in 15 minutes. Trying 8030 out.
Alright, that's a Bobcat fire, guys. The news has crazy footage of the lake fire. Oh, I'm sure, because that entire forest is dead. I mean, at least we're not losing new trees. I can only imagine. So, yeah, if anybody has a special request to let me know. Hey, Bugs, what's up? Yeah, I'm trying to multitask best I can. The funny thing is how many are new? None except that snow one. That I really can tell. Here's Paradise. Let's get out of there. Yeah, that one that I've already shown. But if the Santa Ana winds come, which they can any moment, we will see new ones. We're seeing spotting because these embers at Bobcat Fire kind of drift around, and they've drifted over here. But I've been listening to the live chatter. They're doing a great job of getting things under control. The only thing that's really new is this snow fire, which is in a pocket here. Not really anything in the way of residences here, as I know. This is kind of like another one of the wild mountains around LA, part of the Coast Range. But everything's just still burning since August that they didn't immediately put out. the COVID-19 situation, the only reason they are this bad is, no, it's not because of the atmosphere and stuff. As far as global warming is concerned, there's nothing particularly telling about it. There's nothing here that is a good example of it, of climate change. That shocks people that don't live here, but the people... Okay, I'm going to turn down that radio. The people that do know about California weather is California just goes in wet periods of floods and then droughts. Wet periods of floods and then droughts, and it cycles back. There's pretty much a 7-year cycle that comes and goes pretty regularly. My time, my mom's time, my grandma's time. But the snowpack is more of an idea about climate change that you could link to. The glaciers on the volcanoes not being what they used to be is another good thing that you could link global warming to. But as far as what's going on, the press and the media seem to be absolutely like 100 points fewer IQ than they used to have in the past. Usually, to be a journalist, you had to like at least read a wiki article about the normal weather patterns of a state. Like, this might actually be something that's completely news to people who don't live there. But seasonally, there are the Santa Ana winds. Now they've decided to call the ones in the north, there's always two branches, the north and the south, they call them the Diablo winds, but that's pretty new as of 1991. It strikes both parts of the state at the same time. So you might wonder, if you're a foreigner, to California, oh no, every time I read about California, there's massive fires in the north and south at the same time. Why does this keep happening? Well, there's always two forks of the Santa Ana winds. There's only two places in California that winds can actually escape the valley and go to the ocean. So when they sweep in from the deserts, usually around 2 times a year, early spring or sometime in the fall or early winter, that's when you have the biggest wildfire risk, and any fires that are not out, or any that start at that time, are going to become monsters. They're talking about going to Big Pine, but just for like a meeting. There's not a fire at Big Pine that I can tell right now, listening to their chatter. Big Pine kind of like is a staging area, kind of for the Bobcat fire. So, journalists are saying such, like, we're just going to see more of these if these fires, if there's climate change. Well, the longer fire season, that makes sense. And other states are a better example. California, typical, the fire season goes into September, October, and November are the deadliest months of California fires. And it's been that way for about 500 years because of these cyclical wind patterns. The jet stream just does this during late autumn. It's part of why we have cooler weather, But when, we don't know. So what this is an absolute race against time. This is a desperate struggle to put all of the California fires out before the Santa Anas come. And the media is not telling you that, but I'm telling you that. And, it's just not looking good for California. If there was some cooler weather, some Pacific storms, some wetness, that would be great. Let me look back at chat now. Hey Carney, welcome. Hey Morris, welcome back. So, let's see here. Which map we looked at showed evacuation zones? For where? And thanks Sherlock for posting that. I said to not link that to anyone, but I guess you didn't get the memo. But it was supposed to be for me. Yeah, no worries. The part, yeah, I can just click that. That's cool. If anybody's watching it, that's okay. But I think that was when we just kind of had meme session and philosophy time, wasn't that? So that's nothing to do with the fires for that part, is it? So let's look here. I bet Wendy unsubbed and left. I don't know. After all that, that's all right. I hate that though, guys. I can't juggle and look at chat and explain things and look at chat all the time. Do you put a space between the names? You do, Sherry. You do. And capitalization matters. There's a lot of people trying to get my attention, not capitalizing it. So, let's see here. Yeah, the news has crazy footage of the fires, yep. Yep, Judy's scared for the firefighters. I mean, the Bobcat fire has already taken a life. So we continue to monitor that situation. It's very quiet on the Bobcat fire. Okay, crapola, because Kathleen just said Slater is cool because of all the rain. Carney, smell of smoke again? Well, that's natural. They're also doing backfiring. They're fighting the Slater and Diablo fire on purpose with backfires. So it's gonna be smoky. And the wetter it is, the more humid it is, the more smoke. Remember when you burn seasoned wood, there's less smoke, and when you burn green wood, because it's kind of wet, it's more smoky. You ever tried to burn like freshly cut grass or freshly cut twigs? That produces the most smoke. So more smoke doesn't mean a fire's getting worse. I mean, if it's rapidly moving, that's what that means. But if it's sluggish, more smoke means it's struggling, the fire's struggling. So, Bug says we're slotted for 4 straight days of rain in the Portland area. True. Yeah, maybe I need 3 monitors. I absolutely do. Hello. Yeah, that is called the Devil Fire. It is. Hey, Bo, what's up? Guys, I'm not going to do a late night stream tonight because I'm so tired. I woke up today just still feeling like I didn't get any sleep. But I bet she's gone, guys. That's okay. I can't keep all people from unsubbing when I don't respond to them within 5 minutes. I was obviously in the middle of story time. I'm not sure what happened there. So, but yeah, I was just expressing my general disappointment with the media. They're not talking about they're not talking about how the West is experiencing a once-in-a-lifetime disaster event. This is like the Hurricane Andrew. This is like the perfect storm. This is what you tell your kids about. This needs a name. This whole event needs a name. The Labor Day disaster or something. The Labor Day inferno. But it's not just one. There's a lot of infernos. We need to have a name. I'm talking to my friends in, we almost lost every single population center of Oregon. People were not talking about that. The Archie Creek almost took out Roseburg. The Holiday Farm almost took out Springfield plus Eugene. We almost lost Albany and Salem because of the Beachy Creek. We almost lost Warm Springs and Madras and Redmond and Bend because of the Lion's Head and the other side of the Holiday Farm. We almost lost Salem because of the Beachy Creek and Albany. We almost lost pretty much all of Clackamas County. Was at one point they were considering abandoning it, going to the other side of the Willamette River and the Clackamas River and making that river a fire line and making a stand. We almost lost Silverton, Mount Angel, Scott Burns, Molalla, Jervis, Woodburn, Hubbard, Aurora, Canby, Oregon City, Estacada, Springwater, Colton, Eagle Creek, that has its own fire, Beaver Creek, we almost lost. Plus, there was a big fire at Redlands and Echo now, and they were starting to evacuate Milwaukee. This is Portland. Milwaukee is part of Portland. They were on notice. They probably would have saved Clackamas and Gladstone and Les Lynn. But that almost happened. The wind changed. That's it. The media doesn't even say this, and it's absolutely true, but some of the scariest videos, and that's what I want to do, is video time here. They have explained how they did a running fight. Let's do it. Let's show it, actually. What gives me the impression of how serious this situation was is this everybody fleeing for their lives at Detroit. We've already lost a dozen towns without exaggeration. Idaho, Detroit, Niagara, Gates, Mill City, Fox Valley, Lyons, Mahima, Elkton, Jawbone Flats, I think Wilhoit, however you say that. I don't know if that's a town, but Dodge up there, we already lost those towns. And we already did lose more than 650 homes and buildings along the McKenzie River. Rainbow, Finrock, Nimrod, Vida, Leaberg, those are gone, and other places up here not listed on the map. We already did lose, erased from the map, Talent and Phoenix. They couldn't stop that. We almost lost Medford, because over here is this South Obachane fire. Here is the other fire that trapped them. There's a little fire here. The only way they could have gotten out was through here, and they almost got trapped because of the Slater fire. If it had gone up through here, would have trapped them and they would have no way out. 82,000 people. So that is a big deal. California's largest wildfire it's ever had, and its 5th largest fire at the same latitude on either side of the valley, happening at the same time. 530-something fires being started last month during a lightning storm, fanned by the crazy Labor Day Holocaust/Inferno event, whatever you want to call that. The entire town of Pasadena is on watch. Millions of people are in here. This is arguably just a borough of Los Angeles. Everyone here is prepared to leave. This is 100,000 acres here. This, if you moved it here, is the entire size of most of LA, but it's just up in the hills. Guys, can't tell you. Oh, we also have a gigantic swath of the Sierra Nevada mountain range on fire at the same time. This one moving towards Yosemite. I can't tell you how serious this is. This is bigger than most historic events. It didn't even get a name by the media yet. Well, let's just look at the big. We'll look at Fox and CNN right now. What is their headline? Okay, COVID is also another disaster of our times, but where are we? There's a tropical storm. There's somebody endorsing a politician. There's something about Tesla. Chicken wings are hot. Chicken wings are hot. Are you serious? How insensitive do you want to freaking be right now? Kentucky hospital CEO says people should wear masks. Okay, but is that really news? Raiders' Derek Carr silences the doubters with a big win. There's some police brutality, and there's a guy who fell in love with an octopus. He fell in love with an octopus and visited her for an entire year. That's the headline? All right. Let's see what else. Let's see foxnews.com. Let's just see what their headlines are. A virtual tie between... That's the big news. Millions of people are worried about losing their home. That's the big news. Costco removes cheese after a protest. Okay. I'm scrolling down. Okay. How many down here? Live updates, raging wildfires threatening 100 plus homes in this state. Wait, what? 100 homes? How about 1 million? Is Pasadena a joke to you? I won't even tell the state. Man, South Carolina father helps police to arrest a man accused of looking at a teen in the bathroom. Alright. This is the event of our lifetimes. Hollywood unions are going to... Okay. Alright, so let's go to the next one, MSNBC. We'll go to BBC News next. Let's just see how people are covering this. Alright, MSNBC. There's if a CIA report on Russia is accurate, okay. Something about Russia? Somebody talking about Obamacare, and if that's overturned, how it's going to be bad. Something about voting. We're not on the front page. Killer obsessed with witchcraft executed by the U.S. government. Okay. Yeah. Let's check out the BBC. No wonder my friends in Australia and stuff, they just send me a text. Hey, how are you doing? Half my family's still evacuated. How are you doing? It's like asking someone in a hurricane, how are you doing? Okay, BBC News, U.S. city braces for a decision on a police shooting. This sucks. 500 whales stranded in Tasmania. Yikes. Like I was saying the other night on my broadcast, when you have ocean temperatures like an El Nino condition that are unseasonably warm, You get a lot of shark attacks because sharks come inland, so do dolphins and so do whales. They come too close to shore. That's no surprise that there's been a mass stranding. And then you have, that's the Jaws event. So that's what causes megastorms too, like BBC in Siberia, what you don't see. That's in pictures, ash covers Ecuador farming land. The extraordinary life of Jackie Stallone, who just died at 98. 6 African heritage sites under threat from climate change. Yeah, that is a concern. The Sahara Desert spreading out, that is a concern. But you know what? That's a really long-term concern. Not even in the top 10. Yeah. All right. What's the news in Australia? They should be sympathetic. That's the whales are the thing. Is that pilot whales? Oh, the poor things. So news.com.au. Let's see how the rest of the world's covering this. We'll check the South China Morning Post. I'm sorry, I gotta look back. Yeah, it's not history yet. It's current news. Yeah. So I just can't believe it. This is a disaster. You would think the disaster would sell. Aussie arrests after U.S. Homeland Security raid. A man was arrested in a police operation involving U.S. Home Security and hazmat crews in New South Wales. Okay, but New Farm has a massive loss. Okay, the man's proposal goes wrong. Billionaire chicken magnate dies. Nun retreat now an extreme $12 million house. Big question after Ellen TV's apology. Okay. Let's check out South China Morning Post. That's Hong Kong news. South China Morning Post. It's not Chinese news, it's Hong Kong. Okay, China-Australia trade. We've been forgotten, guys. We've been forgotten. Why China has left its option open for some sort of vaccine, the COVID vaccine. Okay. China relations. Putin's doing something. Okay. U.S. pork exports to China surge back to pre-trade war levels. That's a very riveting headline. So we've been forgotten, but I don't forget. All right. That's so that passed. No wonder the people in other countries don't have any clue about this. This is mentioned as oh, by the way, Western wildfires are getting worse, just like we predicted with global warming. Oh my gosh. What a ridiculous way to summarize that. Okay. No, we don't have enough people to put all these out. The lightning fires caused the vast majority of these. And COVID meant that we didn't have the people, the boots on the ground, or any funding here to fight all these things. And these got 2 freak storms, like the perfect storm. This is one of those, meteorologists have to study this. You can't just... Alright, I'm going to tone that down. I thought they were going to say something, but they won't. This is a very complex nature of why this is on fire. We have to understand this to ever understand how to respond and prevent this. This is so messed up. So, what I'm going to do now is Judy says I looked under Fox News and then clicked on U.S. There's actually live coverage saying limited resources helped wildfire become one of the LA's country largest ever. Okay, that's good, but you had to click on U.S. to even see that. Bug says the link I posted, impacts of global warming on the recent Oregon fires were probably quite small. Okay, good. I mean, there's always somebody that actually does their research, because the first of all, quit hating me as some sort of climate change denier. I have noticed that most civilizations have collapsed because of climate change. In fact, I'm one of the very few people who have noticed that. I'm a history major. You know, climate change has caused most extinctions. No, I'm not a denier. I'm a realist, though, and I do know this is promoting climate change. That this is, people got it wrong. These fires are promoting climate change. Deforestation is a huge part of climate change, plus all of the CO2. I mean, what is it that I just closed? I was trying to argue with somebody the other day. Guys, just understand me here. Look at the emissions from the smoke. Here's just the last couple of days. Well, look at no factory on Earth and very few volcanoes right now. We're giving off smoke columns that big. These wildfires are causing and tilting the balance towards a warmer world. I mean, no factory does that. These have to be prevented as part of the battle against climate change, but they weren't caused by it necessarily. That's the narrative we really, really have to unite. No matter what side of any issue you're on, everybody can agree this sucks. This is not supposed to happen. It didn't happen in the past, and we should stop it. The reason it didn't happen in the past is we have a variety of things. We didn't have as many invasive weeds that promoted fire. We took care of forests in a different way. I mean, we also took care of them in a stupid way, with logging everything in sight without replanting and stuff. But you know, there is a middle ground, which is the sweet Goldilocks spot. Look at that and tell me how much CO2 is released from that. You know? Cool. I do want to read that article too. So we have to understand, did we do anything to cause this winter event too? I know the 1933 Tillamook burn, myself and only myself, I have not heard any other expert link it to the crazy mini climate change event called the Dust Bowl. So the Dust Bowl, we know, had high winds in the plains, and there was unusual, unseasonable. The Tillamook burn was one of the world's worst forest fires, one of America's worst for sure. And that was caused by crazy winds coming in from the gorge, Columbia River Gorge, and which is up here. It's just not typical for the east winds to blow fiercely and hot down the gorge like that. And it dried out the old growth, the amazing habitat, the old growth, pristine old growth, never touched by man, and just absolutely very few roads through this whole area, just gone in 2 months. It all burned up, and then 3 years later it burned up, and 3 years later it burned up. That's how we first became aware. It's called the 3-year jinx, that you have to salvage logs and standing dead trees will just prime the landscape for a second fire and burn up all the trees trying to grow back. And 3 years later, there's enough brush growth once again to start another fire that killed everything else in sight again, because there was still standing dead trees and now brush again. So we learned that lesson a long time ago. It's time we learned it again. Things like that, when we stopped salvage logging because it's controversial, it shouldn't be. But guys, okay, maybe some trees trying to grow back get crushed by the tractors trying to salvage log, right? We could still replant them. But if you don't salvage log, if you keep the standing dead trees, that's the number one risk factor for a secondary wildfire. But imagine the trees trying to grow back, they're just going to get incinerated again. Every 3 years, incinerated. They finally realized, after the third round of fires, that nothing was going to change until they got all of the standing dead trees out of there. They weren't even commercially viable at that time, but it was time to just get rid of it to prevent more fires. They were like, crap. The landscape became the moon again, and the moon again, and the moon again, until they stopped that. Yeah, smart logging. I am not for old-fashioned logging. I'm for smart logging and new logging, where the point of logging is to improve the habitat. For example, in the past, lightning fires that used to just burn into a couple of acres, they would make meadows, and that's critical habitat for the elk, and that's for the deer. So why don't we just log in order to make meadows and groom the habitat for the elk and the deer in like ovals? and selectively in spots that would improve the habitat the most, and then thin out the rest, but keep it forest, you know. We keep seeing logging slashes of fuel for some of these fires where they weren't able to finish the logging, right? So why don't we selectively do stuff like that? There's smart logging. It enhances. Environmentalists and loggers can actually be their best friends if they wanted to be. But we have to make a new system. We have to just accept that the old one didn't work. So until we don't and realize we have to unite, nothing's going to change. Pointing the finger and blaming people will result in no change. That's why I do not allow it here. I do not blame anybody in this. We have nothing to blame but collectively ourselves. That's it. And we have nothing to look forward to in the future but something better, because this is about rock bottom. This is about rock bottom. So the only cool thing about rock bottom is everything else from here is up. Let's get smart. Let's remove the invasive species, remove the invasive weeds, regroom the landscape to the native, rewild it with the native plants. They tend to be fire resistant, much more so than the stuff we import, you know. Time to get smart here. Turn the weeds into biodiesel, you know. There's solutions all the way here. Yeah, good night, Judy. Have a good night. Take care. There's an asteroid coming close to us. Is that what you're saying? That's all that 2020 needs. You know, we've made our cake. 2020 made the cake of disasters. The layer cake is here. We need the cherry. What's going to be the cherry? All right. Is that going to be an asteroid? We had a comet go by. Those things are bad luck. Everybody knows. That would just take the cake. By the end of the year, this is my prediction, we'll have something that is the cherry on the top. And then we could say, wow, 2020, you just really seriously sucked. You just seriously sucked. You imagine, though, when the Black Death was rampaging through Europe, or World War I or World War II, you know, it's been darker before. Everybody always thinks the world's going to end. Every generation does. Imagine, you know, Europe when the Huns showed up. Everybody thought it couldn't get worse, and the Mongols said, hi. You know, it's a wheels of fortune. It shines on you for maybe a couple centuries, and then bam. Reality calling. Bad luck is here. Did you forget me? Did you miss me? Alright, so let's see which article. Alright, bugs. I'm going to open that and read that in a bit. Yeah, I am very surprised. You know, if it bleeds, it leads. There's plenty of bleeding out here. What in the world are you guys doing, news media? What you guys doing? So, how unusual was the easterly flow? It turned out to be, quote, extremely unusual. Yeah, I like that article, but it's not going to get a lot of press. Yeah. Hey, Juan, glad you're back. Speaking of up, you know that there's certain groups of people that signed up to actually travel to Mars. If I remember right, they were going to set up some kind of a base. Yeah, they were volunteering, but that trillion upon trillion dollar mission, that's only going to happen if it can pay for itself. So that's going to be the big delay about colonizing Mars. Yes, there's stuff we want from it. Oh yes, there's stuff we want from it. Excuse me. The moon is actually next. Everybody will pretty much have to be underground when it comes to the moon. Whoops. Let me make sure this is non-copyrighted. I don't know. Nope, it's copyrighted. Time-lapse of our video seen from our camera located at Lexington Hill. I can't play the whole thing. I can just show you how the fire went from this. This is a seismographic lab. That's going to be part of the work of the United States government. Oh, it's a seismographic lab. Okay, guys, we can watch this. The historic run of the Claremont Bear Fire, the North Complex, into Oroville. That's what I was going to show you guys later. It has a PG and E stamp. Yet it says seismograph down here. Okay. So this won't actually be... Yeah, this is, once again, guys, I keep telling you guys about the crazy fast moving of fires. This wind event was pretty something. So out of the 6,000 to 6,500 foot elevation of the high Sierras, this fire raced down almost to the flatland on a historic speed. So here it is, just from a seismograph cam. This is 11:09 in the morning on the 9th. So here's the Labor Day storm. The east wind's pushing in 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts. This is going to go from 11 in the morning and looking pretty normal to absolute hell pretty quickly. I don't know the station here. Wish.
There's no patient here. Nah, 167 cancel.
Okay, that was a medical call. I keep turning on LA major fire event. But yeah, so the time now is 12:15. $12:30. $12:45. $1. $1:30. And we want to speed this up. What's it running at? This is 2x playback. 1:45. Yeah, now the fire doesn't even fit in view. It has to pan. 2 o'clock. 2:30. Okay, I'm going to slow it down because it speeds up by itself. Let's go back to normal. So let's rewind. This is 1:45. Look at that spread. 2 o'clock. Day is now, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Looks like sunset. 2:30. 2:45. 3. Now it's kind of in slow motion. They slowed down this time lapse. 3:10. Yeah. 3:15. Wow, that's close. 3:22. 3:30. That's much of now Northern California that you can see through here past. That's the valley down there. 3:39. You can see everybody's running for their lives, including the firefighters. 3:50. There's a new ridge going up right there. It's widening as well as running down. 4. 4:10. You can see the trees kind of shaking. These aren't the crazy wind gusts, but you can kind of see that they are being kind of shaken by that wind. But what I have to remind people of is when they're funneled into canyons, that's when they're seriously a problem. This is a wide, flat area. This is nothing like what's going on in the canyons. And although you can see that tree just absolutely trembling. These limbs don't tend to move, but they kind of like shake in a coniferous tree. But with the deciduous trees, every single, yikes, look at it coming. But when you see deciduous trees with leaves, that's much more easy to see what's going on. Needles just kind of stand stiffly until they rip off, and if you can see trees, the actual leaves on the trees were shriveling visibly as I watched it happen in Oregon, and just drying and drying and drying. So what these constant winds are doing, extremely low humidity, that's just drying every single piece of vegetation. Wow, we just saw flame. Did you see that? So it's spreading wide. It's coming towards this station too. I rewound it right there. Watch right there. It's only, what's 700 hours? Is that 6 p.m. now? 6:16? 1700 hours? Oh, wow. Another quote. Deceptive information undermines society's ability to deal with wildfires in an effective way. Absolutely. So, yeah, that's like one of the things I keep trying to prevent here is people said stuff like, well, they shouldn't salvage log at all because the little baby trees trying to grow back will create more oxygen and get rid of more CO2, and therefore wildfires won't be as bad. Whoa! You have to salvage log. No matter what the content of whatever gases in the atmospheres are, you have to get standing dead trees over there. The most sensitive way, if you don't want to crush the baby trees, is by helicopter. I saw that effectively done in the Moonlight Fire in 2007. You know, salvage log doesn't have to crush anything. So let's keep going. 1,700 hours and 18 minutes. What is 1,700 hours? 5. Oh, sorry. It's only 5 p.m. and look at this. The landscape is transformed. So what I'm going to do is pause here. This is at 5:40, and it is 5:26 p.m. Let's go back. Here is the contrast. Here it is 11:15 in the morning, and the same view at 6 p.m. So I want to rewind till we see the flames. That was really cool. I mean, not cool, but cool to see. Oh, Bo says, I was looking at the American Forest Foundation. It has some interesting topics, like I was saying, to prevent forest fires. Yeah. Oh, good. Can you link that? That'd be really cool. Just don't have the www or the HTTPS thing. Yeah, oh gosh, see the flames out there. So it's actively spreading wide, just like it's spreading down the hill. People at some point are dying in this. I wonder if we could find an explanation of what happened, like the fire crews explaining. I'm going to show you next, if I can find it, an explanation. Oh my God, there's the fire. Explanation of what happened at the disaster at Detroit Lake. That's one heck of a thing. Unfortunately, I heard that every single building burned down at the ghost town of Joplin Flats. In March, I tried to visit it and walked most of the way. Mom kind of had a knee problem, and we abandoned walking the rest of the way. And I'll never have seen it. It was a museum town, the best preserved gold mining town, maybe on the West Coast. All of Oregon for sure. Just lost everything. And a life, unfortunately, somebody lived up there permanently and stayed, and they believe they found him. But this is, at this point, 8:24 at night. And the landscape is just absolutely changed. You can't get crews out here to do any sort of containment for this during these wind events. The only possible hope you have had in this situation. Yeah, it looks like the trees are frightened. You're right, Lorraine. I'm glad to have you here. You cannot... Okay, now switch to night vision. You can't fight this. You can run from this. The only hope we have here are permanently maintained, very wide fire breaks. And that can slow the spread, slow things down, and it will take... And wind will go over these fire breaks in certain directions, like downwind. But as this was spreading out, that's what's called creeping. It's just running up slopes. It's not spreading out anywhere as fast as it's spreading downwind, which is over here to the south. So to keep it from being wide, to keep it narrow and down one narrow ravine, for example, you can put up on the ridges or near ridges the fire break roads, constantly maintain them, and it will like stop at those, or at least you could get in front of it with a torch and burn off the vegetation in front of this thing up to the fire lines. That is how you would stop this from being a monster. But as you can see, no airplane can fly in this. There can't be retardant drops. The only possible way you can deal with this is light a fire in front of the fire, at least on the sides, and have a pre-protective burned out ring around the towns, or at least a ring where it's just grasslands, instead of, you know, how the best protected town is one where there's actually just farmland or pastures around the town, and you can either quickly burn that off in front of the fire, or you can take your tractor and make those strips of dirt in front of the fire. You know, that sort of thing has been used to save towns in eastern Oregon. Or just make sure it's dirt before fire season. You know, what would have been intelligent here is, oh dear, there's been 8,000 lightning strikes and 530 fires started. So, for example, oh, the fire's up here at Bucks Lake, but since it's Santa Ana wind season, let's go ahead and earlier this year, go ahead and start the fires here around Brush Creek and around Berry Creek, and get people alerted and make sure shelter-in-place options are great. And then do that preemptively, and that could have saved a lot of people if they were able to just shelter in place. Maybe even build shelters. Just like I keep saying that a simple culvert could be a fire shelter, why don't we build them into the sides of some hills? Just a, you know, 25-foot long, 9-foot tall culvert. Just, it's not that difficult to build a tunnel. In fact, there's tons of gold miners still up here. Just pay for that and have people at general areas, general neighborhoods, just kind of go in there, close the door. The fire would blow over. You wouldn't have to spend more than 6 hours in there till you come out. So let's look at more examples. I want to find the Beachy Creek fire update. It may be in my history. I don't know if it was YouTube. But it explains this fire has been captured from multiple angles. And at night, this is the end of the video. If you guys want to watch it, it's going to be put in the chat. Just insanity. Okay, Moore says, how can I send you a link on the asteroid? Paste it here, but remove the www and the HTTPS stuff in front of it. I believe that works. Oh, cool. That article mentions this easterly wind event in the Pacific Northwest was a 250-year event. Yeah. 2020, of course, it said. Oh, yeah, 2020. It's been rubbing its hands together for a long time. I do believe that it's happened in 1933, though. When Tillamook burned, but I could be wrong. So, let's, oh, I want to put this on my watch list. Construction of the dam. The world's largest earthen dam. Oh, sweet. My mom remembers the construction here. This drowned about 20 old gold mining ghost towns. People don't believe it. It is the world's largest earth dam. I don't think they'll ever build anything like it. I want to know what it was like in my lifetime, of course. I've never seen what's underneath it. But I was hoping that some film crew back in the day went and filmed the old gold mining ghost towns that they drowned with the creation of the dam. Oh, well, there's the twin tunnels. Okay, yeah, some tunnels out there by Oroville, by the Bear Fire, are submerged today by the dam. When the water gets low, sometimes you can see them. And there was a massive accident in one of them, one of the world's worst train disasters. Head-on collision into the tunnel between the dirt leaving, the empty trucks leaving the site, and the trucks with the dirt coming in. And there was a massive fire in the tunnel. It was just hideous. One of the unknown accidents. But let me just put that on my watch list real quick. Okay, so I'm going to check my history real quick and see if I have it on YouTube, the explanation of what happened at the Beachy Creek fire. The firefighters just, wow, I was watching stuff about toucans. I forgot about that. That's the CAL FIRE update on the Bear Fire, which we could watch too. But the hey, maybe we should tune into that. Let's see here. What happens when drones hit airplanes? Yep. let's talk about mop-up. That was enlightening. Okay, so it wasn't on... There's that parrot I like to watch. Okay, so it wasn't on YouTube. Let me check their Twitter, I believe it was. So, anybody have a special request for checking on a fire? I'm going to show you, we're going to watch some firefighters explain what went wrong, especially at Detroit Lake, and how they survived, where 70 civilians were trapped anyway at Detroit Lake, where they couldn't save them, they couldn't helicopter rescue them, and they had to make their own way out of the logging roads. That's going to be a movie, you know. So while I look for that, I'm going to go back to the historic runs. These are the alternate views. We watched this one already. This is from the other side. You know, it starts here, goes down that way, goes down that way. Yeah, we were watching the view from the other side. These are seismic stations, I guess. There's an alternate view one here, where it looks like a volcano. So, wow, this is high up. Where is this located? Dyer Mountain. Okay, we see the lake. Let me quickly find out where is Dyer Mountain. And then, if we know where this is filming, Dyer Mountain, California. It's from Almanor. Well, no wonder. So this is where the camera's located. We're about to see. The Bucks Lake fire was over here, so it's looking southwest at it at the time it broke out. That's far away. Many, many, many hours of a drive, most of a day, to get back over here. So that's the east side of Lake Almanor. And you know what? That's a seismic station because there's a volcano right here. Mount Lassen. So while I look for that other video, will Tillamook be okay? Oh yeah, the Tillamook fire's out. Oregon Coast barely has any problematic fires because it's like raining, like they're 300 days out of the year. Yeah, Tillamook's totally cool. It's up in the mountains. Everything's cool. That's actually one of the world's most fireproof buildings now. Well, it used to be. That used to be concrete. They just built a new one, and it's made out of glass with a stupid boat-shaped roof. I tell you right then, that roof's going to peel off one day when we have a tropical storm. But it's still fireproof in a way, unless it has a fire within itself. It's surrounded by cow pastures and green grass, so it's more likely to flood than anything. So yeah, Tillamook's cool. Angie says, I like watching YouTube videos of abandoned ghost towns, houses, and stuff. Well, tune right into my channel. That is what I do for a living. I'm not at all into the paranormal, folks. I don't believe that stuff. Ghost towns are abandoned towns. The town died. You know, not anybody. But I am one of the best experts on that subject. So, if you have any question about any of them, I can pretty much tell you all the ones I'm aware of so far. I find new ones every day, but I can tell you anything you want to know, ma'am. And I'm fundraising for a camera now to go out and document these. Jawbone Flats just immediately burned up. So the ghost town of Jawbone Flats is gone with this recent fire. Can't believe it. Cannot believe it. In fact, that's the video I'm searching for, is the firefighters explaining how they ran for their lives and lost their own homes. The same one that ate up Detroit Lake up here is, that's a story being told next. While I find that, I'm going to show you guys here's where the camera's at. Mount Dyer is up here by Lake Almanor, very, very far away. Here's where the fire, I believe, started by Bucks Lake, back when it was called the Bear Fire. It was a small lightning-struck fire here. So, bear in mind, looking that way to that way. While I find that video over on Facebook or whatever it was on, I'm going to show you this as a time lapse. Everything's normal as of the 8th. It is 1 p.m., 1:45, and it pans over. And this is so volcanic. So volcanic, alright. Thanks for that. I'm grateful. Absolutely. Yeah. If anybody has a question about a wildfire right now, I stop story time and we go and look at it. So anybody just tuning in, it is story time. We're going to try to get the experts explaining on how things got out of control. So I'm going to check out my Facebook and look at that. The Beachy Creek fire. That would have been Marion County, I think. They have no idea what started it either. It's pretty mysterious. I should have... Wow. That picture. Okay. Oh my god. Alright. So what you're seeing is how the bear complex just ripped through. It became a small lightning fire, and then this is looking to the southwest. It's making its way in that direction, southwest, towards Lake Oroville, which it will hop like it's nothing. So the time there is 15:26. What's that again? 5 o'clock? No, wait. 1300 is 1. 2 is 1400. And 1500 is 3. 1600 is 4. So this is 5. 7. No, so it's... Wait a second. I just lost here. So that's 3. Sorry. So that's 4 o'clock at 1600 hours. Marion County Fire wasn't it that? Hang on a second. Oh. Butte Creek Falls. Wow. Yeah, have I got some pictures to show you of our firefighters? Oh no, but the Echo Mountain Fire, the one by Lincoln City, has taken some homes. That's so sad. But it's under control now. In fact, I gotta make a new video collection for Facebook called 2020 Fires. I'll start saving these. Reference, excuse me, I'm still trying to find a video. Hey, just like I keep telling people, get to a body of water. Oregon man survives wildfire by sheltering on a river and fending off embers with his plastic chair. Oregon Statesman Journal. But gosh darn it, I can't find that video. I'm still looking. So that's 1800 hours on that video that you guys are watching. And it's just volcanic. Here might be a link. People are nebulizing their horses so they don't breathe in the toxic smoke. Wow. This is a horse with a thing on its face. Okay, I'm going to stop that because you guys got the idea. I'm just trying to show you now what, whoops. Whoa. Sorry. This is what people are doing to protect their horses. Nebulizers for horses, folks. Nebulizers for horses. Nuts. Yep, so, yep. It's a nebulizer. It's slightly different. They breathe in mist. You know, I have one sitting over there. My poor uncle who had let's just look it up. What does it do? He had a nebulizer. What does it do? Turns liquid medicine into a mist to help you breathe, such as inhalers, pocket-sized inhalers. They may be easier to use for children who aren't old enough to use inhalers, or adults with severe asthma. It just constantly goes into your breathing oxygen. Like if you have what do you call that? TPOD. So when these horses are affected by the wildfire smoke, they can be severely affected. In fact, if a horse is too tired to get up, it will lay down and die. Horses can only lay down for a period of about 45 minutes, and then their own weight begins to crush their rib cage. And eventually crushes their own lungs and organs, and they just stop breathing and die. So if they inhale too much smoke, they're going to lay down, and you don't want that. So this is probably steroids. A nebulizer, so because you can't stick steroids up their nostril, they're not going to like that. This will just give them probably filtered breathing. It looks like there's a filter down there. You have to consult your vet first. But this person says at no charge, I'll nebulize your horse. Well, this may not be something they wear all the time, but like for an hour to get their steroids to open their lungs, if I had to imagine. So I was looking for something like Beachy. Let's go back to Marion County fires. I have to show you a couple of things here. If you've just tuned in, then let me know. This is the picture I wanted to share. Yes, these are our heroes. Yep. These are all of our heroes at the, where are they? Somewhat affected, but nice to see some green. This is Marion County. This is the Butte Creek Falls at Scotts Mills. Yes, they saved Scotts Mills. Yes, yes, yes. Heroes. They come in all shapes and sizes and colors and sexes, guys. Heroes, heroes, heroes. Alright. So, sublimity. Okay, there's somewhere here. You know what? I wonder how many of them just got in that wildfire. Just washed that wildfire grime right off of them with a bar of soap and jumped in that waterfall. That would feel so nice. I'm sorry, I thought there was another one. Yep. Oregon man survives the wildfire by sheltering in a river and fending off embers with a plastic chair. So he probably had a plastic chair behind his head and ran off into the river. Like I said, guys, don't drive past a body of water. Stop your car, get in it. You know? This is people wondering if Detroit Ranger Station burned down, and I don't want to show too much of this. So this is the Oregon Statesman Journal, how the Beachy Creek fire blew up and ravaged the Santiam Canyon. Let me see if that thing has a link. If that article has a link to what I was seeing the other night. That was the firefighters describing how they ran for their lives, and because that is non-copyrighted, we can show that firefighters' works are the works of the government. So, let me just think. Beachy Creek fire update, and let's just see if we get a hit. Let's just see if InstaWeb has it, but it was, I was hoping that it would be one of the, I was hoping to see that I'd already seen this. So it could have been I clicked on Beachy Fire and there was announcements or videos. It was kind of a virtual meeting. Maybe it was this one. Let's just see. Yeah, it might have been. I thought it was a guy in a different colored shirt. This would have been the first one, the update on the 17th. Let's just see. We're going to watch this. I'm going to look back, make sure you guys have sound.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. John Spencer, Planning Operations Trainee with Team 13. I'm about to give you an operational brief for what our resources are engaged in today.
And mind you, this is not current. This is September 13th. I'm trying to get the story on how this got out of control. I know one of these videos, they explain it, how they just ran for their lives.
Today on the Beachy Creek fire. I'm going to start with
Night,
Division
Bugs.
Alpha. First of all, before I do that, I'd like to start out with the fact of our overall game plan. Right now, our resources are engaged in trying to put control lines on the southern perimeter of our fire and on the western perimeter of our fire, and just a little bit of the northern perimeter. And I'll explain just why we're doing just a little on the north. Right now, resources are engaged directly on the line. Weather has been favorable. Over the last few days, we've got a weather change. Moderations in temperatures and moderations in humidities have allowed us to get closer to the fire's edge due to lower flame lengths and less activity of the fire. So we are using our resources in the fact that we're using heavy equipment and crews for hand lines, etc., to put in control lines along the perimeter. From the town of Mihama, Division Alpha is putting in control lines, and right now they've got probably 50% of their division not under control, but have containment lines built. Division Foxtrot, it's probably about 30% right now. Because of a lot of the infoldings that we have on our perimeter, it's taking us a little longer in that area and also in Hotel. So all of the crews in these areas are connecting pieces of the puzzle together, and that will continue over this next 3-4 days, and we're hopeful to get it all tied in during that time frame. Division Kilo has been putting dozer line across this point, and we are assessing a point between our fire and the Riverside fire of just how far we should go along this perimeter. And they're doing the same, and we might look at opportunities for connecting a control line in between the two. Coming around to the south, our most active part of our fire is Division Whiskey. And yesterday, the air cleared. We got some wind movement, and the fire in this area is burning in some logging activity. And so we're getting flame lengths that are a little bit greater than on these perimeters. So we are fully engaging and trying to establish some control lines indirectly off this perimeter. In Division Zulu, they are continuing along the Highway 22 corridor, and there are a lot of structures in this area, and they're putting their containment Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. John Spencer, Planning Operations Trainee for Northwest Team 13. I'm going to give you our operational briefing for Monday, 9/14. Our briefing is becoming somewhat redundant in that our operations have become into a set and steady pace all over the fire perimeter. Again, I'll refresh you from yesterday. Our resources out on the western flank of the fire were engaged in continuing to construct control lines. The control lines are both hand lines and dozer lines. We're making great progress.
Good morning. Craig Daugherty. I'm the Operations Section Chief on the Beachy Creek Fire for the Southwest Area Incident Management Team 2. This is your Friday, September the 18th update. So just a quick clarification. One team. We're one of 16 teams in the nation. We came in on this fire. Yesterday was our first full day. So I'm going to apologize if I got some names wrong on the map yesterday. It's a quick geography lesson when we move into a different area. This is our 4th fire for the year that we've been on. So I took the test yesterday and I failed a couple of names. So I'll work on getting those corrected. So quick run around the fire. Obviously last night we got a little bit of moisture, which was very helpful. We'll take advantage of that moisture and get some crews in when we can safely do so. We're checking roads and access today. But that's going to be a good shot for us to help us get some containment in there if we can get access. Yesterday up in the north part of the fire here, again I'll orient you on the map. This is the Riverside Fire. This over here is the Lion's Head Fire. You know, this is the Highway 22 corridor on the south end of the fire. Obviously out here on the west side is all the towns that you have that were threatened. You know, Silverton, Scott Mills, Cocal Corner. Crooked Finger area in this part of the fire. You've got the Silver Falls State Park. You've got Staten, and you've got Lyons, Mill City, as well as
this might be the video.
Over here, the community gates, and then up here is the North Fork area and the town of Elkhorn. So in Kilo yesterday, on our north end of our fire. Very similar to yesterday, crews continue to get in here, work this edge, going as direct.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the story of how they left, and he would be gesturing down here. Let me see.
Work that. It's very fingery, and that's just exactly what I'm explaining there. There's lots of edges there. There's lots of spot fires. This finger here of unburned is quite a bit of country
See you when you get back.
Around. So we've got a crew in there working there today. Around this area, a combination of road systems and work. There's a chance of
okay, I continue.
Snags, roll out with rocks, all the things that are associated with the fire area. Those hazards.
I continue to look for it. I'm sorry, but I thought it would be easy. There's a Beachy Creek part of Facebook, and I saw this most compelling video where they talked about how they lost control and how it was just crazy, and how they ran out of there. And I'm sorry I keep zipping down here, but I think it would be older. One of the older kind of community meetings that they had. So I apologize if this drives anyone crazy. Whoa. But I do want to play that. Wow. That's a really big map. Okay. But I do believe he was in yellow. Yay, that house was safe. Let's go. That's Lion's Head Fire information. That, I don't think he was wearing that. Okay. Progress. I know the map was on the wall like that, and I don't think he was the one explaining, so we'll just keep going. Eventually we're going to get to it. That's Incident Commander. That was the 15th. We're getting closer to the start of the fire, and I imagine it was one of their... It's this person, this guy. Here we go. Let's see if this is it.
And
all right.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. John Spencer, Planning Operations Trainee on Team 13. I'm about to give you an operational briefing for what we are engaged in doing today. And we have one major change on the overall horizon is that our team is timing out. And the Southwest Area Team 2, which is a Type 1 team, will be transitioning with our team. And that transition will happen.
What? It's frozen for me too. I'm trying to figure this out. What's going on? Facebook, what's going on? Ah. Alright. Maybe if I restart it. But that definitely was the guy explaining it. He took off his mask before the video. So either that is the video or the one next to it. So I'm just going to see if there's anyone right before this. And that I think was the one, and it's had trouble loading. So just let me see. Whoa. Yeah, these monsters, this is what it looked like coming towards all of the west, all of the major population centers of Oregon. It was like this, like a giant tidal wave of fire. That was what was coming to the major population centers. So I just want to show this, enlarge this. This is what was coming. I looked up in the hills and I saw, especially there's an orange sky, but I looked up in the hills and saw that coming. And I said, Mom, let's get out. And so did the rest of my family too. So yeah, and then the sky was just color, even in downtown Salem and the Capitol and everything. When that's happening and ash is raining on your head, you just leave. That's what you just leave. So I believe that's the same gentleman, but I don't believe that's the video. But you could watch both, honestly. It probably tells about how bad it was and how they had to just leave. So I will go back up to the other one in a second if we don't see the one I'm looking for. So, in fact, let's just play that one and then hope the other one loads afterwards. Yep, this one.
Good morning. I'm Ralph Lucas. I'm with Yep.
Jeez.
Of Ellen Sinclair's Type 1.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's not the video.
Obviously, everything in red is the Riverside Fire, approximately 150,000 acres. Its perimeter.
Apologies for that. Oh man, my ears will never recover from monitoring the fires like this. Okay. That gives me an idea that I can make $1 million. One simple piece of software that actually takes everything coming out of your computer to the same volume. Alright, so hopefully this video will load. Let's try it one more time. I believe this is the one. Come on, cooperate, Facebook.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. John Spencer, Planning Operations Trainee on Team 13. I'm about to give you an operational briefing for what we are engaged in doing today. And we have one major change on the overall horizon is that our team is timing out. And the Southwest Area Team 2, which is a Type 1 team, will be transitioning with our team. And that transition will happen tomorrow evening. And they will, at end of shift, they will be taking over the management of the Beachy Creek fire. What I'm about to do is just give you an overview, again, of what we're doing today with current operations. Our current operations, compared to yesterday, have not changed. We are continuing to put our control lines in on the western flank in Alpha, Foxtrot, Hotel, and Kilo. We're getting very close to, on some of those divisions, from getting those control lines totally completed. Once those are completed, then mop-up operations will continue on those divisions, and they will start to extend the perimeter from the control line inward about 50 feet to make sure that we have hard, cold, black with no hot spots in those areas. Coming around to Whiskey, just like we said yesterday, the indirect control line on Whiskey is engaged, and they are putting those in with heavy equipment from two ends, and that is from the Lions Head fire end of Division Whiskey, and they're working to the west. And we are going to tie into the from the east with them at a key point that they have decided upon today. And then out here on the west, we've tied into Division Zulu's flank, and they will try to continue to get that control line done here in the next few days. Division Zulu continues to mop up around structures, and they are setting up hose lays and putting water on the ground extensively today. That's what their goals are, and completing their hand line and control line features on Zulu. So overall, weather is still kind of moderate, and fire activity is still moderate, except for Whiskey, like we talked about yesterday, is still a little bit more active. But today we're supposed to see a little bit more drying, a little bit lower humidity, so we're going to probably have fire on the perimeter, maybe picking up a little bit. You might see a little bit more flame if you're out and looking at the fire perimeter from afar. But overall, still good control features, and everything is ops normal as of what we did yesterday. And thank you very much.
Arg, not the video either, but I know it's him. Takes off his mask. I know I'm in the right place now, so sorry I won't bore you anymore with trying to find it. But man, that was one of the best videos I had available that explained things. So that briefing was dated the 15th. We go back to InstaWeb for that fire, Beachy Creek, and it has a bunch of videos. 13th, 14th. Just gonna press it, just see if it is the one. I'll know immediately. No, it's not going to be the one. That's the wrong guy. So that's, he is saying there at the 14th that that's the last time that he is the person in charge there. So I'll continue to try to find that. I'm sure I'll find it. So what I want to do is, I haven't heard a peep at a Los Angeles major event, so I'm going to restart.
We know from the time you get up to the time you wrap up, there's a lot of meetups, eat-ups, and...
I'm going to mute that commercial. And I'll have to take a bathroom break. Let's look at what's going on with the fire down at Bobcat. Okay, so hopefully we got live feed again of those pilots, and I don't see any planes anywhere above the Bobcat fire right now. No helicopters, no nothing. Excuse me, but they do every once in a while chatter about getting lunch. So it's pretty much all's quiet on the Bobcat front. Yes, I know I should be punished for such a poor joke. Just go ahead and send me the hate mail to catherine.hatemail@gmail.com. I'm kidding, that doesn't exist, but you know what, maybe I should set that up. Maybe it would be pretty interesting what I got. So we are looking at live pictures of the firing operation on the left here. This is from the Wilson Observatory, the big white dome. So here's the firing operation they continue to do to protect the tall towers here that you can kind of barely see. And this might be the actual fire over here to the right, because it looks like it's in that canyon over there. But I'm not sure. It could be part of the firing operations that they are doing to protect that area, because they do that at night when fires are not liable to get out of control. So it's really hard to interpret that, but it's away from the Mount Wilson Observatory. So I should set up an email for the channel, that's for sure. But maybe I should do that. Catherine.hatemail. I like the trophy room of hate mail and bad comments, you know. That was hilarious when somebody came in the chat and started talking to the moderators, saying, because that lady, she's not very up to date on her information. That's the best quote I have. The next one being Wendy unsubbing because I didn't answer her question about which fires are new within 10 minutes. You know, I think a 10-minute turnaround time on questions when I'm answering somebody else's already is pretty good. But anyway, if you need to grab my attention, folks, I am live, I am here, I'm talking. You have to put at Catherine Davidson and then type your question. Make a space, type your question. And that's how you flag me for attention. That will highlight my name, and I will look over and realize, oh, you're trying to talk to me. Because my people talk to each other in the chat all the time. In fact, I stop talking and look over and like, why are people talking about asteroids? You know, why are people talking about asteroids? every once in a while, that's just what happens, you know. So, oh right, Morris, were you ever able to send that? Dang it. Looks like he wasn't. Well, dang it. I give the best news. Alright, thanks. Yeah. Isn't that sad, though? I don't know whether to smile at that or cry. Why is nobody covering this? Am I the only one out there with just some, like, factual information? I know there's a lot of people saying that more evidence of aliens. You got the climate change people that think everything's climate change, and then there's we need to tax the cow farts people. Then you got the space alien people. You got it's a direct energy weapon people. Then you got the lizard people. There's a lot of that out there. Then you got the crazy it's a communist conspiracy people. There's a lot of channels about that. Then you've got all that coverage. But what about, like, here's where the fire is, here's where it's going, here's what we can expect from it, here's how we can prevent them. Like, I really don't want to think that I'm the only person who's done that. This isn't my life goal by any means. I want to just document history before it disappears. Teach people about history. This is, you know, I stopped my life for this because I had such good feedback when I was the only person covering Paradise like that, too. People were coming in and saying, is my home still standing? Where's the fire going? What's already burned? What happened? I can't get information. Where do I evacuate? And so I started a channel for that during Paradise with my brother being a missing person. I was just doing my own research, trying to find out if my family's okay, if my uncle's house is standing. And so I went live and just showed people this is how I research these things. And I'm still was doing this again because I started with crazy levels of anxiety, seeing all these ghost towns, and I just put them on a list, folks. And half of them on my list just got erased in the last 3 weeks. I can't tell you how bad this has been to erase our cultural heritage. Sacred Indian sites, too, and even sacred nature preserves that were never touched by Europeans, except for in very minor ways. They're just erased. Do you imagine the pyramids kind of being shattered by an earthquake or something? That's news like that. That would affect Egypt like that. That would affect the world like that. As far as nature is concerned, if you're a nature lover and you think about the world's natural wonders, we just lost some that are never really going to be the same. Opal Creek Wilderness being it's pretty much one of the last unlocked places of Oregon. You know, can't tell you what kind of loss we just suffered. So, I mean, things will go back, but the forests that were alive before Jesus are not going to grow back. It'll be something that replaced it. You know, it's like, I don't know how to say it. It's like Rome, ancient Rome is not something that came back. You know, barbarians just sat there for 500 years on it and destroyed it. And a new Rome was rebuilt after they left and got civilized. And you have, like, the couple of spots where ancient Rome used to be, a couple of buildings, but, you know, you don't have ancient Rome. I guess that's the best way I can explain that. But there are bright spots. They saved the observatory. For now, knock on wood. So there's that. But I'm going to go AFK to refresh myself. I do have it online, so if they do talk, they will say something in Los Angeles major event. I just don't actually see any airplanes in the air. And as long as I'm kind of eating here and chilling out, I'll be with you. So do ask any questions at all in chat if you want me to focus on one spot, one particular part of information. In fact, one thing that I'm wondering about is, are we going to get any of these Pacific storms heading our way? LA is not going to. But what about the Northwest? We're supposed to get over here a solid week of rain until it ends at Sunday, I believe. That just means that these fires in Western Oregon are a done deal, folks. No matter what the containment level is, it's pretty much just stumps on fire right now. And the fire underneath in the roots. And I'm saying it's a done deal because we don't have, after this point of September, we just don't have dry weather. That would be crazy, non-typical. We've had a couple of dry Octobers. That's a couple times in my lifetime, you know? But it's the wet season now. Unless there's a freak occurrence of supernaturally freak dry weather that occurs again, the wet season has ended. Western Oregon's fire season has just arrived. They've been busy bees making containment lines anyway, just in case. So we're studying California, we're studying Eastern Oregon. For some reason, the outlook on the 242 fire at Klamath Falls was grim and horrible, and we're going to expect to see more structure loss. And then I refresh it today, and it says we got 90-something% containment, or over 75%. I'm kind of scratching my head on that one. But we'll maybe look at the 242 fire. But what's this? What in general is this? And that. And that. What is that? Where's it going? That's what I want to know. So I'll be looking at Alaska's forecast, because it'll say these storms have hit us, but they're heading to, you know, storms like this are so big they should have a name, you know. The remnants of the tropical stuff are leaving the northwest that way, and what is that one? That one that went through Louisiana is up by the Great Lakes now? Is that what we're seeing? This is what I don't like about Windy. I want to put my finger on a storm and I want information about it. You know, maybe we should do that. Let's make a map. What's this storm? That should be an app. And what's going on here? What's the line here? It's like the storm has brass knuckles. What's going on? Alright, I'm going to leave it back on the other thing here, so you're getting a live update of this, the fire that's at let's see, let's refresh this. That's over at the Bobcat fire. You can see it fading off in the distance away from the observatory. That's so great. Away from Mount Wilson. Down here, don't worry about it. This is fires they lit on purpose to save the observatory. So we'll leave that, and I'll be right back in a minute. Gotta use the bathroom. I'm almost back. Let me get situated. Okay, friends, I think it got uploaded. You'll have to bear with me. I have on my phone. It seems to be like a manhunt or something on this scanner radio app that I'm just trying to figure out what it is. It's somewhat nearby in Washington County, one county away. And it's like the police seem to be on a foot chase or something, and I'm just trying to figure out what that is. But this is raw footage how the Beachy Creek fire spread. That is the guy who was explaining, and I also found right here a second video, which I believe is another one that's going to talk about it. So that may be the video, guys. So I will go ahead and play that. No, I have not seen Only the Brave. Angie, is that the one with the smoke jumpers? So let's listen and find out what happened with the Beachy Creek fire. Whatever, I'll just turn the police off. Next thing I'll wake up in the morning, it was like police chase of a lifetime or something, but no, and if you're coming back here, this is old news, but this is how the Beachy Creek fire started. It just, it has taken lives. It's erased many towns in the mountains. I don't think the region will ever be the same. It probably destroyed most of Opal Creek Wilderness, which is pristine, you know, Oregon's gem of pristine, unlogged, old growth with crazy minerals that come out of the mountains, making a unique watermelon, sapphire, you know, gemstone, tourmaline, you know, aventurine, ruby-esque kind of watercolors in different parts of the creek. We'll just see how many trees survived it, but they already had firefighters on scene trying to get a hold of probably a lightning strike fire that had been going on for more than a month. They just didn't have any access to it. In fact, they were told to go away and open the road. Just let nature do its thing by somebody who was whining at Jawbone Flats, the ghost town, where they invited tourists. They turned it into a tourist spot and reopened the cabins after restoration. Well, they told, yeah, nature did its thing, all right. It's crazy once-in-a-lifetime wind event, or maybe once in 250-year wind event has just destroyed Jawbone Flats, and thank God they had closed the road and kept people out of there, because the firefighters just fled for their lives. And so the next two videos, I think, I'm trying to get more information how it occurred from them. The next two videos, I think, will explain it. So let's listen.
That wind event came in and hit.
All right.
From that moment that wind event came in and hit, we had rapid expansion of our perimeter such that we had to disengage our resources off their perimeter work or indirect work and get them off the fire. What occurred over the next 2 days was unprecedented. In this terrain, in this fuel type, to have a fire in 2 days go from 500 acres to 132,000 acres in that type of terrain, I can't even speak to the shock that I had, and I've been doing this for 40 years. So, as a result, fire movement into this area increased, but not just by that footprint. The winds at our ICP in the town of Gates, our incident command post, the residential power grid was getting whipped, and we had a tree go down and drop a power line right onto our ICP chain link perimeter fence around our whole area and set everything on fire in 360 degrees around that incident command post.
Holy crap. That's how they lost Gates then. So they had a command post at Gates. I can't believe what I just heard. Yes, I am staying up too late. Juan, I do this. I always say, guys, I'm going to bed 3 hours later. Alright, so I will show you where Gates is. I can't believe what I just heard. That's the craziest thing. Alright, so here's Beachy Creek. Remember, the fire started here, just 2 miles as the crow flies, in extremely steep terrain that's never had a road in it before, untouched by white man. This is how pristine that wilderness is out there. There's no trails, there's no roads. It's extremely steep. Some of this area maybe has never seen foot traffic of anybody but a Native American before. Like, this is how remote this is. There's some pretty remote wilderness of Oregon. It's a very low population state. So out here, you know, heavy snows, deep, steep terrain. Even if you tried to hike it, that's extremely difficult. Maybe only U.S. Geological Survey has ever been out there. So the lightning struck here, and they got somewhat close to it. They're sitting, I think, on this ridge, or maybe over here, trying to figure out how to get to it. They couldn't really parachute people in. They were scratching their heads. At some point, I think they had a crew try to go in on muleback or go in there with shovels. So I'm going to mute LA. So what he just said was, this is where the fire is. It was only 4 acres. It was sitting there like that for more of a month. Everybody here at Jawbone Flats was saying, there's one road in, right? Comes in here from Elkhorn. And it's really hard to see my cursor. Sorry. In fact, let's go to CalTopo. That's Google Earth. Let's go to CalTopo. So, yeah, let's go up there. I'll have access to the other maps. I can't believe what he just said about the no wonder they had to flee. So Gates is down here. This is their incident command. You know, this is a very pleasant drive. You come here, here's Salem, the state capital. It's out here in the middle of the lush green farmland of the Willamette Valley, which is a Garden of Eden kind of paradise for farmers, right? So if you want to go through this steep, rugged, high altitude, you know, Cascade Mountains here, which is dotted with volcanoes everywhere, you go up. This is one of the nicest drives, one of the easiest non-windy passes through the mountains. And so the elevation here is, let's see, this is in the pass, it's about 3,000 feet. And Detroit itself is around 2,000 feet because it's lower than the peaks, right? So the peaks up here are around 5,000 right here. So at Detroit, you go downhill to the left, and at Detroit, you go downhill to the right, you know, up the mountains. So, Gates is way over here. This is a valley that's leaving the mountains. It's still mountainous here. By the time you get here, it's just kind of hilly. And this whole thing becomes more like sea level, like over here by Staten, you know, pretty quickly. I can't believe the Gates is where this person fled from. There's another, Torin was saying he knows firefighters at Elkhorn, which is it's not even a town. There's just homes out here and a fire station and a park. I mean, I just drove through this. It's really not particularly a town. Perhaps once was. So we know that the fire station of Elkhorn is actually closest to where the fire began. But they're talking about fleeing Gates for their lives. That's what he's saying. Hey, Judy. So this is what he just explained occurred. They had a perimeter fence around their firehouse. This must have been it. Gates Rural Fire Protection District. Let's see if we can see anything like that fence in satellite. Hey, they got a little bit of solar. So there's a power line. There's a power line. I don't know if we can see an individual fence, but there's a fence. Oh, right here. I can see it. Wow. Here's the power line, probably the pole in question. Here's the beginning of their perimeter fence around their fire station. And it goes down here. You can see it goes here, goes here, goes down here. I believe I can't see underneath these trees, but it probably goes to about here, right? They may have a gate, maybe. But there's a rear fence to their fire station or incident command center. This is a place where a lot of wildfires, you know, they sit here and they're safe. You know, this is totally safe. This is the mountain pass, the major highway. This is a good town, somewhat close to the capital. This is where they plan, you know, forest fire attacks. What he just said, holy mackerel. Let me just rewind what he just said. Mind you, I believe that's the fence in question. Oh man. Excuse me. One moment. Alright, we are going back to that video. I'm going to put this at the end so I can see it. Here we go. We're going to rewind. So he's at Gates, mind you. I just showed you where that is. I just showed you where that is. So let's rewind.
From that moment that wind event came in and hit, we had rapid expansion of our perimeter such that we had to disengage our resources off their perimeter work or indirect work and get them off the fire. What occurred over the next 2 days was unprecedented. In this terrain, in this fuel type, to have a fire in 2 days go from 500 acres to 132,000 acres in that type of terrain, I can't even speak to the shock that I had, and I've been doing this for 40 years. So, as a result, fire movement into this area increased, but not just by that footprint. The winds at our ICP in the town of Gates, our incident command post, the residential power grid was getting whipped, and we had a tree go down and drop a power line right onto our ICP chain link perimeter fence around our whole area and set everything on fire in 360 degrees around that incident command post. We had to engage that fire, and all of our folks from our team, and I'm talking planning section, logistics section, finance section, people who don't normally fight fire, were fighting fire that night. And we took us about an hour to get that fire under control. But in the meantime, numerous fires started all over the community of Gates and extending out along the Highway 22 corridor. Wind speeds of up to 50-mile-an-hour gusts were blowing those fires into raging fires, and they were connecting. We at that time pulled the trigger and had to get our resources out, and we evacuated the town of Gates with our whole command post and went to the town of Staten to the west. As we went to Staten, the fire grew so rapidly we were forced to move from Staten after we spent a night there to move farther west again. So a lot of our team members had personal loss on this fire. Lots of things in that command post got burned up, personal items, etc. Our team chose after a few days to stay engaged. They voted because we were asked if we were going to be mentally able to continue our operations, and the resiliency of our team was amazing, and they continued that operation. So we re-engaged on the next day, Wednesday, and fire was still moving on the perimeter to the west. We're now at about 150,000 acres. And our focus was getting people out of these communities and re-engaging with our local agencies, law enforcement, search and rescue, etc., and our municipalities, the state fire marshal's office. Everybody started getting engaged and cooperating together. And another thing I would like to add is the local community themselves has put forth a tremendous amount of effort. And when I say local, I'm talking people in the residential areas that have offered up heavy equipment, their resources, etc. And it has been such a cooperative experience like I've never seen between all of these resources and people to now engage the fire out here on the perimeter.
Okay, so what he just said, I just showed you the outline of the fence. This is the community of Gates. That's very, very telling, and that's the information I wanted to know. That explains a lot, that it wasn't just a single fire that roared over here, over towards, Salem. So here is the fire that's only 4 acres in size, probably caused by lightning. It's been burning, more than a month or so, or at least the entire month of September, I believe. And they were trying to figure out what to do with it, how to reach it. It was just sitting there by itself. There's no wind. They weren't too concerned. I mean, they wanted it out. The firefighters wanted it out, but the residents and such of nearby, well, not residents, but the people who operated the little tourist operation at the revitalized ghost town of Jawbone Flats, which is like a little resort almost now, like a museum. We're telling them, why don't you go home and just let nature burn it out? It's almost the wet season. Let the rains come. Just don't even do anything. Open our road, please, so we can have tourists back. Thank God they had that place evacuated. They had that road closed. Thank God. You couldn't travel fast on that road if you wanted to. It's filled with potholes the size of your actual tire. If you actually drove into one of those potholes, you would wreck your car and have it towed, rather than be able to continue. So what he just talked about is they pulled everyone off that fire the moment the wind hit, and over the next 2 days, it went all the way here, and was threatening, Salem and Sublimity, and all of these areas were mandatory evacuation, this whole area. So what he just said, remember how I was showing you the perimeter? So here's Gates. He said they were at Gates, and the fire, new ones popped up and merged. So it wasn't just the fire spreading out of the wilderness. That would have been rushing towards, this way and taking out Jawbone Flats and then Elkhorn. But even down here at Gates, the command post, the really nice command post that they use to figure out wildfires and forest fires, look what happened here. That's freakish, but it's a new lesson to be learned, even a new one on me. And don't tell me about movies. Don't tell me the end of the movies before I've seen it. Oh my gosh. Angie, oh my gosh. What he just said, they had a perimeter fence made out of chain link. That means it's metal around this big command post, right? This is gone, presumably. So it's a big 2-building command post that looks connected. Here's a parking lot, here's a parking lot. So they have a chain link fence. And he said that they had a tree drop down the power lines. This might have been the tree. It falls over this power line. Maybe it's this one. See the power line? Power line drops on the chain link fence and electrified it. He said in 360 degrees around the command post. 360 degrees. Everything was on fire like that. Because it electrified and made, presumably, red hot the entire chain link fence with the power line. Everything touching, every bit of vegetation touching the chain link fence would have instantly ignited. And people who don't fight fires, the people who are like in marketing departments, that kind of thing he was explaining, or financial departments, everybody rushed outside to fight that fire to save themselves. how would you even leave if this power line went down and the fence 360 degrees around the building happened? He just explained that they had power poles fall like that everywhere, and they started a series of chains of fires all over this valley, all the way up and down this, let's go back to terrain, all the way up and down Highway 22. So not only was the town of Gates lost, but then of course Mill City is lost, and Fox Valley, then Lyons and Mahema. And Lyons might partially still be there. And he said they had to move to Staten. Staten was in danger with the sparks raining down on Staten. And they spent one night there and had to move. And then they decided to take a poll. Who's mentally able to handle this? Because people lost their homes back in Gates, back at Elkhorn, and Mahema, Fox Valley, Mill City, Detroit. Edenhaw. Who's ready? Who is fit? Who wants to attack, or at least fight back, or do something? Who wants to remain on duty? And then they decided, he said unanimously, they all wanted to. Yeah. Can't believe that. I've never heard anything like that. That a fence, the power lines fell on a chain link fence and lit around the firehouse 360 degrees of fire. That's absolutely nuts. But that's a good lesson to learn, that chain link fences can promote fire if a power line falls on them and electrifies them. Absolutely unreal. Absolutely unreal. So, oh yeah, that was a movie about smoke jumpers and stuff. What do you mean they took their own lives? They cut their own throats or something? That doesn't sound like a... I mean, that's okay, but took their own lives. That's a... Wow, that's a different twist. That's a dark twist to the end of a movie. Fire's coming. Let's kill ourselves. I didn't hear that part of that thing. But yeah, Angie, if you want to know about ghost towns, I'll tell you about any of them. This one, Gates, had a lot of history, and I mean, if we turn on fire activity, you know, we just see this. There's not much left of anything anywhere near the Beachy Creek fire, you know, and it was reaching over here for the valley. This is the valley. This is the main population centers of Oregon, the Willamette River. This is I-5. Just reached all the way out there and lit stuff. The embers were lighting stuff on fire all the way around here, but just the local fire departments of these towns were keeping it out. So that's just one of the craziest spreads of fire ever, and it goes to show that, like I was saying, we even looked at this, the power lines that went next to Highway 22, and that's a series of poor decisions. As anywhere we looked, instead of being a good fire line and avenue of escape, not only is vegetation and trees right next to the roads where they can fall over and block it, they can bring down the power lines right next to the road. I was looking in some of this highway, and I remember driving it. It's very thick brush on either side, and that's just not good. Like here's the power line, and like in these sections from driving it recently, I was noticing that the power lines are going in between the branches of trees. So trees took them down, and they started new fires far away from the big fire, and then the series of the small fires caused by the power lines being down and other causes down here merged with the big wilderness fire over here. And over at Detroit it was worse. Since Detroit's deeper in the mountains, they had the Beachy Creek fire spreading out of control this way and coming towards them. They had the other fire that was over to the right of them converge and close in, and they were all trapped here. 70 civilians and 2 dozen firefighters. And so they called for air evacuation. They were backed out onto the water on a dock with fire raining all the way upon them. And the firefighters lost their homes as well as the residents. They said, no can do, we can't see, it's high altitude, no visibility, we'll crash right into mountains, can't see because of the smoke. There's no safe place to land anyway since everything is on fire in Detroit. And so they were backing themselves out onto docks, and they decided that they would try to drive out. And I believe they went up Brighton Bush. I don't know how they got out of this. Could have been this. But somebody was guiding them, who had knowledge, and I would love to know who this was, or a team guided them to get out somehow and drive through the wilderness and make it all the way to government camp over here at Mount Hood National Forest, because they couldn't go over here because there is the Riverside Forest up here that blocked this entire highway going to Estacada. So they somehow went, no, the Lion's Head fire over here met and merged with the Beachy Creek fire, trapping them. So it looks like they couldn't get out from Edenha or Edenha. I don't know how to say that. They couldn't even get out to Marion Forks either. Everything was on fire. So crazy. So I'm going to go play the other YouTube video. I wonder if anybody else thought that was nuts too. Did you see that, Sherlock? Did you see him explaining the chain link fence lighting the perimeter on fire, and that's how they lost the firehouse incident command post? I hate that. I look over and you delete your own message. It's okay. Yeah, I'll watch the movie, I guess, but sounds so here's his 9-minute update. Let's see.
Good morning, my name is John.
Whoa, that's loud. Maybe he'll give us a little more information, but that was the most intense soundbite. What the heck?
Trainee on Northwest Incident Management Team 13, and I'm going to give you an operational briefing for what our resources are currently doing.
Yeah, where are you at again, Sherlock? You say you do a lot of maintenance on trees near power lines? Yeah. Yeah, you saw that? Isn't that just nuts?
Today, but I'm also going to go back in timeline and give you a brief synopsis of what has occurred over the past 10 days since our team has been on this fire. When we took over this fire 10 days ago, our footprint for this fire was very small. We were asked to come in and take over this fire when it was about 50 acres, which is pretty unprecedented for a team to be asked, a Type 2 team, to come in and take it over when it is so small. A NEMO team was here and they were managing it for the local district, doing long-term planning, strategic planning, and their time frame ran out. The local agency asked us to come in and set up a management team on this fire because of a suspected weather event that they knew was coming, and it was going to change and alter the behavior of this fire pretty rapidly and quickly. As we came in, we had a few days to get established and gather intel, and we started putting our plan together. The current plan that was given to us was that no engagement can happen on the perimeter. Smoke jumpers, rappellers, and hotshot crews turned down going direct on this perimeter because they had tried and it was too unsafe for our resources to be in there, number one, and the terrain was too difficult to travel in. So we disengaged from that direct management objective and went to a little bigger footprint and started putting our plan together and in place. All at the same time getting updated weather information from our weather people about time frames and what could happen, and so we were very mindful of that as we planned. As we got our plan engaged and started prepping our indirect control lines, we got that weather event that came in. While we were doing all that planning, our fire grew to around 150 to 200 acres over those few days. Wasn't moving too rapidly, but just chunking along. As soon as the weather event occurred on Monday to September 7th, it came in around 1,500. Our fire at that time had grown to about 450 acres. From that moment that wind event came in and hit, we had rapid expansion of our perimeter such that we had to disengage our resources off their perimeter work or indirect work and get them off the fire. What occurred over the next 2 days was unprecedented. In this terrain, in this fuel type, to have a fire in 2 days go from 500 acres to 132,000 acres in that type of terrain, I can't even speak to the shock that I had, and I've been doing this for 40 years. So, as a result, fire movement into this area increased, but not just by that footprint. The winds at our ICP in the town of Gates, our incident command post, the residential power grid was getting whipped, and we had a tree go down and drop a power line right onto our ICP chain link perimeter fence around our whole area and set everything on fire in 360 degrees around that incident command post. We had to engage that fire, and all of our folks from our team, and I'm talking planning section, logistics section, finance section, people who don't normally fight fire, were fighting fire that night. And we took us about an hour to get that fire under control. But in the meantime, numerous fires started all over the community of Gates and extending out along the Highway 22 corridor. Wind speeds of up to 50-mile-an-hour gusts were blowing those fires into raging fires, and they were connecting. We at that time pulled the trigger and had to get our resources out, and we evacuated the town of Gates with our whole command post and went to the town of Staten to the west. As we went to Staten, the fire grew so rapidly we were forced to move from Staten after we spent a night there to move farther west again. So a lot of our team members had personal loss on this fire. Lots of things in that command post got burned up, personal items, etc. Our team chose after a few days to stay engaged. They voted because we were asked if we were going to be mentally able to continue our operations, and the resiliency of our team was amazing, and they continued that operation. So we re-engaged on the next day, Wednesday, and fire was still moving on the perimeter to the west. We're now at about 150,000 acres. And our focus was getting people out of these communities and re-engaging with our local agencies, law enforcement, search and rescue, etc., and our municipalities, the state fire marshal's office. Everybody started getting engaged and cooperating together. And another thing I would like to add is the local community themselves has put forth a tremendous amount of effort. When I say local, I'm talking people in the residential areas that have offered up heavy equipment, their resources, etc., and it has been such a cooperative experience like I've never seen between all of these resources and people to now engage the fire out here on the perimeter. So, excellent weather conditions came in. Temperatures moderated, cooled, and the humidities came up. As a result of that, we were able to start going direct on the western perimeter of this fire and down here on the south, except for this area which is more remote, and I'll tell you more about that. So right now, currently, operations for today, we are engaged in putting control lines and containment lines around the western perimeter and part of the northern perimeter. We are putting lines here on the southern perimeter in Division Zulu, and we are assessing and working with our state and private corporations on how we can work together on putting a perimeter out here. But this perimeter is probably going to be indirect because this is the most active part of our fire right now. It cleared out as far as air yesterday, and wind came in, and our flame lengths along this perimeter came up. So it got very active. It's also in areas that we call activity units where there's been some logging operations in the past, and so the fuels are a little bit more receptive, and fuel loading is higher, so flame lengths and fire activity is greater. So we're currently putting a plan right now, and we are engaging resources in that area. I'll finish up by saying we're doing a lot of structure work in the towns of Gates and out here in Mill City, out to Mihama, and we are working around those structures, trying to get the control lines taken care of and also do structure protection at the same time. Our law enforcement has been dealing with the North Fork corridor on this fire, and that is the communities of Elkhorn Valley. We had lost a lot of structures throughout this area, so we're cutting out the road systems constantly because of danger trees, and we're accessing into this area to continue to assess the damage. The perimeter work that we have accomplished on this edge of our fire all along yesterday made great gains. I'd say we got about 30% of our containment lines in yesterday, and we're hopeful to maybe have 50% of our containment lines on this western perimeter done today. It's going to take probably 3, 4, 5.
Well, okay, so I mean, this is old news, September 13th, but man, what a crazy experience. He basically admits that the only way that they could fight back and do anything and stopped fleeing towards the west was the weather change. So that's not me making stuff up. It's true. If you look at the map, they said they had to leave. First of all, it started way over here. Way over here in the wilderness. They had to leave Gates. They went all the way to safety out of the mountains. This is the flatlands here at Staten. You know, this place has a Safeway. This place has a hardware store. You know, this probably has a Walmart and stuff. It's a decent-sized town. They had to flee from Staten because this was raining ash and there's tons of more little fires here that you can't see. This is only the perimeter of the major wildfire. It's a wildfire database that this, you know, connects to. It's not going to show little fires and the little ones that they had to constantly deal with because there were more and more power lines down and more trees and tree limbs down. Like he said, there were new fires starting all over the place all the time. The one that drove them out of Gates is not even the fire department could defend themselves when a tree hit a power line and surrounded their firehouse, and that was indefensible. And even when they tried to get a hold of that, I mean, I can't even believe what I was hearing still. They hear at the fire station incident command. It's not just a firehouse, it's incident command for the whole region. That a tree takes down a power line, it touches the chain link fence, and the chain link fence, presumably red hot, starts everything on fire around it 360 degrees around the firehouse. That's nuts. And he said everywhere else in Gates too, there wasn't a safe place for them to relocate. So they're losing their own incident command post. Maybe they're grabbing, you know, clipboards and stuff, but mostly he says they lost everything, like in their lockers and their own personal vehicles. They get in the trucks, they roll out, and instead of finding a safe place anywhere in their own city here, even though they have a river where they could have used that to help, you know, fight the fires, they just set everybody out. And they couldn't, I mean, the monster was bearing down upon them, and so not only did they go out of Gates, but to the next city. This is a sizable town, Mill City. It's gone now. They couldn't find a safe spot in Mill City either. They couldn't find a safe spot at Fox Valley, which is not a big town. Couldn't find a safe spot at Lyons or Mahama. Couldn't even find, they go all the way over here to Staten. Here they set up a new command post. They stay there one night and they're out, everybody go, evacuate everyone by the morning, and even they, the commanders of the forest fires, the 40 years of experience, you know, commander, he and all of his team have to leave Staten, and they probably went up either to Almsville or Salem. Salem itself and all the other towns west of these fires, the only reason they survived, just like he explains, is they were able to go back in when the wind changed directions and it goes back towards this way. That wind event only lasted like 2 to 3 days max. It's just not normal for hot, dry winds to blow like that out of the eastern desert of Oregon. We haven't seen anything like it since 1933. So, yeah, he explains it best. Like I try to tell people, I do not, whenever I have a theory, I'll say it's a theory. Like I theorize the Dust Bowl caused the wind event of 1933. That was pretty intense climate change event, you know. Maybe youngsters don't even know what the Dust Bowl is. Maybe people who haven't grown up in Oklahoma don't know what that is. But it was an error, mismanagement of the farmlands out here, like in Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, Mississippi, Missouri, Kansas especially, and Nebraska. They went out here to the Great Plains and they started to farm here seriously, and they plowed the land just like you would do in East Coast or the West Coast, and there's always the meeting of two giant wind forces. Oh my gosh, I gotta turn that off. You have the stuff from the Gulf, right? And so these are the hurricanes, the tropical storms. They generate here off the coast of, hot water at the equator. Down here, the hot ocean temperatures, those are what breed tropical storms. So everywhere in the world, you generally get tropical storms generating here, and they go to the west. That's the old adage. Sailors say, red sky in the morning, sailors take warning because the sun rises in the east. So the red sky is in the east, you know the storm's coming, sailors take warning because they always go to the west, right? Red sky at night, sailors to light, because here's your boat and the red sky's at night, sun sets in the west, so the storm's to the west of you and going away from you. So anyway, this is where hurricanes and tropical storms form, and they always go right up in the Gulf of Mexico. And that's when they kind of break up and dissipate. But you've got the Canada, the nor'easter type cold. They're not really hurricanes because they don't have sustained winds, but very, very fierce cold storms come out from Canada. They meet here in the middle of here in the middle of the United States, the grain belt here. That's how you get tornadoes. Wherever hot winds meet cold winds, that's how you get tornadoes. And that is partially what explains this crazy wind event at Labor Day weekend. I'll get to that in a second. But during the dust, excuse me, the dust bowl. This is like a bowl, a big circle. The crazy winds blew the topsoil of the recently plowed soil, and they just blew it up into giant, like, tornadoes of dust and dust storms, kind of like sandstorms of the Sahara Desert, and it buried people's farms, buried people's buildings. Just dust, just topsoil blowing around with nothing to hold it down because there's really no trees out here. So that happened, and that was an error in plowing. You know, like farm management error on a grand scale changed all of the climate. The climate stayed like that for years, where just crop failure after crop failure. People lost their homes. Towns pretty much decided to shut down. Nobody could move because it was like snow. It's like having 9 feet of snow, 9 feet of dust fall on your town. It buried towns, it buried cars, it buried people's homes. You had to dig your way out of the ceiling and dig your way out of the front porch. That's what my grandfather experienced over in Oklahoma. And that was climate change unrelated to gases. It was just management of farmland that was bad on a grand scale. So what that does, though, is from 1929-esque into the 30s, the Dust Bowl's happening. This has changed the climate of the region. Well, what affects Oregon? Usually winds do come out of these mountains and such, like the Cascade Mountains, the Blue Mountains, sorry, not the Cascade, the Blue Mountains and such. And it's a wind tunnel, it's a deep gorge, it's a really huge river. So it's pretty normal that over on this side, this area has like a wind tunnel effect. It's great windsurfing, it's great sailing, it's great recreation down through the strip, but it kind of stops kind of here. And it's gentle enough winds by Portland that they have a major airport here called Portland International. So what happened, I think, is the 1933, there's still the Dust Bowl going on out there. It changed wind patterns over this portion of the United States, and the Great Plains winds, which at the time were just hot and dry, because it seemed to have blocked the moisture. Whatever was happening here, probably high pressure or whatever was happening with the swirling winds, it blocked moisture that usually drops rain on the grain belt. I guess somehow it probably dropped, just tropical storms kind of bounced off it, or how that works I don't know. But the only thing coming out here, when it should be late season kind of rain and stuff, this is like non-tropical rainforest west of Portland, that didn't happen. Instead, these hot drying winds came from the east and baked out the forest. This was 1933, but before, in 1932 and 1931, we had another series of smaller fires, too, that were pretty bad. So, during the summertime, this old growth forest, which hadn't burned significantly in 650 years approximately, just standing gigantic trees, went up like a tinderbox. It just was baked. It was like a hairdryer from the east, just aimed at the forest coming through the gorge. And there was a lightning storm, and then a fire at a mill. And one day, 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts, kind of like the Santa Ana winds of California. So whatever caused that, I think had something to do with the dust storm, the Dust Bowl. Because when they corrected the Dust Bowl out here, changing plowing strategies, having soil, some sort of strategy to regrip the soil, you know, kind of get it anchored instead of blowing around all the time. Whenever they did that, it worked, but it took years to figure it out and do it. So that's what my theory is. Oh, you're gonna go to bed. Good night, Juan. Good night. When I tell you I have a theory, I tell you that like that's my theory. But the rest of the time, I'm just quoting experts. I'm just quoting guys like him. I am not making it up. This is not scaremongering. This is not scare tactic. I'm not promoting my channel. In fact, I don't want any money. I'm trying to alert people to the grave danger that we are all just in. This is a disaster. This is a major disaster. M-E-J-O-R. It's on the cusp of being a mega disaster. In fact, some people would classify it. If you just take the mountains and the forest fires in the mountains, this actually is a mega disaster. If it does, if the Santa Ana winds do blow, it'll be to Los Angeles. Pasadena really could absolutely face wanton wholesale destruction. And the Santa Ana winds are forecast to happen just like they do every year in the fall. If these things aren't out before the next Santa Ana wind event, you're going to see just this is not over. This is why I'm so worried for California. This is why I'm covering this, you know, every waking hour. This is a race against time. So, yeah, I am not at all trying to do anything but bring awareness. The rest of the news media seems to be completely ignorant. But other people who study events like this and study disasters, the reason I study the Tillamook burn is because I study ghost towns, and there's 20 to 50 small communities and ghost towns. They burned up in the Tillamook burn and never came back. I mean, there was no economy. It was all based on logging and hunting and fishing and fly fishing and stuff. And while the hunting was good, people could come from Portland and then hunt and return to Portland in a day. So people didn't even tend to stay overnight in cabins. So there was just nothing to be done. There was no value to their land. They couldn't even sell it. It was just a black stick forest, you know, dead forest wasteland out there that looked like the moon from 1933 until 1968. They expected the forest to grow back on its own, and that's when the United States and the world realized they don't. When fire gets hot enough to burn all of the pine cones to complete ash and dust, they waited for 30 years, and the fire there just wasn't any trees. So they reseeded by dumping pine cones out of airplanes, you know, in order to get the forest to grow back. So, yeah, and Sherlock, you're so right. The news on both sides is out of control, slanted, and just made to make people angry. Guys, there's nothing to be angry about. There's nobody to blame. We stopped. We turned our knowledge off that our ancestors learned the hard way. Like it was from this Tillamook burn forest. Every 3 years, you know, just when they replanted or something and they thought that the forest started coming back, every single 3 years a new forest fire happened. Because not only is it still kind of the Dust Bowl era of the early 30s, like Niger again 3 years later, with not stopping, went from east to west and spread all the way around at will. It was only stopped by the rains of November. So no, this wasn't arson, this wasn't some sort of bad luck. They superstitiously called it the 3-year jinx, but that's how he understood a lot about fire behavior, is what was standing. We can just Google Tillamook burn. They did salvage log, but mostly for money to, about 1 to 2 years, and after that, a wood is no longer good for lumber. It's no longer good for anything. So, they just tried, they called it consolidated lumber at that point. Every single lumber company at this point is bankrupt. I can't tell you that it looked like this. It looked like this everywhere for a gigantic swath of the Coast Range. It just looked like a wasteland for 30 years. So here it is recently after the burn, probably the 33 one. And so they salvage logged what they could just to keep the economy running and not have all of this. This was billions of board feet of lumber up in smoke and complete waste. Extremely big old growth trees. When I explore that area, the stumps there are just, they're just humongous. I can lay down on those old stumps and I can reach out with my arms. I can't touch the sides. They're huge. And just such a waste of pristine habitat. So it looked like this for like 30, 40 years. So they salvage logged it first, but when the logs were not of quality anymore, I don't think they did much more. It was still roadless wilderness too, even if they wanted to salvage log. There was no roads in this wilderness. It was all train tracks. In fact, to this day, every single road out there is pretty much a former train track. They just pulled the ties up. So what was out there, they couldn't reach these logs. Helicopters are not invented. So even if they wanted to salvage logs more, they couldn't. There were no roads. So every 3 years, what do you get? Every year there's brush in spring, and then it grows throughout the summer. The bushes, the flowers, and the new trees, right? And so by year 2, the fire load is getting pretty bad. And what do you have? All of these logs are drying out. All the dead logs are drying out. And so after 1 year, it's perfect season firewood, where if you just put a match to it, whoosh, people think that an entire tree burns up in a forest fire. It doesn't. The first stage is the tree dying because of the first fire. And so you have these standing blackened logs, and the branches have burned off. But because the center of the tree is green and full of sap, you don't have the tree actually burn up. It's just dead. It's just standing there. And it becomes what's called a snag, a standing dead tree. And that is the worst thing to promote a new forest fire. Because first, we just saw a virgin forest fire in the Beachy. We just saw that was a green forest that was not at all burned up. In fact, oh God, I could show you my pictures in March, when I was in that forest, and it just occurred to me, that's so sad, all the wonderful forest pictures that I just took, the forest is gone. Anyway, that was what we just saw with the Beachy exploding out of control. It's worse if you see the landscape of this. This is perfect for a new forest fire. The second one is going to be the worst one. Because every standing tree is enough fuel to burn for 1,000 hours. So if you see virgin timber like this, the second fire, you have to get rid of the standing logs. You have to get them out of there before 2 years to 3 years goes by, or you're going to have a massive raging wildfire. That's what we're seeing at the Creek Fire in California right now. The beetles did this to the landscape. It looks like this, a forest of dead trees. At today's Creek Fire, still raging out of control in California because they didn't salvage log. And I don't understand why. I do know there's a lot of environmentalists that are confused. They think that salvage logging is bad, that sometimes the tractors that are picking up the logs are going to crush the new trees trying to grow. Well, now we know that it doesn't matter. You can still replant after that. But we know that if you just don't salvage log like they didn't there, then the little trees that are growing just burn up in the next 3 years. They just burn up in the next forest fire. And then, it takes several times for the fire to burn again and again. It'll take many different years for all of these logs to actually burn 100%. So you get a repeat forest fire every 3 years, unless you finally do something about it. So they broke the 3-year jinx after they figured it out. 1933, then there was 34, 35, and 1936 they had a repeat. And then after 36, 37, 38, 39 they had a repeat. And they thought, oh crap, we have to get rid of this. And the Japanese balloon bombs in World War II didn't help either. The Japanese were trying to start these fires because they knew it would break the United States economy to suffer some of these. So this is all lessons from the past. This is what this is what becomes of your environment if you don't salvage log. Now there's a way to please everybody. Environmentalists are usually pleased by helicopter logging. It doesn't crush the little plants. So I saw that to good effect after the Moonlight Fire in 2007. I was very pleased to see that happening. the middle ground is the way to go. The sensitive, environmentally friendly removal of the snags is the way to go. Just don't remove them from the actual creeks. We also learned the hard way that that screws up fish if you remove all of the logs from the creeks. The fish need it. They need the creeks to be very cool and shaded. And that decreases the water temperature because the fish need oxygen, and oxygen is more dense in cooler water. So that was learned the hard way. They accidentally removed all the logs here from the fish, and the fish, like the fly fishing, didn't come back until they were like, oh, whoops. At some stages, they actually took in some logs by helicopter and dumped them in, and then the fish came back. So we keep learning lessons, but look at these black and white photos. You know, Grandpappy knew this. Grandpappy knew this. Just look at history. If you want to know what to do about the future and solve it, look at the past. See what worked. You know, it's theoretical what might work, but look at the past and see what did work. This is the Tillamook burn. Now, they did see mega fires like this, but around this time they learned lessons. So from the 40s on, we didn't have so many fires because they were starting to wise up, and they were starting to build in more roads for access to remove snags, for example. Hello, Torin, what's up? Sorry, I did it again. I was getting lost in my story time because you just missed something, Torin. Let's go back up. I'm gonna go back up. I'll play it again for you. The firefighter explained how the Beachy Creek got out of control, and I can't tell you the craziness of what happened at Gates. Oh man. So let me, I'll back up for you, but I can't believe it, what he says about the chain link fence. But this is out of it, this is colorized. But they only helplessly watched the Tillamook burn happen. There was no control, and the only firefighter fatality happened, like I keep telling people, when you are, this is more Tillamook burn stuff, when you are trying to cut down a tree on fire in order to stop the fire. So you can't have standing dead trees. The only way to put it out is to cut it down and then put it out when it's on the ground, and that's the only firefighter fatality of the Tillamook burn. The residences had no way to get out, and this is why I keep preaching survival. They went underneath the bridges in the smaller creeks and the rivers up in the mountains. They went face down, and people said that they went underneath the bridges, and they were sitting next to bear, sitting next to deer, sitting next to elk, sitting next to rabbits. That was what people describe. So don't worry if there's a bear underneath the bridge. It won't bother you during a fire. They're not hungry at the time. Every animal just sits there stupefied. They all just sit next to each other, predator and prey. Cougars, that's all right. Just sit there. Just don't make eye contact with it. Just, whatever. It's better than dying by a fire, arguably. But people survived by getting, even in the little creeks, just being face down in it, and if embers were on their backs, they rolled over and got wet. The Tillamook burn was massive, massive, massive. And if you look at some of the pictures, the cleanup took more than 60 years, and we lost Oregon's biggest chunk of old-growth wilderness in a space of one summer. So these were more common in the past. Then we learned our lesson and devised, fire access roads and trimming trees away from buildings and that kind of stuff. And they devised town defense systems, and they had a lot more of the fire towered lookouts and things, and really quick response. But they were still doing things wrong, like, just clear cutting above, very, very, fish habitat and stuff. But, now that we know, leave the logs, any tree now, it's a good law that Oregon has. Any tree that's felled, even if it's for commercial harvest on a timberland, if it falls next to a creek, they have to let it lie. And so they that is enhancing fish habitat and getting it more like it was before white man came. You know, so that's they're starting to restore things, and we're seeing a return, like in the Salmonberry Canyon, to historic fish runs for like the steelhead. If you're in the Salmonberry Canyon, it looks a lot like this. You can almost walk across the Salmonberry River on the backs of steelhead in the winter. So there are some success stories. Nature can repair over time, but oh boy, we have to learn our lessons and just prevent these very unnatural kinds of fires. All right, I'm for real now. I'm going to reach out. So let's go up. Let's go up. Judy says, I kept wanting to see an elk while you were here, and haven't seen one. I can tell you where to go see elk. In fact, Judy, are you leaving on Sunday? Hey, you want to meet up? I'll just show you. I'll show you where to see some elk. You want to go to Jewel? There's an elk that is in the Coast Range. Jewel actually was burned up by the Tillamook burn. There's tons of articles. Tillamook burn remains the worst thing to happen to Oregon, pretty much. The ultimate horror, yeah. So Jewel is a ghost town that burned up, and there's still some old buildings out there crumbling, because after the Nehalem floods of 2007, the mega disaster there. But if you want to see elk, I'll go show you some elk. Jewel elk viewing area. Jewel elk viewing area. They're in the rut, aren't they? But it's there's no hunting. You can go easy access to it through the major highways. Jewel Meadows Wildlife Area. And I think they have little telescopes and stuff. And they just hang out there and chew their cud. Here's Grant's Getaways. I can't play that video, but that's an example of how, you know, the wildlife came back. There's a that's the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife thing. All right, sorry, I'm really going to reach out now. So that's Tillamook burn. Going up. What caused the blizzard of 49? I actually don't know. Judy says, I've seen a tornado before in Ozark. Yikes. I'm scared of that stuff. Texas says the whole area around here used to be prairie. Then they brought in cattle that ate all the grass, so the trees moved in. And that wouldn't have been here before that took over. Yeah, that's the one good point, is prairie. Prairie's easy to manage. It's actually the kind of ecosystem that supports the most wildlife, period. The forest doesn't really. Deer move past a forest. They don't exactly live in it, making their way to grasslands and riverbanks where there's grass. There's not much large life forms that can survive in a forest. There's just some squirrels, some large weasels eating the squirrels called marten. Even the bear don't exactly get too much food out of the forest. They go to the rivers and eat the fish. You know, the cougars aren't exactly getting their food from the forest. They're getting it from the meadows, following around the deer and the elk. It's very low capacity for supporting life, really. You know what used to eat forest products were the dinosaurs. The natural predator of a conifer is a dinosaur. A long-necked sauropod, a brontosaur, a brachiosaur. They had the long necks because they ate the pine needles up at the top of the trees. And since the extinction, there's been no creature that has evolved to eat these trees. It's part of the broken ecosystem that happened. Isn't that unreal? We have not had our ecosystem fully repair itself since the asteroid strike. It's true, though. The ferns don't really get eaten. They're not digested by much. That's why you see ferns in the forest, because their natural predator was the Triceratops and the other types of dinosaurs like that. So nothing really eats the trees. Beaver don't even eat trees. They just eat the dentin underneath the bark. And beavers actually prefer to eat water plants, lilies, and they want to eat your garden. They want to eat your carrots and stuff, roots and tubers and things. And little plants. What they want mainly out of the sticks is they want to build a dam so that their little nest bank, they build a little usually they don't build a house out of sticks. That's something like in the Great Lakes in Canada where it's icy. But they usually just dig a hole in the bank, and the only reason they build a dam is to keep it flooded because predators can't swim in there to get their babies. But other than that, a beaver is a lot more like a big gopher. So looking prairies and grasslands. Don't be the Boy Scout and go plant trees where they don't belong in the prairies and grasslands. That's the biggest endangered habitat. You know, there are wildlife that require the plains, the prairies. You know, the Oregon meadowlark requires the meadows, and it's going extinct because people have planted trees in the prairies and the oak savannas. That's the natural habitat of the Willamette Valley. You know, go ahead and plant a tree. Don't plant a Douglas fir. That's been replanted by the you want to do something good for the environment. You know, replant what used to be here, the fire-resistant cedars and like Pacific yew trees and such. The reason there's this devastation that we have today partially is they only replanted Douglas firs because they grow real fast. Lumber companies like that. But the Douglas firs are fire promoters, and they kill the rest of the wildlife. And then the other trees are going extinct, like the cedar and the Pacific yew, which has cancer-fighting properties. You know, like they're studying that as a cure for cancer. So, ghost town called Bakersville, Angie, you've been to, or Baskerville. What state was that in? So, let's see. I promise I'm going to read chat now. If done correctly, yeah, you can groom Texas. You know, restore it to the way it was before all of our foolish damage and changes. Let's see here. Let's see, blah, blah, blah. Texas, my folks' insurance company wouldn't provide coverage till they groomed their land with trees and shrubs. Good. Good. I mean, that's good. That's something that I think will happen, you know. Do not insure land that's where people are being foolish. You know, like if you're in California, you know why they have those Spanish-style houses with adobe and stucco and the ceramic tile roofs? Because that resists fire. That's what our property was. The firefighters we had over for dinner, we asked them, how can we room our property so that it would be appealing to save it? And they said, well, perfect house. Get away those stupid trees in the backyard and your wooden deck. And so instead of that, we said, well, could we like the oak tree in the backyard. We trimmed it back away so it didn't overhang the house. They said, well, okay. But we put a big pond there, and they said, well, yeah, that's fine. We'll wet it down. Unfortunately, I still think we should have gotten rid of the wooden deck, and we should have had paver stones. Then any spark that lands on a paver stone would not have taken. And then the rattlesnakes would not have been underneath the deck. That sucked. That sucked quite a bit. The rattlesnakes made a den. And when rattlesnakes make a den, you know about it, Texas. What do? Tell us, Texas. I have a question. If we have a mental illness crisis in the country, my neighbor here drives around on his ATV when it's 110 degrees and throws lit matches. It gets out of control, burns down other people's properties, and he just pays people off because he inherited millions. What? Is that a question, a theoretical thing, or is that what happens? Texas wildlife cams. What? Okay, Torin, hello. The U.S. Forest Service data shows almost 57,000 people visited the South Sister last year. That's ridiculous, yeah. Yeah, that's an arsonist. That's somebody hearing the voices. That person deserves to be locked up. Wow. And if you have cams, catch him in the act. If you have cams, catch him in the act. He'll be put away for attempted arson no matter what he decides to pay people. If you put it, if you go to the media and you put that on the internet, any sort of local buddy-buddy relationship, aka bribes that he gives local officials, that doesn't matter anymore. They have to put him in cuffs. Alright, so the pen is worth 1,000 words. The pen is a photograph's worth 1,000 words. The pen is mightier than the sword, and I'm telling you, video is nuclear. Yeah, Judy says, I was actually thankful the underwriters said get the junk out of the yard before the insurance. Yeah, good. No, there's a loophole in the law that allows people to burn prickly pear for cattle. What? Even during the fire bans. Okay, lobby. Make a video about that. Lobby. Make it viral. And if you can get a picture of him in the act, even if you have to blur his face out, say we have to stop this. That will instantly change the law. I'm just guaranteeing you that, because people are seriously jittery about fire now. They have awakened. This is the wake-up call. We have awakened to the danger. So, prickly pear. Does that bear fruit? I've heard about that plant before. Helicopter logging is cool, but it's super dangerous. Yeah, all logging is dangerous. Catherine France is considering forest city with more flammable trees and they don't have fires. I'm not sure what you meant. Well, France is the same latitude as Portland, and it's a rainy city. They have a pretty different climate than south of the Alps. They're pretty promised land kind of farming. That's emerald green year round. 45-degree latitude. It really doesn't snow. It really doesn't bake. That's the same. They realize that that's the same over here, the wine country. This is the wine country of Portland. They realize they're at the same 45-degree parallel as France's wine country, and they decided to plant wine out here. It was unheard of. Wine in Oregon. It's perfect. It worked, and now this is some of the most expensive property out here, and all the yuppies are moving in. There's huge wine tours in all these former ghost towns. Yamhill and Carlton are springing back to life because the yuppies come out here and sip their wines, and they buy stuff like, reclaimed wood tables that are $6,000 and stuff. Good old hipsters. Good old hipsters. So I'm looking back at I'm going to show you the Beachy Creek explanation. I'm going to replay that. We just saw it before you came in here, Torin. Oregon has a problem with mismanagement, according to firefighter Torin. Our forest, fisheries, and wildlife has been mismanaged for 30 years, but that's a topic for another time. Well, yeah. There's everybody can be pleased. The fact that people split sides just has me tearing my hair out. I know that being a good steward of the land is something that helps everyone, every bit of the economy, and everybody living there, and the environment at the same time. And so, if changing logging and changing environmental movement to come together and where they actually benefit each other, they could, if there were changes in policies and common sense kind of reign, loggers and environmentalists would absolutely love each other. They'd actually be the same. They'd be one and the same. If it wasn't for money, it was more of to groom the landscape, because that actually is profitable, believe it or not, when you groom the landscape to be really good for the creatures, really good for the environment. When you have a rich environment that's restored, you have much more economic capital coming out of the whole system, and everybody benefits. Every single bit of the rural economy benefits when you have restored the environment to work better. And you just get richer harvests, you get more fish, you get more wildlife, you get more lumber to harvest if you just selectively do it instead of like a clear cut. The forest thinning kind of idea is beneficial to the loggers, and it's beneficial to the environment. I mean, I don't see the problem. When people want to hate each other, though, there is a problem. There is no solution when just giant swaths, one side and the other side, point at each other and yell, and that's pretty much what we had for 30 years. Unity, the lack of unity, is the problem, and so I will not allow divisive talk here. This is only problem solvings and solutions talk. And if somebody doesn't like that, they're free to leave. Go ahead, go back to the haters. You'll find them a dime a dozen, the people trying to make money off of catering to a hateful crowd. I don't do that. And I never will. All right, so, and there's more people like me. Whoa. What's going on at 1 in the morning? Okay, so Sherlock, I'm in a wine growing area. Property is crazy expensive. Oh yeah, it was so cheap in the past. Texas says maybe they need to add something to the school curriculum and teach people about Yeah, people don't understand that is environmentalism. That is what forest management means. It means environmentalism. It means conservationism. A class about how that work would be amazing. I mean, that is kind of strange that we teach kids about how to launch. I remember y equals mx plus b. We teach kids that slope, just in case they have to go into the military and launch mortars. That was explained to me. That's what slope is. If you fire your mortar, you know, from here, it goes up into the air, it curves and falls down. And so if you want to hit the enemy, you have to know y equals mx plus b. Okay, I'm pretty sure I've never used that in my life, but I'm pretty sure it's more important for kids to learn about their local environment. What is the native environment? Because you know what they keep doing out here? They keep planting trees. The city of Hillsborough and Beaverton, this is an oak savanna habitat. This still exists in some spots over by North Plains and Helvetia, but they're expanding the growth boundary and they're putting suburban BS out here. And then they think they're being green by planting the fir trees and the Douglas firs and the pine trees, and where they've just done on Highway 26, for example, this is on the way to the coast. I cannot stand it. They have put in the median a whole bunch of pine trees and such. That's an oak savanna. And whenever they expand a road, they cut down the oaks and there's no more grass. There used to be gigantic herds of 50,000 elk out here. You know, Cornelius, north of Hillsborough, used to be prime elk hunting, and now there's an Intel campus that's sprawling around it, where they allow invasive weeds everywhere. They built it right on a wetland. It used to be beaver and stuff. There's some there now, but you know what? This is the wetland. And they expanded the growth boundary out to here. No, please, no. This is oak savanna habitat, where the wheat fields are similar. So a lot of the wheat farmers have kept their oak trees. But when as the wheat farms get broken up and sold off, then the idiots come in and they cut down all the oaks. And then to decorate, they put some pine trees here. Well, they don't belong here. The pine trees belong in the mountains, in the forest. The oaks belong in the savanna. Oaks, plant an oak here, it doesn't live, it dies. The oaks cannot live here. It requires an open prairie because they grow slowly over time. They resist fire, they have that luxury. And so if you put an oak tree out here, it dies because the Douglas fir grows so quickly, it deprives it of light. They struggle for a while and die. You see misshapen oaks everywhere. They look like in fact, maybe there's a thing here. Prairie oak versus forest oak. So when they get to be an umbrella, I was hoping that there would be an explanation. So you get the massive umbrella spread. This is an oak that has grown up on a prairie. This was here before white man. This is what they look like. They're so rare out here, but they're treasures. But randomly, if they do a development, farmers love these and they kept these around. So what does an oak tree look like when it grows up in the forest? It's a scrubby little thing like that. This is the oak trying its best to thrive in a forest where the other trees grew faster than it and deprived it of light. That's an oak. That's a pathetic little oak right there. So whenever you see those, you know what the problem was. But you do not allow, this is normal. That's a savanna oak. Normal. This is its habitat. All the deer come here. They feast, and all the squirrels, because it drops its acorns. In fact, is that an oak tree? I think so. That's normal. Not normal. Here some idiot planted some Douglas firs, so they're stunted, not normal. You get the idea. So do not, this is, yay. Here's something that looks a lot more normal with some wetlands and some oaks out there and some prairie. That's perfect. Massive, massive herds of elk and deer will thrive. This is what's normal. This is a habitat. This produces oxygen too. Don't worry. Don't worry, guys. You don't have to be a Boy Scout and think this has to be filled with trees. No. That's what supports the deer. This is not normal because they're too close together. You see? So, but here they go. That was somewhat normal. Here you go. Anyway, here they are. They've built their highway, their freeway. So just at least put native grasses on the side of it and be done with it. And they've been planting these. They pay like $10,000 per tree too. Taxpayer money. They just put trees up there. All that does is mean when the firefighters need to zip from one area to the other, like they were doing with this gigantic wind event, 58 fires started. Well, guess what? If you have pine trees here, they're going to fall over on the freeway and block the firefighting access. They're going to block the evacuation routes. It's just, can we not have stupidity? You know, can we order up some common sense? All right. So looking back, you can add as many laws as you want. People ignore them or don't know about them. Yeah. Well, you can choose to enforce them too. That's also, but you can't enforce a law that doesn't exist. Step in the right direction. We can't. There's an old saying. Perfectionism really sucks because you won't even make a little bit of progress if you wait for perfection to make a move. You cannot demand perfection, and that's the biggest struggle I've had. I would do stuff like flunk classes when I was an A+ student because I wanted my homework to be perfect and as good as the last one, which was hailed as perfect. You know, here I am, an example of a very smart person with F's, you know, D's. I would randomly, you know, I would make homework assignments, but they just weren't perfect. I needed more time to make them perfect. And so do not let perfection be the enemy of the good. If it's going to make some progress, even if it's a little, there's that saying, it's better to light a candle than curse the darkness. Keep moving forward, keep pushing for it. Even if you get very little result, it's better than what you had before. You cannot let despair or perfectionism keep you from any progress. Let's see here. Yep. Let's see, I'm still reading the chat. Sorry, I keep forgetting to do that. Yep, Catherine, you're right. The invasive species are destroying the environment. That's part of why hurricanes are getting worse. The nutria are destroying the wetlands, and that the damage of the nutria is visible from space. We have nutria too out here, everywhere. You can go to a park and just see these giant water rats. I actually filmed some of it with my drone. I was trying to film the wetlands in a ghost town out here. The ghost town of Bethany, actually. Bugs has gone to bed, but he goes, what? I think he lives nearby. He would probably be surprised to know that's a ghost town. But here I am at these Jackson Bottom wetlands by the ghost town of Bethany. And these all connect, all of these wetlands. And I was flying over the old general store that they were about to demolish. And then I see this giant water rat on a bed of reeds, just chilling out, scratching itself. Size of larger than a possum, smaller than a beaver. You know, size of a, you know, like bigger than a toy dog. You know, it's probably around 13 pounds in size. So they're absolutely destroying the wetlands and making the muskrat kind of, you know, rare, because they're eating the muskrats out of house and home, and they make Swiss cheese out of levees, and so they eat plants by pulling them up by the roots. The muskrat will clip off the top of a water plant. That's why it's environmentally friendly. Nutria come in and they pull up out of the roots and eat the roots in the whole plant whole. So they reproduce year round, unlike the muskrat. So there's a pair of nutria here. All of a sudden there's 250 nutria here. They move around as a colony. They will strip all the vegetation from one spot, move downstream, strip it all from one spot, and move downstream. So in Louisiana, where they're doing that, you can see the damage from space. Where the problem with Louisiana, Oregon can heal itself better than Louisiana. I mean, better. It's not good. But down here at Louisiana, you know, you have the yearly tropical storm cycle. So at Louisiana, what protects all the land is the wetlands are a buffer zone. They absorb the shock. They absorb some of the rising water. It absorbs some of the impact. And what happens is down here in these parishes, they put a bounty on nutria finally, because they can't deal with this any longer. Around the edges, you see the coastline retreating. It used to be out here. You know, the coastline used to be out here, And the problem with the nutria pulling up the vegetation by the roots is that the plants don't actually recover. They try to start growing, but then here's your tropical storms, and the storms just push in salt water and erode. There's no plants here holding on to the soil, so it erodes back out to sea. So they're just losing coastline. They're losing all their protective buffer, and this is going to make, it did make Katrina worse. It will make the damage worse for even mild wind hurricanes. So this is another, Catherine, you're totally right about that. Yeah, I'm a tree hugger too. I'm an environmentalist, I'm a conservationist, and I've also got my head screwed on straight. I'm a moderate, you know. Yeah, extreme environmentalism, extreme, you know, industrialism are both wrong. And too bad everybody's extremes, no? Most of us are in the middle, just kind of uneducated and not sure. They think that most people that are uneducated think that they have to choose a side. You don't. The middle ground majority, we welcome you back. The middle ground, common sense, compromise, we can benefit each other. We are not at odds. We are one people, unite, solve our problems. That's actually the majority, but we're bewildered by the hateful stuff on each side. So that will never get us results, guys. Pointing fingers and yelling never gets you results. Yeah, and that's another problem, is too many people in the urban cities. They convicted somebody of arson who protected his own land out here in eastern Oregon. He was lighting his own backfire because a wildfire was sweeping across his pasture land headed for his cattle. So what he did was he lit a backfire in front of it, which is normal. Normal for people who have land, especially in eastern Oregon. Like I was trying to describe the eastern Oregon weather patterns, randomly a storm can just, it comes out of the Pacific and it moves quick. Storms don't move too quickly. They lazily move around on the west side of the Cascades. When they make it on the east side, they squeeze the water out. They rain on the, all the rain goes on the mountains. Mostly flows down the west side, keeps this green. But once it crosses over here, you still have a raging storm from the Pacific, but now it's dry lightning. Sometimes there's 55 lightning strikes here, all of them causing some fires, right? Over here in the flatlands, the sagebrush. And it's headed towards the cattle, or it's headed toward your property. So it's normal for people to spring into action. And if they can't put it out, they will take either their tractor and they'll put a line in front of the fire. Not sure they're on the phone with the fire department, but who knows, they may be busy with other properties. So it's normal to get in your tractor and put a line in front of that fire, and if you can't do it, they're still coming. Light the fire ahead of that fire up to the line where you just put the tractor. That's exactly the technique they're using on the Bobcat fire and the Bratton fire and all these others. That's normal. And so a jury from Portland or the west side convicted that farmer of protecting his own land of arson because the jury wasn't allowed to hear the testimony of a rural firefighter explaining that's perfectly normal behavior. He had been doing that his entire life, in fact, and so had the rest of the family. That's what's caused a major controversy. Convicted him of arson, and since he was an elderly man, he would have been in jail for life, protecting his own land. So city people do need to have an education about how this works. They also buy properties, and they decorate according to the way they want to in the wilderness, not the way that's fire smart. I mean, they gotta have an education. I was one of those city people, I know this, and then we bought rural property. And we got a wake-up call, and I'm so glad my father was smart enough to talk to firefighters and develop a plan for his property. So looking back at Chad again, Dad was a CHP, Judy says. When I was a baby, we went to work before we retired on the Santa Fe Railroad. That's pretty awesome. Anyone has a wildfire question right now in chat? This is open session, question and answer. I'll go back and I'll look at any fire you want, and we'll give you an update. Torrin's in the house. We're so fortunate to have you back, Torrin. Where you been? He's ex-firefighter. We keep having those come in and out of here. So, yeah, that's a problem here, too. I have friends that are sheriff deputies and stuff. Most of the time, unless the crime is serious, they won't do anything. Yeah. So, yeah, just like everything, there's a lot of police reform, law enforcement reform has to happen. So the buddy-buddy system, you know, the good old boys slapping each other on the back system has to end. So I'm going to show you something, Torin, and this, if you haven't tuned in, this is incredible. I was trying to figure out what started the Beachy Creek fire, how it became such a monster. And by the way, I forgot that I did kind of understand how the Labor Day storm happened. You know, I've been suffering poor sleep, just how I explained how a tornado starts in the Great Plains. The warm air, the big moist warm air, low pressure, warm moist air meets the cold, you know, dry air of Canada. When cold air that's dry meets hot air that's moist, you get a major swirl of wind in a pattern, and that creates a tornado as the ultimate expression of wind, right? So here in Portland we had, in most of the west coast here, we had, after degrees of 95-degree weather, 100-degree weather spells, finally we thought wet season was here. It was the first low-pressure system from Alaska that brought cool kiss of mist, very light rain, highs of 68 degrees for several days preceded Labor Day. It was here on Labor Day. And it's probably why people did not extinguish their campfires. And then you had the dry, hot air come out of the east and meet it. What happens when the dry, hot air meets cold, moist air? Same thing. Winds accelerate and we got a wind event. So, but I still don't know exactly how that happened to all three states at once. So that would, I need a meteorologist to tell us about that. But watch this. This is an explanation of what happened at the Beachy Creek fire. So what I was curious about, Torin, and I really want your opinion on this, I finally found it, is I was wondering just how bad and why the Beachy Creek. You know, we know Jawbone Flats, right? Jawbone Flats unfortunately seems to have burned down. Here's Jawbone Flats. Actually, no, here's Jawbone Flats. My bad. And then south of it, 2 miles south, somewhere around here, right here, I believe, is where the fire started, or one of these canyons, right? So I was wondering, how did it spread that way to Detroit, as far and also west? We had pretty much going west winds. I know it spread over 2 days, but how did it get to Gates and Mill City and Niagara that first night from there? So what I thought happened was first it took out Elkhorn, right, and then spread naturally down this way to Mahama, and then spread south, trapping people here. Either that or they were smart enough to get out of the way. I was wrong. So it turns out what happens is simultaneous small fires along 22 were igniting and then merged with the Beachy, and so this is straight from the horse's mouth. I want to get your opinion on this, because what happens is insane, and what he has to say just blew my mind. So mind you, I'm setting this up, people are not familiar with the area. This is some of the most rugged wilderness ever. They watched this 4 to 45 acre to 50 acre probably lightning caused fire here. Scratched their heads at it, several different fire crews did, for weeks, as it was just a small thing contained in its one little ravine, you know, just kind of sitting there. They had no fire access roads, right? And so, Torin, are you with us? Are you ready? And to set this up, this is what I'm about to show you, and then it became this monster that trapped everybody in the communities here, from Edenha to Detroit, Niagara, Gates, Mill City, Fox Valley, Lyons, Mahama. People all ran for their lives, including the firefighters, and 70 people were stuck at Detroit and they requested an airlift, which was denied, and they had to take logging roads and somehow escaped on their own towards Mount Hood. Are you here, Tor? Yeah, they did have a hotshot crew up there in late August, so they got away from him, yeah. So, here's what he's about to explain it. This is the most crazy thing. I'm going to show you on the map as he's talking what happened. So I'm going to go back to, here's him explaining. It's pretty dang compelling. Where does he start it? I could just go back to this clip. That's a 3-minute clip. So, yeah, now this is
Good
actually...
morning, my name is John Spencer. I'm the...
let me get to where he's talking about it. Excuse me.
Which is pretty unprecedented for a team to be asked a type...
Yeah,
Good morning, my name is John...
I'm just going to go from the start. You ready? So I'm going to show you on the map what's happening as he's speaking.
Spencer, I'm the Planning Operations Trainee on Northwest Incident Management Team 13, and I'm going to give you an operational briefing for what our resources are currently doing today, but I'm also going to go back in timeline and give you a brief synopsis of what has occurred over the past 10 days since our...
Okay, September 13th. Remember Labor Day, the 8th and 9th? The 8th and, yeah. Monday's Labor Day, so the night of the 7th, the day of the 8th, and the 9th was the days of hell with the high wind gusts. So that he's talking about a week from today, so this is September 13th. He's talking about the last 10 days. So he's talking about how it's got out of control. So that's the 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
Our team has been on this fire. When we took over this fire 10 days ago, our footprint for this fire was very small. We were asked to come in and take over this fire when it was about 50 acres, which is pretty unprecedented for a team to be asked, a Type 2 team, to come in and take it over when it is so small. A NEMO team was here and they were managing it for the local district, doing long-term planning, strategic planning, and their time frame ran out. The local agency asked us to come in and set up a management team on this fire because of a suspected weather event that they knew was coming, and it was going to change and alter the behavior of this fire pretty rapidly and quickly. As we came in, we had a few days to get established and gather intel, and we started putting our plan together. The current plan that was given to us was that no engagement can happen on the perimeter. Smoke jumpers, repellers, and hotshot crews turned down going direct on this perimeter because they had tried, and it was too unsafe for our resources to be in there, number one, and the terrain was too difficult to travel in. So we disengaged from that direct management objective and went to a little bigger footprint and started putting our plan together and in place. All at the same time getting updated weather information from our weather people about time frames and what could happen, and so we were very mindful of that as we planned. As we got our plan engaged and started prepping our indirect control lines, we got that weather event that came in. While we were doing all that planning, our fire grew to around 150 to 200 acres over those few days. Wasn't moving too rapidly, but just chunking along. As soon as the weather event occurred on Monday to September 7th, it came in around 1,500. Our fire at that time had grown to about 450 acres. From that moment that wind event came in and hit, we had rapid expansion of our perimeter such that we had to disengage our resources off their perimeter work or indirect work and get them off the fire. What occurred over the next 2 days was unprecedented. In this terrain, in this fuel type, to have a fire in 2 days go from 500 acres to 132,000 acres in that type of terrain, I can't even speak to the shock that I had, and I've been doing this for 40 years. So, as a result, fire movement into this area increased, but not just by that footprint. The winds at our ICP in the town of Gates, our incident command post, the residential power grid was getting whipped, and we had a tree go down and drop a power line right onto our ICP chain link perimeter fence around our whole area and set everything on fire in 360 degrees around that incident command post. can't even speak to the shock that I had, and I've been doing this for 40 years. So, as a result, fire movement into this area increased, but not just by that footprint. The winds at our ICP in the town of Gates, our incident command post, the residential power grid was getting whipped, and we had a tree go down and drop a power line right onto our ICP chain link perimeter fence around our whole area and set everything on fire in 360 degrees around that incident command post. We had to engage that fire, and all of our folks from our team, and I'm talking planning section, logistics section, finance section, people who don't normally fight fire, were fighting fire that night. And we took us about an hour to get that fire under control. But in the meantime, numerous fires started all over the community of Gates and extending out along the Highway 22 corridor. Wind speeds of up to 50-mile-an-hour gusts were blowing those fires into raging fires, and they were connecting. We at that time pulled the trigger and had to get our resources out, and we evacuated the town of Gates with our whole command post and went to the town of Staten to the west. As we went to Staten, the fire grew so rapidly we were forced to move from Staten after we spent a night there to move farther west again. So a lot of our team members had personal loss on this fire. Lots of things in that command post got burned up, personal items, etc. Our team chose after a few days to stay engaged. They voted because we were asked if we were going to be mentally able to continue our operations, and the resiliency of our team was amazing, and they continued that operation. So we re-engaged on the next day, Wednesday, and fire was still moving on the perimeter to the west. We're now at about 150,000 acres. And our focus was getting people out of these communities and re-engaging with our local agencies, law enforcement, search and rescue, etc., and our municipalities, the state fire marshal's office. Everybody started getting engaged and cooperating together. And another thing I would like to add is the local community themselves has put forth a tremendous amount of effort. When I say local, I'm talking people in the residential areas that have offered up heavy equipment, their resources, etc., and it has been such a cooperative experience like I've never seen between all of these resources and people to now engage the fire out here on the perimeter. So, excellent weather conditions came in. Temperatures moderated, cooled, and the humidities came up. As a result of that, we were able to start going direct on the...
And here's the other admission, that it was the weather that saved anything from this fire. It moved, and as soon as, like I was trying to show people with the other videos of the crazy spread of the, what were we watching, the historic movement spread of the, yeah, I guess I don't have that up anymore. That it was the weather that spared all the towns of the west. They were just, the firefighters were fleeing for their lives as much as anybody else. And you just can't stop a moving, wind-driven monster fire. You have to have things in place already. You can't reactively think, oh, we're going to have time to build lines. You have to have places to shelter and things already set up. We can no longer reactively react to fires. That's the big lesson to learn here. So, looking back at Torrin, what did you think about that? Yep, that's right. Many factors are in play. Yep. So far, a couple of questions for Torrin, the resident firefighter. Let's see. Yeah, and you're totally right, Texas. With those high winds and not enough access roads, I wouldn't want to be stuck in the forest when it came through. Somebody was, and they just found his body. I bet he just didn't know how to shelter in place. That's what I keep training people about. If you want to know about your ABCD plan, that's the one I keep pushing. I just made that up, ABCD. I don't know if any other one is using that, but I think you should have 3. I'm just telling you what firefighters want you to know, that you should have 3 evacuation routes and then a shelter-in-place plan. So I'm just calling that ABCD. And D is the most important one, your shelter-in-place. the number one statistic is people will die fleeing from floods and fires in their cars. Usually found right next to their car, trapped in it, or they try to run away from it. So they don't generally make it very far. When your shoes melt, you're not going to make it far after that. So your shelter-in-place plan is the thing that's most important. If anybody has a question about that, that's one of the things I keep educating people over. It might be very much worth the while of these small communities to just put culverts, dig a little tunnel into hills strategically and put culverts with a door on it and say this is a fire shelter. I mean, that is a perfect way to survive something. Sorry about that. So, yeah, Torrin was answering the question somebody had. Excuse me, let me go back to chat here. I accidentally pressed the wrong button. Torrin was answering the question that Catherine had, like, is it normal for some homes to be saved and some not? You know, there's a lot of factors. It has to do with, I've seen it many times, it has to do with the wind, plants, and the materials of the house. Firefighters, they spend their energy saving the buildings they think they can save. You know, if there's a neighborhood going up, and they look around, which house really quickly has a tile roof, which one has a wooden roof? Well, the wood one, there's no chance. You know, like if embers are falling down like rain, why would they work extra hard to wet down the wooden roof house and soak it really good? Meanwhile, the people who made the smart decisions, they might have small fires showing up, spot fires, you know, right next to their house because you know, maybe they should save that other one, which is more savable. Maybe it's just on fire because a trash can on fire just blew up against it. Maybe it's a better idea to take the hose and hose down that trash can fire real quick. You know, the things that are easiest to save, they'll focus on that because they can't be everywhere at once. You know, they can see another house going up just like 3 houses away, but if it looks undefensible, well, let's just keep saving this one right here. You know, it's just decisions like that. Drone footage of talent. Yeah, I've seen that. It all looks the same, actually. I've taken drone footage of burned up towns, too. The funny thing is that all of my footage looks the same. Fire, after a fire, the landscape is the same. So, Texas Wildlife saying our mesquite trees down here are very fire resistant, and some of the taller trees. Cool, and the red Texas cedars, right? Legendary trees. So, Torrin, what did you think of the video here and the explanation? The chain link fence thing. Torrin says, yeah, if it would have gotten down in the farmland down here in the valley, oh God. Yeah, Torrin is west of one of these fires too. So, but what do you think about the chain link fence igniting their perimeter 360 degrees around their firehouse? Holy crap. I've never heard anything exactly like that, have you? Stepmom, Judy says, my stepmom said the sequoia trees don't burn as easy, but she might not know. It's true. It's actually true. Sequoias and redwoods are fire-resistant trees. They have, their evolution, I believe, was, I don't want to say, I tried to remember, the evolution of plants is from basic plants on land being things like horsetails and cattails were around pre-dinosaurs, and they're still around, and every time I look at one I'm like, woohoo! That's a survival story. Survived through more than 3 mass extinctions. They survived the dinosaurs, the Cambrian, I think that, maybe not the Cambrian, but the dinosaurs, the Ice Age extinctions, and it survived the Triassic event. I believe that was the Deccan traps. So horsetails, those are the most primitive plants, and then later you get the conifers. Trees with leaves are pretty new addition, and grass and flowers are extremely new as far as plant evolution goes. But I think sequoias, I can't remember if they were specifically evolved to survive pre-Ice Age conditions or whatnot. But they are the fire-resistant trees, and if you could build your house, there's 3 of them. The best is sequoia, the runner-up is redwood, and the third is cedar for resisting both insects, rot, and fire. That's why people love to have cedar shake. Homes, that resists rot, and cedar shake roof tiles, and that's appropriate for very, very wet environments. But anymore, I think a cedar shake roof is probably obsolete, and it's time to go tile again. But the siding for homes, the best wood siding is the redwood sequoia or the cedar. By far, resists insects and fire and water. And so the cool thing that I saw, some of the sequoias, it can burn black and look absolutely dead as a doornail. In fact, it takes a trained forester to go out and see if your tree's alive after a fire. One of the cool things of hope when I went to Paradise is these blackened trees that were in the middle of these trailer parks and such by the creeks. They predated, maybe the pioneers replanted them. Some of them might have been there before the gold rush, but maybe they were planted right around the time of the gold rush. I don't know. There's these bigger trees that I could see they're deciduous. They're not deciduous. They're some sort of a conifer or something like that. Hard to tell because they were just burned black from ground to top. All of the sticks at the top, instead of actually cutting it down as they are doing for all the dead trees of Paradise, because they have toxic smoke penetrating their lumber. All that's hazardous waste disposal. They can't use that as lumber, by the way. But to rebuild the town of Paradise, they have to remove all the toxins. So I wondered, why did they leave this black and dead tree here? And I looked around. Here's some stumps in Paradise, and here's some. I may still have it. Why did they leave some of these blackened trees up there and didn't cut them down? Here's some stumps where they removed the pines, but here's some different looking tree. And I could probably find out where this was. Pearson. Yeah, right about here. Maybe not. Anyway, right around here, I pulled into an old trailer park, I believe it was. Somewhere around Pearson. I'll just turn on satellite. So you get the idea. There was a dead-end trailer park. Oh, maybe it was here. It was running deer. So they cut down the obviously dead trees, but some of these just standing up black, and I was like, what's that? This might be the actual tree. Who knows? I look up. There's little green branches. Little itty bitty ones. Size of my thumb, little branches coming back. I believe that was a sequoia. So that's why sequoias last, and they can be older than Jesus. So, Angie's asking, and Torrin, you can help answer the question. Why does wildfire burn down every single house and leave some untouched? Well, one, that's what it's a great question. And the conspiracy theories that don't understand things, they go nuts. But I can use this as a perfect example. And Douglas firs are nothing like that. They're kind of wind prone. Sequoias take a long time to grow. They're dense. They're really dense. So as they grow, they get more and more fire resistant, like a thicker bark. And then they have a very, very wet, underneath the bark, a layer of dentin. I believe that's the tree layer. That's very, very wet. So even as the bark gets charred and stuff, they have like this wetness on the bottom, and so they grow very solidly, and they don't get taken down by wind. And that's one strategy for a long-term survival strategy for the tree. The Douglas fir has a different strategy. For example, it will go psst. But growing fast and tall means every tree ring is really wide, right? And so that makes for some pretty weak and non-dense wood, kind of flexible. It's not quite balls of wood. It's not quite as weak as pine. But Douglas firs are an example of the weak trees that grow. They have very large growth rings. So even though the trunk is very wide, if you cut it down, you realize, that was only 20 years old. It looks like old growth. It's huge. Their strategy is grow tall, grow fast, and then promote fire. And they just reseed themselves pretty well, because the pine trees, the cones and stuff will open in fire, but they promote fire because that that ash, since they're growing so fast, they need some nutrients. And so it's not really to promote it. It's win-win, whether or not that tree dies to fire or where it doesn't. If the fire burns up their pine needles at the base, it refreshes the soil, because they can grow in really poor soils. And the ash has fertilized me. So they're promoting fire like that. Sequoia is totally different. It grows nice and slow, doesn't suck up the nutrients real fast like those other trees, and it makes a dense, windproof kind of a layer. Where these others, their strategies grow real fast and they snap off in the wind and fall over. So you don't see long-lived Douglas firs in general. That's kind of an anomaly. But the sequoia will survive windstorms. They can tolerate lots of heavy rain. They like it. They don't like drought, but they like it. Kind of a medium, kind of a temperate thing. And then the sequoia will grow very, very tall and still pretty windproof. It doesn't need that much in the way of branches. It doesn't have too many branches on its tree. It's got a couple selectively strong ones. So it's nice and safe to have a house under a sequoia. That's a nice tree. Somewhat safe with something like a cedar. A cedar has a similar growing strategy. And you don't really want your house to be underneath the limbs of a tree in any situation. But having those in your yard are really nice. And so if this had been more of a sequoia, there was unfortunate dottings of pine, that would have been better. You don't see the sequoias falling over in the wind and knocking down power lines. You saw that everywhere here. And of course, a burning tree falling on your house is not very good, or the burning branches. So that explains the sequoia, I hope. And Judy, you got to go to bed. Okay, good night. Did you want to go to see elk? I could go show you some elk. It'll be rainy the rest of the week. But if you wanted to meet up, I don't know where you're at. Are you in Southwest Washington? Anyway, so Torrance says, Catherine, after 50 years of 50 years is kind of a blanket statement. I would never say the burned area is fireproof. Fire resistant would be a better word. Many environmental factors deterring regrowth. Okay, that was a different question. But Shao Shigu Ban is fire resistant. Is that a plant? I've never heard of that before. Let's look up what that tree is. Texas is saying. Sounds very Asian. Let me see, and I promise I should reach out a bit more. But they can't. Oh, yeah, yakasugi. Yakasugi is a traditional Japanese method of wood preservation. Yaki means to heat with fire. Sugi is cypress. They're referred to in the West as burnt timber cladding, known as Shao-sugi ban, which is the same kanji characters as the different pronunciation. The ban means plank. Wow. Yeah, I vaguely recall hearing about that. So they pre-char the wood. Whoa. I would have thought that would be detrimental. To heat with fire and sugi is cypress. Burnt timber cladding. I thought that was resistant to rot. Really, the wood becomes waterproof through the carbonization and is thus more durable. It protects against insects as well, making it fire retardant? Holy mackerel, this is natural? A natural way to build fire resistance? For your... Oh. But hey, that doesn't look like it's been treated. The other... looks like it's been treated. Huh. Thank you for letting me know about that. That's another example of ancient wisdom. Let's listen to our ancestors. They knew what they were about. They didn't have flame retardants and chemicals, and they didn't exactly need them. They have their little... This is very fireproof. I approve of this. Except for the overhead power lines, I don't like that. But they've got roofs of ceramic, and they've got fire-treated, wow, made fire-resistant siding. Huh. I never would have looked at that, thought that was a good thing. And then they have a nice water runoff system here. This is very efficient. This is totally Japanese. I just don't like that. The overhead power lines, I don't like that. Other than that, that's pretty nice. So let's look back, and I've heard that too before. It's a good question for someone with a degree in forestry. I said, Yeah, I saw that he said the tree branch fell on wires by the command post and it started the fire. Crazy. That's not exactly true, Sherlock. It says some trees need fire to unlock the seeds for the next generation. Okay, so I can explain that part. All right, after the time of the dinosaurs, there's no real mammals. Birds are evolving. The asteroid strike. These conifer forests survived the asteroid strike, which would have been mega tsunamis all around the world, and that lit fires. Actually, with the amount of heat, it did light fires and firestorms. The asteroid strike was incredible. It turned a lot of it made nano diamonds which scattered around the world, because of the impact hit. That's how carbon turns into a diamond under high pressure and heat. So it blew diamonds when it impacted the Gulf of Mexico area here. It blew diamonds around the world, and there's these amazing animations that, like giant mega tsunamis, took out everything living, like in the general area around here. And it was followed by that friction of the air caused crazy lightning storms that afflicted like much of the Western Hemisphere and moved over and just lit the most of the world on fire. The continents looked different at the time. But that storm, because of the static electricity, of the amount of all of the dust in the air, and the pressure and the wind, there's a shock wave of wind moving around the planet at the time. All of that static electricity caused this incredible, and the dust caused incredible lightning storms, and you had mega fires starting all around the world. And so with the extinction of the dinosaurs, the ones that survived that later had no food to eat, and giant dinosaurs need a lot of calories per day. Dinosaurs may have gone extinct in months. That's the crazy thing about that, is most of the species of the planet probably went extinct in a matter of months. You got craziness like alligators living through everything. Alligators, though, have a special ability to not eat for a few years if they don't have to. If their water is cold, instantly around the globe it's a nuclear winter. Probably you didn't see the sun for a decade. Plants didn't regrow. All you have is seeds in the entire world, pretty much. Dead plants, it all burned up. So you don't have an ecosystem anymore. It used to be dinosaur poop that seeded the land, for example, and that's how the seed spread. So there's no squirrels yet that haven't really evolved. There's very few mammals and such. So back in that era, fire was the only thing that released the seeds from pine cones. They just have to get released from the pine cones. So on a technical note, if there are no squirrels, you need fire to open up seed cones, sort of. But there's plenty of animals now that'll do that for you because birds then evolved. There's plenty of cone-billed birds, like, the jays. I don't know if that's a cone-bill. The cardinals, Cardinals are seed-cracking birds. Every bird with a cone-shaped beak can open. It's designed to crack open seeds, and birds drop seeds everywhere they go. And so the birds, like the cardinals, will do it, so will the squirrels. And no, fire is not necessary for the regrowth of forests. That's pretty much now you know the rest of the sentence kind of a thing. So fires fertilize poor soil. And, baby trees can utilize that. But everywhere you go, I've walked around forests that have not had a forest fire in 75 years, like, there's a lot of places out here. The Tillamook burn was the last thing to happen in 1933, for example. And everything grew back. Not just because it was replanted, but I see new trees just naturally growing up all over the place. And the squirrels. So let's look back here. So Angie is asking, why do wildfires burn down every single house and leave some untouched? Sorry, I forgot to answer that question. I read it before. If we go back to Paradise, what happens is that's usually the homes that the firefighters decided to save. They know their area. Firefighters, they constantly look at, when they drive through town, they see it differently than you and me. They see which house is a fire hazard. Oh, if that one ever goes up, we're going to have a hard call that night. And they look at some other groomed properties and go, yeah, they nod around with approval. Good, 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 good. So if a fire does come in from this way at Billy Road, then you know what? The following homes are the best ones to try to save. And that's not only because that's not them being mean. They're thinking about their own lives. So they are making notes of the defensible structures. So all of the fire crews were trapped here when Paradise Fire happened. So let's go, I'll just show you the campfire of 2018. The easiest I know of shocking photo is this. So here's the entire town of Paradise up here. It's pretty much engulfed, the entire town. And some of the towns around it in Magalia. So if we go back here, you can see here's the North Fork of Lake Oroville. Here's Magalia way up there, but here's Paradise up here. It's all on fire. So you would think everybody's dead in here, stayed here, right? No, there's thousands of people living through a sheltering in place. So what happens is firefighters do not try to flee from a town when the town is lost. That's pretty much last resort. They usually stay put. In fact, they are trained to never go into a neighborhood or never go into an area of the forest that doesn't have a safe shelter. What that is they're going to look for a home, usually a home, to, let's put it on satellite. Maybe we can just see some of the homes that they did save. And that has defensibility. So no trees growing right up next to it. Or a lot of parking space, and maybe a pool in the back, and maybe a creek, just a source of water to pull from if the hydrants don't work. Ways out is usually a good place. Unless it's just perfect, they'll go into a cul-de-sac, you know. So let's see some of those that had a pool in the back or whatnot. And it took days for the town to burn down. What happens is over here is one day, over here is a different day, over here is a different day. As the winds shift, there's another thing. Sometimes it's just the wind. So this, yeah, the pool didn't save this one. There may have been another reason they didn't defend this. The fire engine has to be able to back up to the source of water, get close to it. That may have just been too small. But what they like is a well-groomed, defensible space where there's very low, perhaps watered lawns all around the structure. There's a source of water to draw from. And they will pull up in that driveway, a nice wide expansive driveway. They'll wet down the roof of the house. They'll dip their hoses into the source of water, the pool. They'll let down their own fire engine, and they'll wait for everything to pass. The other candidate is no trees to fall on the house from the way the wind is blowing at the moment. So, you know, they can't defend a house if a burning tree falls on it. So some of these meet the criteria, and they were saved. So this one, for example, was probably the fireman tucked in right here. And I do believe there's a creek back here. And so this person has no big trees that are growing over the house. There are no trees tall enough here to fall on the house. In front, this is perfectly defensible, green. And the roof has a makeup of something probably very fire resistant. Doesn't look like wood at all. So they would have tucked right in here and just waited it out. And even if the whole neighborhood burns, they might be able to save, you know, this one here next to the creek. This one here, same thing. These are fire-resistant trees. These are not the giant pines. These are those little cone ones, where those are like little decorative cedars or whatnot. You know, this tree this survived. This is just in fall foliage. But see, they don't have trees like the big Douglas firs or the big pines that can go over and crush. So my brother lived in a general neighborhood. I don't see his house here. But what he should have done, across from him, we're just going to make this up. This is not my brother's house, but I'm just making this up. He runs out and he just drives through a flame, and he was one of the last people out of his neighborhood to survive. The other people didn't survive, and in fact, what should he have done? Walked over here and gotten in the neighbor's pool, because there's a pool, a creek, a pond, and a culvert 9 foot tall in the back. So what these firefighters did, how they survived, is they just waited it out. They went down a house, their crew went inside, somebody took turns on the gun, on the deck gun on the top of the unit if they had it. They hosed down the top, they hosed down the sides, they hosed down the backyard, they hosed down the unit, and they're chilling inside eating sandwiches, you know, with the other neighbors that they were able to round up and calm down, and maybe they're giving them a little bit of their air, you know. They are going to, or if it's fierce, they're out there too with their shovels beating down the flames manually every time. You know, there's a pop-up here, but they shelter in there, that's the point. And they can even rest maybe as the fire just passes by. And they can't help anything else. They can't help anything else that's not defensible. If they go across the street where these tall trees are, they're just going to die as these fall over one by one on the homes. And the giant branches on the trees fall down on the roofs of the homes. They can't be everywhere at once. The hoses are only go so far to the truck, and it only has so far to spread out and reach. They may have tried to save this one. Who knows? It really depends. And then some of the homes that they do save are at risk of burning up. Maybe they did save that home that night. But as this went over the course of weeks, this fire went on for months. It took a long, hard effort to get this under control. This home they could have saved, and they drive off trying to rescue people, right? Only to find that this home didn't secure. Here's the neighbor, the home's on fire. Here's their trash cans. I saw a lot of the trash cans on fire had drifted in the wind and went up against homes. So this was an extreme wind event, and it was trash day in some of the neighborhoods. One of two things happened. The trash either fell over and got stuck on something, and it survived out in the street. Because even out here in the street, sometimes you'll see a trash can survive. It's really eerie. But there's nothing to burn in the street, technically. Where the trashes were at the roads, if they actually just blew and got stuck somewhere, they survived, and they bubbled and warped out of proportion. So I flipped over a tote that was for recycling, and it had bubbled and warped like as thin as a plastic bag, and it was gigantic. It was like a giant pimple that was the size of a toaster, either a toaster or an entire microwave, like a dome of bubbled up plastic. It was unreal. But things like that, that's why, you know, over here the proximity of a creek could be why a bunch of homes are saved. But you know what? There could have been fire coming this way and the wind pushed it back that way. That's all. That's it. And so it burns up these two homes, and the wind goes back up that way, and these get it. The fire cannot go against the wind. That's just one of the rules of nature. It may want to, it can't. And it will just go. The wind did whip around wildly and change directions. They had to just focus on neighborhoods they could reach. Like this entire neighborhood may have gone up because there's only one road in. Maybe it was blocked off right here. Here's the power lines. We see time and time and again on this road, was this Pearson, that the roads connecting to Pearson and to Clark were blocked off by the power line at the end of the one way out. Pfft, falls over. That trapped 6 of my brother's neighbors. They never got out. They never made it out. If they had calmly walked towards the creeks, look at this house, perfect defensible house. No trees in the yard, perfect, absolutely perfect. You know, they may have been able to save this one and watched helplessly because the fire truck couldn't go down there. They cannot put water in a house if there's live power lines. They'll get electrocuted. So that's kind of, I hope that explained it. So let's see. Why are every single homes burning down and the trees untouched? They're not untouched. These images were taken in the middle of cleanup. Cleanup has already begun. So a lot of the trees did fall down and they blocked the roads. And so the first part of cleaning up paradise was the trees that fell, remove them. And the second part was remove the trees about to fall down and remove them. So by this point, you're seeing power crews have restored the lines. You're seeing people able to return and These people are moving stuff out in the back of their cars. You're seeing cars able to move up and down these streets. Almost all of them eventually became blocked by some sort of obstruction. Down power line or down tree. I mean, this was a crazy wind event of 85 mile an hour wind gusts. And it went on and on for a couple of days. And then this fire made its own weather, and you had the fire NATOs. That's another thing people forget, the fire NATOs. So some houses were not only burned, but obliterated. And you see their debris was scattered far and wide. And the trees were blown over, and so were the power lines. So the worst hit trees here are removed already. They had a crew of like 2,000 trucks. There were 2,000 people assigned, and they split it down the middle. About 1,000 people removed trees, and the other 1,000 people were in the dump trucks removing the contaminated soil. It's still happening. There's still traffic jams all the way near all of those highways. It's still happening, the cleanup. There's still 500 trucks that are logging trucks and 500 soil removal trucks and debris trucks going on. But at one point in time, 2,000 trucks per day were in here removing the toxic waste. Because, you know, this is a massive town of 20,000 people with barely any homes really making it. So all of the damaged trees are not here. There was a tree when I found my brother's place. It was removed already by the cleanup crews. That's how I had access to his road. But I could tell that the tree on fire fell across his house in the back. It missed the house and it fell on his boat in the driveway. He was hoping his boat, made out of aluminum, survived. I had to report to him, no, it did not. Aluminum burns. You know, if you've ever seen an aircraft fire, aluminum skin of an aircraft burns. And see, here's an example of a lot this probably had a home. They had already cleaned it up and removed the top 3 feet of the topsoil, and so this one was ready for rebuild at this point. But it looks just like this earlier. So some people were tired of waiting, and they hired cleanup crews themselves, and those got cleaned up first. The others, you know, they made a plan, and they're still doing this. There's still waste everywhere. There's still burned out cars. I mean, this is going to be a very long-term cleanup project. So, yeah, you don't see that the homes burned and the trees didn't. No, I could tell you, and I've got pictures on my cell phone of there are thousands and thousands and thousands of trees that they were cutting down and just removing just every single day. Most of them being really messed up. The funny thing about this is a lot of the time the fire moved along the ground. The wind flattened the fire to the ground, and where flames were trying to creep up to tops of trees, they were only able to do that in some situations. For the most part, during the high wind event, it was like a grass fire and brush fire moving quickly through people's yards, and then their homes only really taking if flaming debris came up next to it. The fire changed in composition throughout several different periods, throughout several different weeks, depending on what the weather was doing at the time. Here you see more cleanup going on, and you know, this lot has been mostly cleared. You see the stumps, these little things with the stumps. They had fallen over the roads. Those are the ones removed first, the trees right next to the roads, and they put in the new power lines, which angered me greatly, for the love of cars. You just saw so many people die, and this entire fire was caused by the down power lines. Why they rebuilt one and didn't bury it, I don't know. I was furious, I don't know. I don't know. But nevertheless, that's what they've done. So this is these images were taken significantly later. Let's see, imagery 2020. Okay. Yeah, this is taken in 2020, guys. The town still looks like this. I thought this was sometime in 2019, imagery of 2020. I'm telling you, the town still looks like this. This is after 1 year of cleanup. It happened in November of 2018. This isn't fresh out of the fire. The trees that did survive, some of them are the sequoias, and you're getting green again. But this was more densely packed in the past. In fact, you know what? We could use the little gold man. This is real. Let's see where the Google car went. I'll show you what it used to look like. Here's Edgewood. Edgewood was one of the death trap roads. It looks like this today. Oh, this is where I filmed. Oh. Oh. I could show you the sequoia. This is where I filmed, and this is an example. Excuse me. Of one of the cleanup trucks. Yeah, the brush is already starting to grow back. This is after the trees have been removed. Wow. I can't go down it, but okay. I was hoping that... those are the sequoias. See these? You don't recognize them. Their limbs burned off, but here's the green growth. This is the green. They didn't take them down because this is the sequoias. And I don't know if anyone died right here. I think people did, but I drove down. I filmed here. Wasn't able to launch the drone. The wind picked up, but this is the creek back here. Anybody who wanted to live through this fire could have walked over here to the creek, and I saw where the road goes over right here, a giant 9-foot tall culvert stretching from here to here. That could have sheltered 200 people. So people fled in their cars and didn't make it out of Edgewood. Some families. But I heard rushing water as I went, what? The tree is alive? What? That's why they didn't fell these. They fell the others. And then I heard running water, and this is one of the major creeks right there. Yeah, this is where I filmed. I got a lot of pictures, and it was unbelievable. Everything burned straight to the ground. It was hard to understand. These were the Edgewood Retirement Community, Edgewood Estates. This is a trailer park, I think, for retirees. And even had water hookup, but that wasn't going to save anything. Yeah, this firefighters could have saved this because they could have had, here's hydrants, here's the creek if they lost pressure, but they couldn't get down here because at the end of the road was the power lines, blocked everyone. These people just died here and didn't have to. So this is part of my education. I walked around all these places and said, oh man, guys, shelter in place. In fact, they could have turned that into if there was a sign, fire shelter like they do for tsunami warnings, that would have been a nice one. They could have been up to their ankles or knees in there and just perfectly safe. So let's see if we have a oh no, the street, we don't have what it looked like before. Usually right here you switch the button to, looks like the Google car never came here before the fire. I was hoping it did. So, okay, running deer lane. This is where that creek is. If we turned it on to terrain map, you're going to see. Sorry, I need to look back at chat. Back to terrain. Terrain, pull up. Nope, doesn't show the creek. I'm going to show you in Caltopo. Anyway, sorry, I'm looking back at chat. That's what I promised to do. Okay. Let's go down. Yeah, it'll take a generation, perhaps for more, for trees to grow back and make it look like it did before the fire. Yeah, over by the Beachy Creek fire, absolutely. Yeah, oh, the EVGA for the win, welcome back. They censored all the NIR maps, but you can still see the uploads on YouTube. What? There's video proof of the... Good troll, good troll. Yeah, okay, I'd love to debunk that if you are up to the challenge. If you're up to the challenge. Yeah, Texas has a good point. We moved into a grand solar minimum, so climates could be shifting right now where forests, deserts, and prairies, etc. may move around. It did shift during the Maunder minimum. I wonder how that works. I'm not very up to date on my astronomy. But we do know that there's so many different factors that go into the climate. But simple statements are for simple people, you know? When, one of my favorite quotes, I may even have made it, I don't know. When the truth is complicated, people are more inclined to believe a simple lie, or a simplification, or a, you know, a oversimplification, or just a dumbed down version of it. So there's all kinds of factors. We're also entering the new drought cycle for the West. What was that called? The 750-year drought cycle. They're still not sure. Drought cycle of the West. I don't remember numbers very well. Science Daily. I'm looking for The western tree ring record suggests no quick end to the current drought cycle. Maybe they're talking about this. They did tree ring data from the extremely old ones, including the Joshua trees and such, and they found evidence of a drought cycle, right? Oh, and 50-year-long tree ring history from the 750-year-old trees from central and southern Rocky Mountains. I was studying the Anasazi and how they abandoned, their land was once green and good and great for growing corn in Arizona. Not today. So what happened? Was it Arizona or New Mexico? What happened? Were they in an especially wet period? Is it normal for there to be wet periods and dries? So they identified periods of mega droughts in the late 1500s and 1950s. But in general, the multi-decade precipitation regimes didn't occur in predictable cycles. Okay, that's 750 years of data, but they used more than 1,000 years of data by sampling, I believe, the vegetation layers. That's the Joshua tree study, but the vegetation layers and the mud sediment of New Mexico. Okay. Oh, you have to go? Good night, Torin. You're off to bed. I will try to be in bed too soon. Yeah, this site is focused on what people can do to prevent a fire and stuff. And that's the problem. I don't care if people believe in space lasers or weapons. And good night, Torin. Thank you again for coming. I don't care if people want to believe what they want to believe. I'm not here to be the thought police. But what I am here to tell people about is you don't have defense from a space laser. You just don't. If it's War of the Worlds you believe in, then you no use getting an education. There's no defense. But if you understand wildfire behavior enough, you'll understand that everything here is actually perfectly explainable by natural wildfire phenomenon. What was not natural was the ignition source, a 94-year-old power line here. So if you think that it was an energy beam, you're not going to do this. You're not going to pressure, first of all, the murderer/manslaughterers, however you want to think of them, of the power company are not going to go to prison. And guess what? They've not gone to prison. Because people have either focused on zany ideas like space lasers or global warming instead of what happened. This was the natural wind pattern. And I'm not saying global warming doesn't happen. Don't shoot me, people. I'm saying this is the natural wind pattern that happens every year called the Diablo winds, formerly known as the Santa Ana winds. The power company here did not maintain the power lines as they are required by law. So when the ignition source happened, their 95-year-old rickety, rusty power high-tension line dropped down. It put molten metal into the grass here and the shrubs and vegetation underneath it. The firefighters arrived really quickly, wanted to put it out, but can they? No. Also, the power company has allowed the fire access road over the past 20 years or so, 15 years, to grow up brush. So the fire got out of control. It is the normal, natural Santa Ana wind pattern here that then 85-mile-an-hour wind gusts through these things here burned up the town. Other fires started in the town too because it was power poles falling down. Because guess what? They don't maintain the lines. My brother almost dies here. This is why I'm very upset when people want to say something else occurred here. The people who nearly killed my brother and who did kill my friend the previous year, when power lines fell down here and erased the towns of Bangor and Loma Rica, I get very upset that people say, oh, it's a laser weapon. No, the power lines fell down because they don't maintain them anymore. We don't see these in the distant past, not because lasers didn't exist in the distant past, but those power lines were new and maintained. What is the company called Pacific Gas and Electric? It's a corporation that doesn't give a crap about you or me or my brother's life or my friend who died in a fire burning to death. They don't give a crap. They decided to not do maintenance, and that meant they were operating at more of a profit, and then they had more. Their stock kept booming and booming. They don't live here. They're out there in their mansions and such. They're living in the cities. They're just flying around in their G6 airplanes. They're not you and me. They don't have much to lose, especially when the governor signs bills protecting them from liability from said fires. Especially when the governor signs bills. And who the heck else passed this stuff? There's a big, deep level of corruption here. Signs bills saying they could jack up the power rates to pay the victims' settlements for the people they incinerated alive year after year after year, for the many multiple towns they've erased. It's billions of dollars, but it's the federal government, it's the taxpayers of you and me, who are cleaning this, who are paying for this. That's why, A, you're gonna die if you believe in things like this, because you're not gonna have a defense. You're not gonna think that you can live through this. You're gonna do the thing, you're gonna jump in your car and do the wrong thing, and you're gonna be racing down here because you don't have a fire behavior education. You're not even aware that you can shelter in place and live through this. The people who did live, the people who fled in their cars died. The people who sat there not knowing what to do and tried to defend their house with a garden hose, they died. But if you understand fire behavior like I teach it, like the other firefighters teach it, like Torin teaches it, like Cogito here teaches it, you will understand how to prevent these. And we can actually pressure our politicians to do something about the 95-year-old rusting power lines. It's against the law. Who is not enforcing the law? They had to replace these every 35 years. They have to inspect them every 5 years. Obviously, nobody figured out that that was the original power line that is 95 years old. The towns of Santa Rosa got erased. People died at Santa Rosa because of the power lines. Bangor and Loma Rica the same very night. Power lines falling over all over the place. So if you think that's something we can't control, some sort of a dark evil force that's oppressing us has these weapons, and for some reason has some reason to burn up random towns that don't matter. These towns that are retirees living here for the most part. You think there's $1 trillion weapons program that some country has to go ahead and start a fire from space or whatever, or from airplanes to cause elderly people to die? What in exactly the world is the point? I don't get it, you know? It's the, hey, Catherine, it's okay. We're having a conversation. You don't have to, because I'm here, that's okay. I'm allowing the conversation. It's all right. That's totally fine. You don't have to ask him to yeah, I've done my own research too. I've been visiting these places. I used to live here. I used to talk to these fire departments. I know a lot of the fire chiefs and stuff here. That's okay. But I'm telling you, you know, I'm not sure what you want from me. It's all right. But I drove all around here and toured the sites where people died, and I've identified they could have lived if they just, you know, knew about fire behavior. That's why I've educated people. So if you get an education, you can live. If you just think what's gonna happen to you is you can't prove and you can't have a defense against, say, any sort of theory like that, like it's a weapon from space or aircraft or something like that. So there's nothing to do but just be better about that and hate somebody that probably doesn't exist, and be a very angry person. And you're not going to do the things that'll save your life. You won't ruin your property. You won't help the planet by helping restore the ecosystem to a place that was a lot less fire prone before the European Americans came here and did quite a lot of damage. You're not going to help the ecosystem. You're not going to help yourself. You're not going to help your property. You're not going to help your neighbors survive. You're not going to help yourself survive. You're not going to help your family survive by knowing what to do. You're not going to help your community either, because you're not going to hold politicians accountable. If we don't hold them accountable, they're not going to put pressure on the power companies to stop starting these fires. You know, so there's no solution. That's why I don't entertain that. You know? And if there was anything like chemtrails, if they existed, that could be proven immediately. You would just take a swab. You would just take a cotton ball and you would swab, because if chemicals were being sprayed over a large part of the world, it would land on stuff. It's confirmed that we can control the weather. Well, how though? It's okay. How can we control the weather? That's I have no idea how that would even. That's something I never heard. That's all right. Yeah, Catherine, I do appreciate you're being just like the kind of moderator I wanted you to be. This is live, and it's okay to have intellectual discussions. But the thing I wanted to do is groom this place to also be very safe, so that people who are traumatized here, I don't want them to walk into a conversation where people are telling them that they just got targeted by a weapon when it was, you know, fully preventable things. If we do work on the fully preventable things here, I am an open-minded skeptic. I will believe in something, no matter how weird it might sound. I will believe that there's A, evidence, or the other two ways of philosophically getting to the truth as a student of philosophy. So there's two different ways if you don't have direct evidence for something, like say all the evidence is gone for the existence of something, no matter what it is. So just because there's no evidence doesn't mean something happened, that no evidence remains, right? So the two ways that the philosopher can get closer to the truth is A, there's kind of like logical reasoning. Does that proposed theory answer every single mystery? If it does, if it answers every possibility, that's very likely that that's the truth, right? The second thing is you have to rule out the possibility of something else being the explanation. And the third thing is you can get closer to the truth by using Socratic method and trying to find things that make sense. So I'm an absolutely open-minded skeptic, but I do require either evidence or theory that explains all mysteries of a mysterious event. That's okay. But when we talk about the motivations of groups of people that probably don't exist, that's not evidence. The Arcbird AC-5 project game funded by Lockheed Martin. That's very funny. I've got a very close connection to Lockheed Martin. And I do know that the weapons exist. I will tell you right now, as my father was a person who was working on a secret government project, one that everybody knows about, with Lockheed Martin. I know that military airplanes and things exist now that are not declassified yet. And of course, using a laser has been used in warfare, such as you can aim a laser at a missile coming at your airplane to detonate it with a little bit of burst of heat, so that's a defense, you know, like missile defense, you know. Back in the day, they used to just pop off a couple of really hot, like the equivalent of rockets behind your fighter plane, behind your F-14 Tomcat, and the heat-seeking missiles would seek that heat, right? And so it's part of missile defense to detonate something in the air, but that's like the kind of energy and such is like I don't know about the Aegis missile cruisers, but that's used a very short, you know, they'll go ahead and get rid of your missile. So that's the application, like at sea. But there's still no reason why these have no strategic targets. So I know about warfare. Where's your strategic target? What is the value of this target? That's the sort of thing that doesn't make a bit of sense. Going out to the middle of nowhere and pew pew. Why during these historic wind events would somebody use $1 trillion laser, you know? Is that the terminus of the program to burn up retirement communities in the hills? Plus, why would the Defense Department or some other entity like a saboteur use a laser when you could go here with a road flare that cost you $2 at the gas station and toss it? Why would you use $1 trillion weapon when a $2 road flare does the same thing? And why does this only occur during high wind events? You know, like those kinds of questions remain unanswered that I would like to explain. And so that's why I don't put too much stake in it. That's my I'm sorry, I need to scroll through chat. I've been doing the research every day through on the fires. You gotta dig deeper to Google. Of course, I visited these places and grew up here. And you got the same thing about, cloud seeding. They don't really do too much of that anymore because it was so unpredictable. The wind kept taking the clouds that they seeded to unpredictable places. Trump thinks that we control the the hurricanes and things on Dorian, but what he was reading is, yeah, we spent a whole lot of money. The United States government spent a whole lot of money trying to just deflect hurricanes. They even decided they wanted to nuke one. And that's when somebody tapped on their shoulder and said, we have to ban nuclear tests above ground because we're actually poisoning the entire food supply of the entire world. We're all eating radioactive food. That's one of the reasons why tobacco suddenly started causing cancer, when in the age of the Native Americans it wasn't really anything at all that deadly. As part of the thing that a tobacco plant does is it sucks up minerals from the soil. It's very good for decontaminating radioactive fallout. You just don't smoke the plant. Tobacco sucked up a lot of the radioactive fallout, and so they realized if we just, even if we tried to nuke a hurricane, that really wouldn't work. But even if we did, we'd have radioactive rain in our hurricanes. That's the only thing worse than having a hurricane is radioactive rain in one. But I know that there's been limited success in trying to control the weather. But it was just that. There's a lot of expense versus very little results and unpredictable results. So you're saying that the thorium was actually changed right now. I didn't hear about that. Let's see, the Lockheed Martin YouTube channel, they're uploading and finally declassifying. Okay, but why would they use the weapon on retiree communities? For example, okay, so Lockheed Martin has it. Are you suggesting that our own government did this? Because that's the most fiscally absurd part of it, is that, okay, this will bankrupt our country. Mega fires will bankrupt the country. We can't have more billion-dollar disasters. FEMA is not an exhaustible supply. It's tax money that we don't have, and money that we're printing that we don't actually have, and loans we're taking from other countries. We're in a deficit. There's only so far you can go with that before the dollar becomes nothing. You see the Soviet Union broken by a single disaster called Chernobyl. It was more than every country in the world's GDP. They couldn't handle it after Chernobyl. They broke down economically and they fractured, and that was the end. So with Lockheed Martin, every part of the there's a term for it, the companies that are involved in the wars and the arms race and such, all those companies, the complex, what's that called, the complex, those companies would never attack the same country here, because every war and every defense budget runs on taxpayer money. So if you destroy the taxpayer funds and all goes to rebuilding, then that means our government's not doing this. And even if it was, okay, you have a good point, the China steals a lot of our tech, that's true. And the latest stuff, they probably did the same thing with lasers, it's probably true. But why would China take the laser over here, their own classified technology, and light random retirement communities on fire? They're not a good target. If we were to go to war with them, they would have benefited much more from lighting our industrial complexes still on fire, like Lockheed Martin's Skunks Works. If that had burned down, that would set back our defense a lot. They don't benefit from the retirement communities. And besides, they have a lot of Chinese agents here already, and people sympathetic to the country and the big Chinese community. Why wouldn't they just tell somebody to take a road flare out there for $2? But yeah, a laser is so much more than a magnifying glass. That's the concept. But it is, there's plenty that are harmless. The ones that actually can generate a lot of heat, like the ones, oh, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die. That's a huge... have you seen the machinery that goes into the laser to make the heat? That's a lot of machinery and a lot of energy. So an aircraft, it would take one heck of an aircraft to have that as like a tight beam that at some altitude could generate something that would really do something like that. So it was molten metal, we know, that caused this fire. In these wind conditions, the 85-mile-an-hour wind conditions, most flames are blown out. So if you started it with, say, a pretty high-powered laser, mostly it's burned out, you would have to have a long pulse until you got the laser to one spot that really would melt the metal, and that can't happen. That really can't happen. I don't know of an aircraft that could have something that, like, hover and then carry the weight of such a industrial kind of a thing. Oh, Angie says we're scaring her, but I don't see any point. That's why I'm not entertaining these theories. They're nonsense. I was debunking it, Angie, because this is the channel where I don't entertain this. I will believe this nonsense the moment that there's evidence. So, alright, but in these wind conditions, you still needed just a road flare. So I'm saying, why would they go to newly classified technology to do this? And this is not a strategic target with any benefiting any group of people. There's no group of people that could benefit by taking out, before Paradise, it was Santa Rosa, and it was Bangor and Loma Rica. I'll just show you what Bangor and Loma Rica is. Bangor and Loma Rica, let's go back here, are so small they only have one store, if that at all. I don't even think Bangor has a store. So here's Holland Cut, Loma Rica. This is just a little shiny thing. The only thing they have is they have a deli now. Probably they have a pizza place, an elementary school. They've got a little fire department. It's such a small town. I think there's like 50 people. That's it. This store hasn't been open since my entire lifetime. It was pretty much closed, but there's the bulletin board for the town. This is not exactly strategic target area. This was erased off the map because PGE didn't maintain their power lines, and these fell over in the Santa Ana winds. I mean, this is where my friend died. This town now doesn't look like this. This is an old street view. This is 2012, before the disaster. The car never came back here. This is a forgotten disaster. People whose cars are in this could be dead right now. This is what's the point? Just really, what's the point? That's Loma Rica. If we turn on fire history, this burned up. The power companies, this predated. You know what? I'll tell you exactly what the problem is. This town burns down. This is a warning that this can happen. These two small towns of Loma Rica and Bangor burned down one night because the power lines fell, and nobody held the company accountable. Nobody said that, okay, you have rickety lines. Now, every time we get Santa Ana wind gusts, which happen twice a year, cut the power out here to the vulnerable areas where you haven't maintained the lines for 100 years. That's saving lives now, but they didn't do it yet because they didn't hold them accountable. Over here, the whole town, pretty much Santa Rosa, burns down because power lines fell over here too. It was the same wind event. That was the same night. Santa Rosa got all of the attention. So, nobody held it accountable. Nobody decided to make new rules. Nobody investigated. Nobody slapped cuffs on these nonchalant people in charge. That wasn't the first set of towns. It was 18 deadly wildfires next to towns that burned down because of this power company, Pacific Gas and Electric. They have gotten used to getting away with it. And then the next year it happened again, and it erased a town of 20,000 people. Killed my friend, nearly killed my brother. That's why I don't entertain this stuff. People like you that say it's space lasers, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to blame you. But the people, I'm sorry, I had to rephrase that. My apologies. The people who are focusing on that stuff will never hold these people accountable. We'll let them get away with murder, and this is going to repeat until we do. It's okay to have beliefs, but also please just believe when there actually is evidence. Just believe the evidence that this is what happened. It's not a cover-up. In fact, none of these people went to jail because not enough people demanded this, and not enough media covered this. You either talked about space lasers or global warming, and nobody talked about the truth. So, That's what I'm talking about. That's why I don't entertain it here on this channel. I've never seen any, I've gone to these same places and I come away with different conclusions than the other conspiracy theorists because I don't see anything unnatural here because I'm very, very educated. Yeah, shifting responsibility is what they want. Guess what? These people, these are the they. These rich people, caviar eating champagne sippers, these are the they. They want you to think about the space lasers. They're laughing their asses off because they're going free. That's the they. That's the they. They are trying, they love it when you believe in the space lasers and the crap because they'll never be held accountable. You're just going to be mad at these entities that don't exist. You're barking at the wrong tree. You're mad at those people that don't exist. You're not going to hold them accountable. That's the they. The corporations don't give a shit. They got bailed out by FEMA. FEMA paid for all the rebuilding, not them. They were allowed to declare bankruptcy. They didn't even lose any of their private planes. They didn't get the handcuffs slapped on them. That's they. That's them keeping you down. This is corporate manslaughter. That's absolutely allowed to happen. You know why the governor right now is barking so much about stuff that doesn't matter either, and barking and blaming the president and stuff because it's under his watch again. These governors. That's the they. They want you to believe that shit. Do you ever think that it's them wanting you to believe that shit? They benefit. Who's behind a conspiracy? The benefactor. Did you think about that? That's why I don't believe in that stuff. If there's no evidence for it and it doesn't make sense. But you know what? Corporate greed makes sense. We've seen it time and time and time again. Even back to ancient Rome. The people that benefited from fires back then were the rich that wanted to, Nero wanted that fire to happen to rebuild a palace. And the people were in the way. So, yeah, exactly. Like Catherine is saying, there's no evidence of lasers and stuff happening. The technology exists. There's no evidence of their use here. That's the they. No, I don't trust the banks. And this is something we have in common. This is why you're not stupid. You're one of the smart people if you're thinking about this. But I'm just telling you, maybe perhaps barking up the wrong tree. I don't trust the banks because what happened to my grandma? You know why she moved out here? That's why I grew up here. The damn banks out here at Oklahoma, they foreclosed on her farm because of a climate change event she couldn't control. Grandpappy and Grandma had to leave Oklahoma just like everybody in the Grapes of Wrath. Climate change, it was not her fault. It was the Dust Bowl. They would not allow the farm. They would not allow them extra time for a few more years to bring in a harvest and pay back the debt. They foreclosed, just like they did on everybody else out here. That was them, the they we know exist, the ones who were cold-hearted snakes. Not everybody who's rich is evil. This is not a class war thing. I know there's a lot of rich people who are great, who are wonderful. But as far as corporations goes and institutions, they are cold-hearted snakes. And there weren't any laws to protect people from that kind of predation back then. And there's not enough today. When the financial collapse, which happened, that wasn't anybody's fault here either. People got their homes taken away. And I have family members that had their homes taken away. Place I was renting, I watched the homeowner cry every night because that home got taken away. And I was waiting for the sheriff to come evict me. I was renting from that place. Grandma never trusted the banks either. After that, she did have the money too. Grandpappy and Granddaddy, when they came out here, I think they lived over here, I believe. They had money in their banks to pay their mortgage, and they went and the bank said closed. The bank just went closed. They gambled with everybody's money in the stock market. So no, I don't trust banks either. My family just don't. The Okies, they don't. They know. And some of the people now got their houses foreclosed on. Starting to trust them less and less, but that's why we don't need to complain. We need to make better laws here. We need to hold people accountable. We need to hold the people accountable. That's what I'm telling you about. I do believe in the day that exist, the benefactors, absolutely. But I don't believe that. Even if I don't believe China's going to act until the war breaks out, I do believe China. My teacher said World War III was starting in the Pacific, World War III was starting in Asia. Looks more like it every day. There's super tensions that may just break out between China and India. They've been killing each other at the border. But just like World War I's disaster, we are allied with India. Russia's allied with China. What do you think might happen? I don't think they're going to make a move. Right now, we are the cow. We buy their products. They don't want to harm us. If we go bankrupt, we don't buy their products anymore. So I don't think right now they've made a move. Well, that's because you're causing panic. You know, YouTube actually is not a center of free speech. YouTube is made by Google. It's a private corporation. Nobody's censoring your free speech. If you own a corporation, you can kick anybody off that you want. That's what you have. If you're not for that, if that's not your corporate mission, to spread fear and panic like that and unfounded rumors, you do have the right to remove whatever video you like, as bad as that sounds. But nobody's taking away your public right to free speech. You can make a website anywhere you want, buy your own hosting, and host your own videos. That's actually what I would recommend anybody who has a very controversial thing. Nobody ever said that a corporation has to propel your freedom of speech. So, oh yeah, there's all kinds of prophecies. I don't entertain that either, because this is an oasis of reason. I will absolutely believe in anything I've got some evidence for, and things that philosophically, does it make sense that China has attacked us yet? No. And strategically, it doesn't make sense. Strategically, it doesn't make sense that any other country has actually attacked us either right now. There's no motivation. So behind any conspiracy, you have to have a motivation and a benefactor, and there's no but nobody benefits. Nobody benefits from these that we've been seeing, and none of these are a strategic target. Therefore, this wasn't an act of sabotage. What have we been doing? We have verifiably been screwing up the forests here with mismanagement. There's a lot of eucalyptus trees, and there's a lot of plants that are non-native that are absolutely fire promoters. We have cut down the fire-resistant trees called oaks. We have up here, tragically, this used to be an oak plateau of oak hills. The reason why Paradise burned up here is back in the past, about 40 years ago, they ceded this because this was owned by timber companies and such in order to harvest the lumber. And what happened was, unfortunately, we allowed stupid laws to allow for foreign investment in all of our land after the foreclosure crisis. And so a lot of the Chinese and Asians, the billionaires, own much of the land here, and they charge the rent whatever they want it to be. And so that foreclosure crisis made people go up into Paradise, which was supposed to be just wild land anyway, habitat, because it is dangerous land, that's poor soil, it's kind of a wasteland, and that's why it's cheap rent. That's why they built it up, because people can't afford to live down here anymore. There's tent cities everywhere at the river bottoms, Hoovervilles, they used to call it, and so those factors forced people to live here in fire-prone areas that are not defensible. I mean, after the gold rush, most people had the sense to leave and go down to the promised land down here where it's safe from fires. I mean, the original town of Paradise, Paradise, not paradise, a pair of dice. I mean, I went to find their old original cemetery, and the wooden tombstones are gone because they burned up in the previous fires. You know, people have been driven out to live in these wasteland areas because the rent is out of control. Same thing with the new one over here. Nobody lived out here before. This is just hills, rocky, ghost towns are what are here, because this is where gold miners came, got the gold, and left. It's horrible, it's dry, it's hilly. It takes you hours to drive out of the hills to even get to civilization, to get to a store. You can't grow anything here, the soil is poor, there's frequent fires, but people are living here because they're desperate. This is the cheap land. They're living here on their trailers and stuff. The economic crisis is driving people into the woods. This is not the narrative that the stupid narrative in the mainstream media is going to say people live out here because of urban sprawl. They're being driven away from where they actually used to live, where they love their homes. Rent got jacked up 400% out here over the course of a decade. It's unaffordable, and the wages are stagnant. These things have driven people into the dangerous places. They're indefensible. They used to let fires just kind of periodically burn out there, you know. But what has happened is all these factors, these tragic factors. So I can tell you. So Angie Ledet, they said at a conference, they keep pushing the edge of warfare in different ways, of course. That's what everybody's doing. They shot down a satellite. The space war is what I'm actually concerned about. China confirmed legit shot down a satellite. We had a agreement. When I was a kid, we had an agreement. We were safe. We never thought satellites would be shot down. No weapons in space. We made an agreement, even during the Cold War. No weapons in space. That's off limits. No more nukes. No more nuclear testing above ground. And then we started the disarmament treaties. We started to get rid of our nukes. And God, what's happened? India and China starts getting a bunch of nukes at Pakistan, and we could just see mushroom clouds. What I worry about is not any sort of stupid energy weapons. You want to know what keeps me up at night? Is all of a sudden we look at our phones and GPS no longer works because it doesn't exist, and falling out of the sky are all of the satellites as the space war is going on in space. That's where laser technology is going to be at. And these are not fires, these are heat detections. A lot of these are factories. I got to turn that off. That's what keeps me up at night. Confirmed, legit, China shot down one of its own satellites as a test. We just started a space force. What I would have seen, what JFK would have done, is stop everybody, simmer down, let's make a treaty, no more weapons in space. In fact, I think that's what JFK actually did with Khrushchev. That's off limits. That's the brave new world. Of course, there's a reason, you know, it may be that with Putin or other powers, they would not have accepted. Even if he had told them, let's not have weapons in space, they might have just laughed. It may just be that the new kids in town would have laughed, and we have to have a space force. But that's a depressing development. But no, the space war is not starting wildfires. They would never spend trillions of dollars or send aircraft here. That would have had to have been some kind of stealth aircraft too, if China had sent stealth aircraft, which by the way they can't. There's no stealth aircraft that they could have done here that would have lit paradise on fire and made it all the way back to China. They would have had to have aircraft carriers out here and stuff. It's just, the zanier, the more you think about it, the zanier it gets. Let's go to map layers, go back to terrain. So, what I like to do is, you know, not entertain that here because I just have not. Yeah, Elon Musk, put a car in space. These are the strange times. When I was a kid, I was not promised this world. I want the world that I was promised when I was a kid. You know? So, no, I don't want to be scared. We're not really, that's the opposite. I'm the non-scare channel. I can go ahead and debunk these one by one. Everything everybody says, I can debunk these one by one, and that's what reassures people. And also it should reassure the conspiracy theorist types that I will believe what they're saying if there is actual truth and evidence, because I will, at any time, when confronted with new evidence, credible evidence, verifiable evidence, I will change my opinion. And, oh shit, you're right, I have to, before 12 hours, I have to restart the stream. Thank you, Sherlock, for the reminder. And I said I wouldn't be I said I'd go to bed at 9. What have you guys done to me? What have you guys done to me? It's possible we had a Space Force earlier than that, because, you know, my own family, my dad not being able to tell he can't even tell me still some of the classified stuff. He was a flight simulator programmer for the SR-71. You know, thank you, Sherlock. You know, I do know, I've seen UFOs that are just unclassified craft. I don't believe in aliens, I do believe in unclassified craft, because everybody who saw the SR before it's declassified, I've seen Aurora. It has, I could tell you about Aurora. I believe that's what Aurora is, or that's something else. But everything that saw this in the early 60s, they thought they'd seen a spacecraft, you know? He also worked for Lockheed Martin. Cool, we got something in common. Yeah, Skunk Works for the win. Everybody, you know, they actually had to make an emergency landing in one of the NATO allies. Was it Norway or something? Norway, Sweden, something like that. Skidded off the edge of the runway and landed in a snowbank and melted it. Because it's red hot, you know, the skin of it's red hot. You're going Mach 3, that's a lot of friction. So it's red hot, cooling titanium just going in the snowbank. So here comes the locals. What the hell just landed here? And they're looking around, and they're in their, whatever they wore, Eskimo-looking suits, excuse me, their caribou furs. It was pretty remote. And these two cockpits pop up out the top of the snowbank in the space suits they were wearing. They were wearing their space suits because they have to breathe pure oxygen or they get the bends from going up and down that altitude. They come out wearing space suits and they look like aliens. They waved high. That's one of the best stories about the SR-71. But I do believe I've seen Aurora. There's a craft that will just hover here. And I used to be up in the mountains at night, kind of sitting there hunting at night, and or chatting and pretending to hunt, having a reason to be up at night. And, my hunting partner would be up there, and we'd see this particular, near the Sacramento area, just a craft that was, looked like a star, looked like Venus. Yeah. It kind of is. It's on the edge of space. It's not in orbit, but technically, yeah. And so back in the day, you would see there was a tree that was up here by our hunting blind, and this tree was standing straight up, and all the stars, they arced across the sky, and the one stood there. And I said, what is that star hovering for? That's not what happens. Even the planets move, and it would just sit there. It's a bright yellow one. Every once in a while I see it today, and I think it's just a test of hovering technology, just probably a drone. But by daybreak it moves. I only saw it move once, but it moved towards the east. It silhouetted the moon and had a blackish, well, all silhouettes against the moon are black, but a wedge shape in general, so it wasn't truly like the SR. It was very, very pizza slice shaped in a way. And seeing some of their declassified drones is very, very similar. But that's just a declassified aircraft. I never thought it was aliens. I said, Dad, Dad, Dad. I hear a little kid, Dad, 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 I saw something. He goes out and looks and has a grin. We know. The people know. So, yeah, it's a super good flight suit. I'm just chatty Sherlock. No special skill. But, yeah. So, I will, if you want to entertain me, challenge me to debunk something. Show me that can't be debunked. Right now, this is still the fire monitoring channel. I still continue to listen in my left ear here to Los Angeles Major Event. We're still covering the Bobcat fire. And since it's the middle of the night, I entertain this conversation against generally the rules. But if you do want me to be looking at the other stuff on a different time, like a different kind of stream, absolutely, I'm the person who will say, whoa, that's evidence I'm wrong. Because I have a very strict philosophy for doing that, for correcting. When evidence comes, you can't just because of your emotional need to be right, just because you want to be right. When evidence is presented, you have to trust evidence, real verifiable evidence. So, well, the internet just burped. That's okay, but I also encourage people never make fun of people with ideas like that, no matter zany. A lot of zany ideas have been proven true that are still people are still trying to absorb. So as a case in point, and while the reason science is being mistrusted, case in point, Archaeopteryx. This was discovered very early. Archaeopteryx. When I was a kid, I took a look at this, and I have an emperor's... Kids are wise because they're not seeing with their preconceived notion, they're seeing with their eyes, and they can say the emperor has no clothes, where everybody else was convinced by all the town elite that the emperor was wearing invisible clothing stitched by the world's most expensive thread that's invisible, assembled by the world's most expensive tailors. And since they're all experts, and what the hell would you know, the entire town thought that the emperor went on parade in his new clothes. And a kid walks up and says, that guy's naked. And everybody went, oh. So here's clearly a dinosaur fossil. It is a dinosaur, it's no bird. And we know that because it has some teeth. It's not, yeah, here's his teeth. Here's his feathers. imprinted into the sandstone. Here's its little long, birds no longer have tails quite like this, but unusually long dinosaur-like tail with the feathers. So here's the wings. It has its arm bones just like a bird, where its hands still has claws, because only in one of the fingers of a bird, like the pinky, I believe, is today's, the rest of the little fingers have gone and retreated back into the arm bone. Today's birds only have like their pinky as this entire bone here, so it's a pinky actually. This is their wrist on their arm. But some birds when they're babies have the claw here today. So that was one of those fossil link things, right? And so even if you don't believe in human evolution, I'm not at all trying to make a controversy here. There's a lot of fossil evidence for creature evolution. So that's a different thing. But so here, this was discovered in the 1800s, and all of a sudden everyone went, oh, evidence, they're not reptiles. They're not like the gators. We need to put feathers on our dinosaurs, and that makes sense. We know that pine trees were their food, and that makes sense that they would, pine trees don't grow in the tropics, so they weren't in the swamps like we thought. Dinosaurs were in North America in the ancient conifer forests that are like today. It may have even snowed. That makes sense. They kept warm by being warm-blooded and having feathers. So boom, everybody goes and says, yeah, that's it. Even in the 1800s, yeah. But then a bird expert gets up. He says, you know what? That's false. Dinosaurs were reptiles. I don't believe this. Since he was like one of the world's most foremost bird experts, and those people were like, they were like proud, like our majestic birds are not from these iguana things. No. Those people with their monocles. No. I am of the Royal Bird Society. Our majestic eagles do not come from the reptiles. No. Everyone went with the experts, and they decided that dinosaurs weren't birds, and that's an example of the original people saying, hey, they became the fringe. And they were right this whole damn time, and very obviously so. But it took a long time, 100 years, for more of these fossils to be discovered. That's part of why nobody trusts science. I don't want to say nobody trusts science. There's a question mark. How good is the scientific community? People trust evidence, but how good is the scientific community if they come to horribly wrong, stupid conclusions like that for more than 100 years? Where Bob Barker, my hero, here I am, one of the bright kids studying dinosaurs. And Bob Barker was trying to tell people the T-Rex, not that one, not that one, the paleontologist, Robert Barker. Barker, I need to go interview him. He's my childhood hero. Dang it. How do you even spell that? I'm not good at the spell. He isn't in this list. Dang it. Bob Barker. T-Rex. Okay. T-Rex. No, not that one. I said T-Rex. His theory is the one that it gave us, for the love of dinosaurs. Dinosaurs. Google, you suck. Alright, he is the one. Where's Bob Barker? For the... Robert Barker, University of... Wasn't that South Dakota? Hey, he gets no love. Alright, they killed him in Jurassic Park 2, making fun of him. There was 2 paleontologists that had a big fight. Bob Barker, Rob Barker, whatever you want to call him, Jack Horner. They had a fight about T-Rex. Jack Horner, the guy who, the Hadrosaur expert, so let's Jack Horner versus Robert? Oh, Bacher. I'm an idiot. I put an R in his name. No wonder. They had this big argument. Oh boy, he's getting old. I have to interview him. He, in my early childhood kind of eras, he's telling people, guys, T-Rex was dynamic. He wasn't a big freaking lizard. He could chase after his prey. The old type people said, no, he's a reptile. He's a slow-moving, obviously some sort of a... And that's what Jack Horner said. He's a scavenger. Yeah, scavenger who walked around eating like a big lumbering lizard that he is. And so Bob Barker puts up a display of the kicking T-Rex. So the Bacher kicking T-Rex, and the big controversy going on, even as the movie Jurassic Park's being made. Yeah, he makes a skeleton of a T-Rex kicking, doing that. So he's in motion. He's not using his tail like in the past. He's in motion. He's pivoting on his tail, turning and trying to kick. Either in some sort of I don't know what the display was like, but it was like maybe kicking at the underbelly. The rest of the display I'm not seeing. So that he could chase after his prey was a big controversy. And what some were saying, like Horner, he could never have even run or jogged because he would have broken his own legs under his own weight. And no, he had pretty good, decent, as you can see, pretty sturdy legs. And so it was unheard of. They didn't want to think. So, for example, Jack Horner thought this was a myth. He wrote an entire book. I read it and I was so angry. So Jack Horner thought that this was a myth. Whoops. Whoopsie. The T-Rex just chasing anything. And there's too many things. T-Rex here chasing the prey is a myth. And he wrote a book about T-Rex as a slow-moving, scavenger. Oh, you found a fossil, Catherine? Sweet. Yeah. So, thank goodness, more people started thinking the dinosaurs were warm-blooded than cold, and that explains that. No, a crocodile can't do that. It can make a burst of speed and has to rest, because when crocodiles and other cold-blooded creatures use a lot of their energy, they overheat and they can't thermoregulate, and they start to cook. Their own brain cooks in the heat of their body, and they flip over and die. That's why everybody who wrestles crocs knows that you cannot let them thrash around. That's where the croc hunter, he always just jumped. Jeez, that's scory. They would leap on the crocs and pin them down, not allow them to thrash around. They'll die that way. So, but if you look at the muscle mass built like a tank, the skull built like a tank, it's moved, just very simple, binocular vision, incredible sense of smell like a shark to find living flesh. You need a better sense of smell to find the living than the dead. The fact that they had binocular vision, just like we do, they have to have a nose at a perfect point away from their eyes to see in 3D and straight ahead. All predators have that. Vultures and stuff don't need it. The fact that he has a huge, massive jaw power to sink these long knife teeth into things, hold struggling prey. You see weak jaws in scavengers. Everything just pointed to common sense for these being dynamic predators. Even in the Lost World, there's a fight. The Lost World is a not the current Lost World. The other one. The Lost World original T-Rex fight. There's T-Rex versus a Bronto, and I think this is more accurate. See, in 1925, they were thinking about the bird thing, that they ran around with warm blood and did this kind of thing. Reptiles just, like Komodo dragons and lizards, they just leap, boom. So this was more of the thinking, and then the oh wow, that's so campy, that's some cool stuff. They even challenge each other and snap at each other. So this is actually more like it in 1920s. Yeah, this movie is cool. You can watch it. This is all out of copyright. But the Triceratops one I think is even better. Oh my God, the Bronto goes for his throat. This is so... This is an example. My point was, people thought they knew they were warm-blooded here. Oh, did he just fall off a cliff? Wow, forgot that part. Whoops, tossed my meal over. Dang it. This is actually more accurate, but still, they're slow-moving. And then Bob Barker, if convinced, he sits down, and so does Jack Horner. They both sit down, and they try to convince the way dinosaurs should be in Jurassic Park. And at least Bob won, saying, yeah, the T-Rex could have chased a Jeep down. He could have achieved about 40 miles an hour based on our calculations. Not on the preconceived dogma of the scientific community that all was just repeating what their people before them were saying, slow-moving reptile stuff. They did not... Whoa! But see here, he just leapt. See? This is what Bob Barker respected. You know, that may not be completely accurate. This would have to be a very, very young T-Rex, but a very, very young one just might have done that. But anyway, arguably that's an Allosaurus anyway. But that's more in line with the truth. And then you saw all my books for as a kid, the ones that came out, said slow-moving reptiles and we don't know why they died. But if anybody has a question about current fires, please do tune in and tell me right now, and I will check on the status. We're going to go check on the... They're still... I keep turning on the feed for the Bobcat fire. They're still fighting it down by the reservoir. This is going to be an all-night battle they're talking about. These are hot spots over here. So... there's nothing exciting going on. That's why it's filled with talk time. But that's another reason, a good, legitimate reason, that very smart people are not trusting just mainstream views. Because the mainstream view about dinosaurs was wrong when they had it right in the first place. But experts said no. So it doesn't mean that you're stupid at all. That if you believe in conspiracies, not at all. And I have to correct those people that imply that. It means you're a very good thinker. You think outside the box. You can tell when the emperor might have no clothing on. You can tell when things seem weird. You could tell, like for example, that the fires lately seem really weird. We haven't seen anything like them. Unless you're a history buff like me, you will think that it's because of a new thing. But if you know history like me, you'll realize that we just went back to our old bad ways before we got educated. There was mega fires, the worst ever. The 1919 fire, even here, that took a lot of lives, where the Bobcat fire is today. Wasn't that the hugest loss of life for firemen in the 20th century? They had all kinds of volunteers in some sort of a valley here. What happened to them? And I'm looking at the clock, 11 hours. So, why is this a race? Sorry, let me go back. Why is it a race? Yeah, once you become more educated, if you're a true philosopher about any subject, one must, not just stick to the idea that we want to believe, but what is more, likely to be true. We are setting ourselves up for the fires we used to have. What was the world record fire? The USA worst fire. That was up by Michigan, I believe. The worst by loss of life. I've only begun to study it, then it may have turned a lot of ghost towns. The 1910 Great Fire, Western Montana. So 87 people, including 78 firefighters, die. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you couldn't hear that chatter. Let me turn that down. The worst one, that was 3 million acres, never stopped, in between Idaho and Montana. And it destroyed several towns, including North Idaho, Western Montana. 2,000 separate blazes burned an area the size of Connecticut, which is believed to be the largest in U.S. history. So I've just begun to study it. But we had mega fires like this back when we didn't have good sense and good management, and when it was all kind of, the Indians were gone and their ways of doing lighting preventative fires and burning off the brush and keeping plains the plains and separating their villages from dangerous areas and things. You know, when they had been replaced by the settlers, and when the settlers tried to put out all fires all the time, there's a buildup of the brush. Plus, we have a lot more ignition sources with industry. But when we primed the landscape, after we didn't listen to the Indians, of course, who would do that? All of a sudden, at the turn of the century, we have these mega fires. We don't have road access in there to fight them when they're small, and train access was the main way that they went into these creeks and into these wildernesses and did logging. But a train can't transport firefighters because all the trestles, the train bridges, are made out of wood. So that means you suddenly have no road access to fight a fire, and it will go out of control with no hope. That is what happened in these old mega fires. So what we got was smart. This disaster happened, the 1908 disaster happened, finally around the time of the Tillamook burn. They realized in 1933 there's a couple things you got to do to prevent this. They had had smaller fires previous, and so they had standing dead timber, which primed the landscape for another mega fire. It makes it worse. After 3 years, brush comes and grows back, and there's standing dead logs that haven't been logged. You're going to get a mega fire, mega fire. So after all of these turn of the century disasters occurred, finally around 1933 they decided, let's salvage log some, but they kept having a repeat every three years, another fire, just as big as the first one. And so the Tillamook burn here, let's look at the acres. It's got to be, what? It's not mentioned. Really? Somebody needs to edit this article. Really? 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 Okay, this is probably by deaths and not acreage. There was no deaths in Tillamook burn, so that might be why it ain't here. It would be... Oh, and this is by world, too. It would definitely be by Western States. They finally wisened up, and that was the new way of doing things. We learned finally to set up fire breaks and access. This is again another part of this disaster here. The Beachy Creek, it started mysteriously, probably by lightning in the middle of nowhere. Just like you heard this guy explain, it burned at a small 50-acre size for weeks, and they couldn't get to it. Even with the paratrooper jumpers, they couldn't get to it. And then when they decided that they could, they said, we can't go down there and fight it because there's no hope for our own survival. There's no shelter. We can't hike away from it. It would just trap us up the hill. As we see, just like the one I was talking about, the one where the Bobcat fire is today. Not him. But, yeah, where the Bobcat fire is today, there's a huge loss of life because people who were fighting a fire on a hillside, shoot, where's my list of wildfires? The worst fires. We'll have to figure that out because it's just a repeat of the history. Loss of life, United States. They learned that lesson at the turn of the century when so many firefighters got burned up down there in LA. So let's see what it was. There were the LA, it was the turn of the century. What was it? Does anybody know? I'm looking at the chat. Okay, let me look back at chat. Sorry. See, lots of fallen trees and old fires. It's because the fire would burn the tree and it would fall, causing all the other trees to burn. Why doesn't that happen in the newers? Oh, no, most trees are not killed, do not fall in the fire. I'll show you. I was showing the Tillamook burn fire. That was another thing that I wondered back before I got more of an education. So during the Tillamook burn, like I was trying to explain here, when the fire rips through, these are the salvage logging operations, but most trees are not. They get dead, but only because they are alive. They have wet centers, wet cores. So the trees, the limbs burn off. That's what happens. The trunks are not actually affected. The wood inside is not really affected. So what you see is a standing forest of the dead trees. For this example, this was the third Tillamook burn, 1941, or actually 1941, 39 was when it happened. So, and there was a conspiracy to start fires by another nation. It was called the Japanese balloon bomb thing. That was classified, and that turned out to be true, but that doesn't, I don't believe anything of the sort's happening today. That was World War II, you know. There's still balloon bombs out there. But what happens is this: the living trees, the dead ones standing, are called snags. They burn through the center and they fall. That's what a snag is called. One of the first lessons at the turn of the century was snags are bad. Wherever you find them, remove them from the forest. Every once in a while you want one as an eagle nest, but you don't want a lot of that. That just primes the land for a new forest. So the snags burn up. The inside weakens them. That's what supports the tree. The inside, you know, the heartwood, that burns up. They fall over and they kill a lot of firefighters. And they fall on the other trees. They light other trees on fire. They light the understory on fire. Especially if they're struck by lightning, that can be a very bad, bad, bad thing. But what happens first is the living trees are generally not, they don't burn. Their limbs burn off. Because it has a lot, that's a lot less. If you think about the core of the tree is where the water is getting sucked up. It's right underneath the bark layer. If you look at how trees work, the center is somewhat dry, but it's still growing wood. It's alive, it's green. But right underneath the bark is that layer of the sappy stuff, and that's the dentin, I believe. I can't remember. But that's very, very wet. So it takes a long time, and that's living bark as well. So what happens is you have a standing right here. This is not ready for a fire because even if lightning struck it, the bushes have to be on fire at the base of the tree. Just like when you light your campfire, there's got to be some kindling, right? Something has to be at the base of the tree to light the rest of the trees on fire. So the first 2 years, you don't have much regrowth, especially the first year. After the second, though, during the third, the bushes are back. The little small trees are back, and they're growing tall. Everywhere. They're growing in this really rich soil now that was fertilized by the ash. After 3 years, if these have not been logged away, cut down at least, and taken away in some way, you get a repeat fire worse than before. You get the fire that's much more intense because these trees are now dead. This is what we're seeing at the creek fire when the beetles killed all the trees. The second fire is worse, and the actual heartwood of the tree, they call this 1,000-hour fuel. Bushes, grass fires go, they could go by in 10 minutes and the fire's gone. That's okay. That's what happens when you have a thin forest and you have already burned the brush periodically like the Indians do. The brush, it's called the understory, will burn off and go, and the fire never really got tall enough or burned long enough at the base of the trees to light them. Old sequoias, they completely shrug off fires this way because they're so tall. Their branches are really tall, and they start way up high off the ground. So that's the reason why sequoias older than Jesus are still with us. But the younger trees stand a chance, they all burn up. So once younger trees have started to grow back in the bushes, then you have them burning with intensity at the base of this standing dead wood. That's when you're going to have just a monster. So they didn't do enough salvage logging. There was no road access, neither to fight the fire during the Tillamook burn of Oregon. It was all railroad access. Ironically, tons and tons of rails and no way to get the firefighters there, and no way to save the towns because the bridges were wood, called trestles, right? So they tried to fight the Great Tillamook burn fire here on mule train, and you could see how crazy it got. This is a view probably from Portland looking west. The entire Coast Range Mountain was just ablaze west of Portland. They're starting to evacuate Forest Grove, which is over here, and the wind changed and went back west again. But there are so many towns erased, never rebuilt. So studying my fire education began here when I was studying the ghost towns. And so let's look back at more images. So as you can see, and this is what remained as far as the eye can see. Old growth forest, absolutely obliterated by one season of fire. And it looked like that for like 60 years, a moonscape. So they kept having a repeat fire every 3 years, called the 3-year jinx. And so it's because the brush was growing back enough to start a new fire every 3 years. So they finally, oh, it clicked, aha, salvage log, make access roads. Not only did they get this standing wood gone, and only then did they break the spell, they also prevented the Japanese from starting the fires with their balloon bombs they sent over. Now that's an interesting bit of history. Okay, this part of my rules where we don't mention other streamers and take away my dang viewers. Oh man, that's impolite. That's alright. You know what happened is that last time this conversation started, that name got mentioned and I watched 5 years go wander over to that channel. That's impolite in the streaming world, but okay. First let me fully answer your question here. As you can see, living trees, when they burn, they stay standing. It's now when the second fire went through this area, that's when they are now snags, that's when they start to fall over. So that's just answering your question there. And once we got wise, these mega fires of the past, we stopped them. That's why we didn't have them. Here's more of the Tillamook burn. Just look at this incineration. This was round 2. This is a good example of round 2. Where's that picture? I clicked on it and got clickbaited here. See this picture? Maybe we can just open this in the new tab. This is, see the standing dead trees, right? This is from the first Tillamook burn. This is the second one, like 3 years later, that incinerated everything down to white ash. This is when the standing trees burn. Yeah. Okay, it's alright. It's alright. I'm gonna allow it this time. I just have to point that out. So I'm just trying to answer your question. I got very comprehensive education. This is where it began. This is where people began to get smart about it. So what just happened at the creek fire? What just happened at the creek fire? We get well-meaning but misinformed environmentalists saying that salvage logging is wrong. We should never do it. Oh boy, did we just prime ourselves for another major fire. The beetles started killing all of these trees in the national forest. Everybody who knows about fire, and it's worth noting, it is worth noting that almost every logger is an off-duty firefighter. They're the heroes you keep praising. All of them are loggers. You know, they want to protect forests. They don't like to see them burn down. That's their livelihood. If you look at it, just this huge acreage is heading towards Yosemite. They are talking about the fuel load here and what is fueling it. Let's see, this is the creek fire we're on, right? So they said 80 to 90% of the timber is killed by the beetles. And so they didn't, there are some environmental rules that decided that we won't be able to salvage logs. So we're standing dead timber, just like a second round of a Tillamook burn. So, yeah, 2,000 tons per acre. The fuels and brush is a critical fuel moisture level. So you can go back to my other videos too. This is more of an update on that. They're talking about the beetle. Well, it was the creek fire, right? Or was it the castle? Am I thinking of the castle? The word dead. Let's maybe the castle fire. It's right next to it. The castle fire was the standing dead timber. Castle fire. I've heard of that person, by the way. Where's the castle? Did they round? Oh, they call this QF. Did they just round it up into the SQF complex? They may have made a different thing for it. Oh, the poor sequoias. Because of the drought, some of the sequoias might actually go up, which really sucks. Really sucks. But they were talking about the beetle kill. 80 to 90% standing dead trees that were not salvage logged because some environmentalists thought that would hamper the regrowth of the forest. Well, the 90% of them got killed by the beetles. They're still there. What makes you think the forest is going to grow back? The only thing grew back was bushes. So now there's just a gigantic, huge load. And they were talking about the fuels being the 80 to 90% kill. In fact, it was under remarks. Anyway, when I find that It's back in my other videos. You could go back. So let me just go back and look at. So everything is pretty explainable. I've never heard of any new fire behavior that's not explainable, and we've seen it in the past before. They had mega fires before they learned the lessons, and now that we stopped the lessons, people are calling for roadless wilderness. Well, okay. The Beachy Creek fire here that just destroyed the old growth forest. You got your wish. That never had a road in it, so that never had access, and it just blew up and it killed people. And it destroyed not only the best, it destroyed Opal Creek, the last bit of unlogged wilderness in Oregon other than the Valley of the Giants. The Opal Creek wilderness was unroaded wilderness. It's gone. I saw it earlier in March. Everything I have witnessed here is gone. This is gone. The 1,000-year-old trees are probably gone. This never logged old growth, this is gone. We lost it. We did not. Look at this gigantic map. I was walking here. I have my own pictures, my own video here. I didn't make it all the way to the ghost town of Jawbone Flats. This is gone. They had no fire access. There was just a very tiny 50-acre lightning-caused fire. There was no fire access. They couldn't reach it. This is gone. Kiss this goodbye. Nothing will look this way for hundreds of years. Goodbye. Goodbye. Environmentalists, you can't go to extremes. I know you want to protect the forest, and everybody does with any sense in their head, but a road doesn't mean it'll be exploited. Gone. This is the interpretive center, the ancient forest interpretive center. Gone, gone, gone. All this history, gone. This used to be the gold mining town, gone. Gone. I know you want to protect. There's a middle ground. Laws that say this can't be logged will protect it, not the lack of roads. Just because there's a road doesn't mean it's going to be logged. We just have not learned our lesson again. This is back to, we have a mega fire because we couldn't access this and put out the fire in time. Back to the Tillamook burn. Let's go back to that wisdom. This is gone. This is gone. People are dead and this is gone. This, Oregon's treasure, this is gone. The 1,000-year-old trees are gone. You know, this is gone. Can I just say that one more time? This was a treasure we will never get back. This is a wilderness that was just like this before the white people came, and this will never come back. You can't get it back. And this is exactly probably one of the vistas. It started just way out here. Unlogged, no roaded wilderness. This is this is how close the firefighters could get. It was way out there. And because there was no fire access road, if you could put a gate on it. That only the firefighters have the keys. You can put a gate on it. This is gone. This is what they saw. This was very small. Now it's gone. You know? Common sense, middle of the road. Everything in moderation. The wisdom of the ancients. Don't be an extremist in any form. Don't log it all. You know, keep some places pristine. But also don't fail to put in fire access roads, or this will just be gone. You know, everything here I'm showing you is no longer in existence. Because this is one of Oregon's largest fires ever. And it has killed. The people who couldn't make out of it were killed. You know, they even complained, let nature do its thing. Stop trying to interfere in nature. And then, those are the people that managed the ancient forest center. They complained and said, open the access and let our people back. We need our rent here. People who have reservations here, we had to cancel because of COVID. We got to reopen. And then 2 weeks later, this all burns to the ground. No, the firefighters were right. Just listen to them. Guys, just listen to them. Person here is staying behind. He's dead. And we're not even seeing the old growth pictures here. But Opal Creek Wilderness, old growth. That is what I was just studying. That is the video we just watched. It is gone, folks. Fire access roads. This wasn't a freaking laser beam that did this. We didn't have fire access roads. If we don't actually focus on what will prevent this stuff in the future, we can look forward to this again. That's the message. Listen to the Indians and listen to the firefighters who learned the lessons more than 75 years ago. We're coming up on the 100th anniversary of things like the Tillamook burn. I can't believe that. So very few people remember it, but some do. Just listen to them, because this is no longer. This was brush that was allowed to build up for more ever since white people came here. This was never really controlled since, you know, the Indian days. Just set it right up with no access roads. No way to do anything. No way to prevent this. And this perfectly preserved, the best example of a gold rush type town of the Cascades. This is gone too, and this is cultural heritage. I don't know of another one that was preserved at all in the Cascades, unfortunately. I don't know of any. So while this stuff is going to survive the fire, probably, this is all that we have left. There was once a gold mining town here. It was in perfect state of preservation. This was a success story of turning history, instead of tearing it down, restoring it, and introducing people to the past and the amazing. This would have been a World Heritage Site in the future once people understood what was here, how dang amazing. It's called Opal Creek because there's every color of an opal. There's minerals coming out here. Everything from copper to, you know, serpentine and some other just minerals that put the green in emeralds. They put the green in water too. The blues, there's deep blue pools. There's some that look like red. There's red jasper in there. There's gemstones in the creeks. This is gone. We just lost it 3 weeks ago. I never made it here. I walked half the way on the trail. This is how it began. So, oh my God, there's a time lapse of the Beachy. Really? Okay, we're watching this. This is how it was lost. Looks like it's in the public domain. They looked at this. This is how far as they could get. This is the closest road sort of thing. And they looked at it for weeks. And they're kind of like, how do we access that? When the smoke jumpers, they refused to go in. They refused to go in because they couldn't guarantee their own lives are going to be saved. The weather mods? I'm not sure which one that is. Which PGE? Portland General Electric or Pacific Gas and Electric? I don't know what's going on up there in chat. Sorry, I did not. Miller 4, sorry. Miller 4 says, before Europeans arrived, when the area was much more forested and ecology much more resilient, 4.4 acres of forest and shrub burned annually, but it was devastating. It wasn't devastating. They mostly lit on fire on purpose to prevent the monster fires. A monster fire devastates the landscape. The Indians did their controlled burns to prevent them, so they had the minor fires, which are okay. The normal wildfires are okay. The Indians groomed the landscape. They did that because they depended on wildlife. And so that's what wildlife needs, is rejuvenation of the land with fire. And so they obliged. They obliged, and they groomed the landscape that way. They're the ones who told us about it. They're the ones who told us about it. This isn't making this up. But the Spanish and stuff that arrived, you know, just they stayed on the coast and built their fireproof buildings like they did in Spain, you know, and they had no concept. They just protected their own little missions, and they didn't go out to the wilderness. And unfortunately, 94% of the native population of California went up and died because of those diseases. They were hit, just absolutely slammed. But here's that wilderness on fire. Can't show copyrighted stuff, but that's what I'm trying to say. Wildfire is not bad. Mega fires are bad. They didn't happen very often in the distant past when the landscape was groomed. We have primed the forest to be that way because we are the most wildfires are caused by a human source of ignition, whether it's power lines or something else. So we are the new ignition source in town. So where we cause harm to the environment, we have to make up for it. That is just very common sense stuff. So good, if you let some wildfires burn, and we could start doing that in the future once we got a little bit of handle on thing, I keep saying this night after night, you first start really slow, because this is sometimes hundreds of years of timber, of crap, you know, down leaves, down logs, dropped limbs, built up pine needles. Sometimes, with our bad habit of putting out all fires, that's another way that we screwed up the wilderness, is we did put out all fires in the past. Under certain conditions, we definitely should let the understory fires go. Like I said, most trees can shrug off an understory fire. See, like the big mature ones. It takes a lot for them to actually catch. Their branches are way up here. If you don't let too much brush grow underneath here, and too many baby trees where they're not needed, the Indians would light the understory on fire. They have what's called an understory fire. That's perfect for the forest. Awesome. Removes a lot of the brush, and the dead brush here, the bushes just come right back. And that's good food. That's good food for a lot of the deer and such. And the little rodents here, the mountain beavers and such like that you don't know about. It's good for them, and it fertilizes the forest. You just don't want the standing mature trees dying, right? You don't want too many of those. Every once in a while, a lightning strike will take one down, and that kind of happens. But they constantly lit the understory fires in the crucial times of the year, like in springs and autumns, before the mega conditions, red flag conditions. You don't want to fire in the red flag conditions. They can race up. That's called torching. In red flag conditions, lightning will strike the top of the tree, and in the past where the top of the tree would just burn up, red flag conditions, low humidity, high wind, the tops of the trees burning, and that's called a crown fire, and those race, and you can't put them out. You can't put out any tree on fire without cutting it down. That's super, super dangerous. So the Indians constantly lit the understory forest, and that's why they maintained gigantic herds of elk, millions of elk and such in the Willamette Valley, and huge herds of deer. There weren't any bison out here, but they maintained gigantic herds like that. They never went hungry down there in the valley. And of course, all the animals of the forest in winter come down to the valley in the foothills because it's too hard to survive the winter in the Sierras. And so they had to come down and eat something, and so they maintained the natural habitat down here of nature's habitat is oak savanna and wetland, river wetlands. There's a variety of rivers. They would flood seasonally during the snow melt in the wet season. And so you got millions and millions and millions of migratory birds here during the floods. And then you have in the dry season, they lit the fires to renew the grass. The oak trees shrugged it off and dropped all the acorns that all of the deer and elk needed. And that was a paradise of megafauna. That was an absolute paradise of high yield food. And the tribes just never went hungry down here. They would migrate. They'd come out of the mountains. The mountain tribes, they had their own stuff up here that they gathered. They had their own lakes and high elevation type things. They would get the obsidian, and they would go down and trade with the others down here. But during the winters, they didn't winter here either. They went down to the hills, and then there was the valley tribes. They interacted with them, and they traded for the things they couldn't get up here, like the obsidian, and the things that they couldn't get down here, like the feathers, used in ceremony. They would trade, and there's just a lot of these old highways here are just built on the Indian paths, because they were using the same routes up through the rivers and fishing. And so the same thing. This is oak savanna. This was the millions and millions and millions of herds of elk here. And the salmon actually didn't make it up here. The Willamette River has a waterfall right here. And so the salmon, unless it was extreme flood times, the salmon couldn't get past it. But all the Indians of the region converged and shared the salmon here because the salmon got stuck. They would go, stop right here. They just took baskets and all the fish they ever wanted, jumped in the baskets, and they had these platforms, Indian platform fishing, same as the Columbia. They went for miles and miles and miles and miles around. The Indians just migrated over. In certain times of the year, they just dipped their nets. Salmon were just jumping and jumping and jumping and went right in their nets. That kind of ecosystem, once restored, would be some kind of paradise. And I don't mean you have to stop farming. They switched crops, and they helped restore a lot of the waterfowl here. This is still the great American flyway of the Canadian geese. Most of the world's songbirds here, most of the North and South America's songbirds, most of Alaska's birds, they go right through here because this is the wetlands, right? So the bird decline happened when the missionary types, the Spanish, said, let's drain these wetlands and irrigate and make and wheat and stuff, right? Well, rice became the new crop that actually blends in with the ecosystem really well because they flood the rice fields, and they allow the waterfowl to land, and all the geese to land in the rice fields. And there's just billions and billions of geese and birds here. This is their flyway. And there's also very hazardous. There's a lot of bird strike. It's hazardous to fly here. Tough room to play in to be a pilot, really, in the migratory season. But that's part of the way that you don't have to, like, return the land to the wild, but mankind and everyone can live and then coax nature back by grooming the landscape much more like it was in the past. Instead of having too many dams in the future, there might be strategic valley reservoirs and new lakes in the valley where they just might let the land go fallow and let the silt build up, have a series of canals, not for exactly irrigation, but for making strategic lakes. And that can be good for flood control, even when the dams can't handle it. Sometimes they open the gates wide and say, we can't handle this. That would be another bit of flood control, and that would help the waterfowl, help the land for a while regenerate, like going fallow. Natural silt could be funneled down there, naturally refertilize without the chemicals, and then after a while just change the irrigation canal system and move the lake a different place, and let that be new, refreshed, super plentiful, super productive farmland. A lot of these places these towns are like 25 people or 100 people. It's weird that a lot of towns, there's ghost towns and towns clinging to existence, like, Maxwell and stuff, where the store may or may not, be open. They may or may not have a store anywhere. Again, a lot of these places are ghost towns. Like, who's ever been to Subiaco? It was once a town. Go there. There's there's a granary. Everybody moved and just, farmed. Stuff like Kirkville once was a town. What's there now? Yeah, not much, right? That's like a 15-resident town, or remnants of a town that used to be bigger. So there's a lot of ways that you can do habitat restoration, or at least something close. Right now the rice fields are doing a good job of supporting all the geese, There's such thing as endangered Canadian geese here, but let's see, if Sherlock Jones says, if you want to know about a specific fire town, just jump into the chat and let us know. Absolutely. Miller says a CZU lightning complex destroyed healthy coastal redwoods. Going to take hundreds of years to get it back. I know. And that says of the drought periods of California. The drought cycle, California rotates on a 7-year drought cycle. So when I was growing up, it was 112 degrees, and I thought that was normal. I still don't care about 112 degrees. I think that's cool. I'll go for a jog. So there's a series of floods that'll happen, like heavy snowpack and wet seasons and flood after flood after flood disaster. Then there's a drought cycle of the super dry cycles. That doesn't mean that redwoods can't burn up. They can. But also, when was the last time there was a control burn of the brush, like the Indians used to do? The Klamath tribe. Go ask the Klamath. How did they manage the redwoods of Humboldt County? That would be a good thing to ask them. They would just look at what we do. Clear cut down all the great trees, move on. And then, young forests are so much more vulnerable to fire. And then allow the brush to burn, build up and build up and build up. Declare it a national park. When it's a national park, you can't really log it. Sometimes you can, but certain places you can't. So allow 75 years of brush and understory to just grow. do stupid drug laws, which promote people going into the wilderness to grow their drugs and have their meth labs. Because back in the day, before one law, you didn't have drug grows and all the meth lab fires. Whenever humans just go out into the wilderness during red flag seasons, we're getting more and more smart about it. Don't let them gate the roads. Just don't let people go out in red flag conditions. People that ignore that and go out and spend year-round in the wilderness causing fires for their cook stoves, their cook camps, that's the illegal drug operations. So with one fell swoop, a really stupid law was enacted that if you grew drugs in your home, and you made drugs in your home, the federal government could seize your property. That pushed instantly every operation in the entire state of California, with the millions of addicts and the huge drug trade. Just watched Narcos. Sent them out in the wilderness because they went on federal land. The feds can't confiscate federal land. They had a lot less to lose as an investment. So you have the tons of man-made campfire, cooking fires of the drug operations. They have meth labs exploding in the wilderness, RVs in the wilderness. You got that complication. You know, these are things we can reverse. Let's just stop that stupid law. You know, also a lot of those trees are being starved for water because they divert the creeks. They're totally dry, and they go over to the grow operations. Really? That's how the fire at the Big Sur started, purportedly. Yeah. I mean, there's so many lessons to learn here, and it's 11:45. I'm gonna go quickly read the chat, and I had to restart the stream. So, we want to and love listening to Catherine right now? Sure. Yeah, I do want to keep people engaged. So what kind of fires flip over cars? Oh, okay. Fire NATOs. The wind, have you seen the fire NATOs? Fire NATO grabs they weren't filmed in the past, because usually film crews didn't go, but there's been legends since the Mager fires. Fire NATO grabs hose line, and meteorologists can explain it. But this is now that cell phones have they have revolutionized who can film something. Now that firefighters are recording their own stuff, we're seeing some of the stuff that we thought was a myth is actually reality. Just like there's water spouts, very few water spouts have ever been recorded. They were thought to be a myth of sailors until somebody recorded it. So when the fires, at the updrafts of fires can cause insane fire NATOs larger than this, and the smoke NATOs are crazy. They could topple the power lines and twist them up. Tornadoes can start in a fire, and so that's an example of like a dirt devil sized one. But did you see that? It grabbed their fire hose and they couldn't deal with it. They're like, come on, So the larger ones are possible. I just can't show you copyrighted video. This is filmed by a fire crew, and I presume that that's why so many people have seen it, that I'm not going to get a copyright strike. But those vortexes happen. I'm going to show you really quick. This one is, I've been showing people the record. Oh, it's in my history. The record run of the fire. Let's look at my watch history. The record run of the beach, not the Beachy, the big one we're monitoring here, the North Complex. So it looks like a volcano, but you can see this is an incredible updraft. So what we have here, watch these trees. This is time lapse, but these trees are shaking in the 60, 55 mile an hour wind gusts from this wind event on Labor Day, right? So not only are there the updrafts, the crazy mountain, like I was showing in this diagram, this is how the Santa Ana winds work. Excuse me, this one. And I'll show you. I have to watch the clock before 12 hours. I have to end the stream. That's in 10 minutes. So the desert winds that come out of here accelerate when they leap over the Sierra. They go through the canyons. The canyons are deep ravines. Wherever you put your finger in the garden hose, if you narrow down anything, whether it's water pressure or air pressure, it goes and accelerates. So what you're seeing is more than 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts going from the top of the Sierra, which is where the lightning fire was. It was small down here, making a run for the Central Valley. So this was the historic speed. Look at the massive updrafts. The heat coming up from the fire is creating its own weather patterns and accelerating itself. So you have massive updrafts. You have funneled ravine wind that is going through the wind tunnel ravines. So that is when it breaks into the little valleys in this area, that can just spin around because the wind that's getting through a narrower and narrower ravine has nowhere to go, and when it reaches a valley, it can spin around and cause those fire tornadoes. That can pick up a car. That can just obliterate a house, not just light it on fire. That can throw down trees, and that can throw down the power lines. So when you see power lines twisted up, you know that's what happened and the fire tornado occurred. Sometimes you can even see their path. Like if you have a drone, you can see the path of where the fire tornado went. Best viewed from above. And that's why some homes in the fire tornado, the funny thing about a fire tornado is it'll take out some homes. It'll spare others. That's what the weird thing, that when there's an updraft event like that, the fire goes up and it climbs. And you see the weird phenomenon of the house that was spared next to the one that was alive. And let me just close a bunch of these things. Because the fire tornado sucked the fire that wanted to spread along the ground. It sucked it up in its updraft. And the trees got it, and the house and the path of that fire tornado got it. And it actually deprived the fire on the ground of the oxygen right next to the tree that didn't get it. Or what's odd is like the people had their garbage in the road. The house burned to the ground, and the garbage can's still there, because it sucked the wind up instead of out. So some of that stuff, once it's caught on camera as more people get the doorbell cameras, we'll catch more of this rare phenomenon. And I do have images that'll break your heart of the fire that killed my friend, the Loma Rica fire. You'll just see how the embers rain down on everything. And that's what happened. So the building's pumped into PGE and to do what they're showing. But yeah, there are so many things to fix. It's going to take so long. But I am angry that PGE gets the money to fix itself. That company should have been taken down with all responsible, placed in prison. So I just, So I'm trying to jump around. What's the last of the questions? Fire goes up and tornadoes, they come down, yeah. The spinning balls. So what happened with the, I don't think any fire tornadoes were in Oregon exactly, but when they get big enough, that's what they mean about, it's mushroom clouds, just like nuclear weapons. I'll describe what a mushroom cloud does. Mushroom cloud, let me just get a visual aid, then I'm going to stop the stream and restart it. So volcanoes invented the mushroom cloud. This is, I think that's a volcanic eruption right there, I can't tell. So then nukes did it. But it just means a cloud with a huge amount of heat coming up. And it is pushing, that heat is an updraft. And if you look at Chernobyl, the poor helicopter crew that went down, they didn't see the invisible updraft of the heat coming off the atomic reactor. Right before it hits, okay, in 8 minutes I have to press pause, I have to come back. So what causes a mushroom cloud is the heat column that is pushing all the particles up, all the smoke particles and the dust, vaporized humans, vaporized cities, whatever, vaporized mountain in an volcanic eruption is all being sucked up because that's a powerful updraft. And so it goes and climbs and climbs and climbs and climbs, and it loses its steam. Eventually the heat is dissipating out the sides of the columns, and it loses the power as it goes up, up, and up, and up. And plus there's higher winds up here that we are never really aware of. But the hot air balloons, the weather balloons, use these winds and just fly around the globe effortlessly. So these are strong, cold winds up here. It's like freezing cold even during summer. That starts killing the heat. The winds start pushing the clouds out. That's why it's the shape of a mushroom, right? So even during a fire that creates its own mushroom, because of the heat. You know, some of these look downright volcanic right there. That is almost indistinguishable from an erupting